region. North America continues to support cooperation with FAO and international funding mechanisms to diversify resources to support the implementation of the treaty. With respect to a funding target for the Benefit Sharing Fund, we echo the desire expressed in the Funding Committee report to see an increased average annual income to the Benefit Sharing Fund, including increased user-based income. However, we are not convinced that setting a target range will lead to increased income. We do not support setting a target range for the funding strategy at this time and would request to delete placeholder text in paragraph 36 of the funding strategy. Increasing contributions to the Benefit Sharing Fund, including user-based income, depends on adopting a balanced package of measures that makes the multilateral system more attractive for users. This includes addressing the barriers in the current SMTA that deter users, in particular commercial users, from working with MLS material. We must avoid establishing new barriers. Continuing to improve monitoring, reporting, and communication on Benefit Sharing Fund project outcomes will also be important to attract contributions, as well as improving links between Benefit Sharing Fund projects and the material of interest being made available through the multilateral system. We strongly support independent reviews of Benefit Sharing Fund operations and outcomes from BSF-funded projects. Transparent, accountable use of funds remains important to demonstrate the value and effectiveness of the BSF to potential donors and contributors, including in the private sector. In this spirit, in the draft resolution text, we suggest to reintroduce a paragraph 23 bis, which is based on agreed text from Resolution 3/2017. This text would read, recommends that future summary reports on the impact of projects supported by the Benefit Sharing Fund provides concrete reference to the genetic diversity of the crop species worked with, so that it captures how the conservation status and utilization of plant genetic diversity was enhanced, as well as the complementarity between the on-farm sector and the XC2 conservation as the guiding principle for the reporting. We will submit edits to the draft resolution text, including some minor edits to replace terms reserved for legally binding products and to caveat references to plans which are not developed by all parties. And to note, we have also the edit to operative paragraph 14, where we suggest to replace the bracketed text and decides that it will not set a target range for the Benefit Sharing Fund. We will submit the comments in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much to North America. I have Brazil, followed by Bhutan. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you, the Secretariat, for preparing this document and the support for the work of SFC. Brazil would like to address the issue of defining targets for the Benefit Sharing Fund as referenced in paragraph 15 of the draft resolution. When the financing strategy was adopted in 2019, the lack of consensus led to leaving the fund's target undefined. The matter was revisited at SFC 11, where, although no agreement was reached on a specific range, there was clear convergence on the need to increase the fund's annual average revenue and to strengthen resource mobilization linked to access under the multilateral system. In this regard, we must acknowledge the persistent imbalance between the access pillar and the benefit sharing pillar of the treaty. Defining a target at this session of the governing body will be essential not only for the success of the multilateral system reform, but also for the early phase of its implementation. A clear and ambitious target will, in our view, encourage many countries, particularly developing countries, to make additional materials available to the system. We recognize that the ultimate figure will largely depend on the outcome of discussions under item 9.2 of the program. Nevertheless, as a point of reference, Brazil recalls the higher range of the 2019 methodology, which was also discussed at SFC 11. Brazil also wishes to underline that one of the expected outcomes of the MLS reform is precisely an increase in revenue generated from the use of materials assessed through the system. Therefore, we suggest including a paragraph after paragraph 18 that captures this idea and reads, recognizes that the implementation of the enhanced multilateral system is expected to lead to a significant increase in user-based income to benefit sharing fund, contributing to a more predictable, sustainable, and equitable flow of monetary benefits in support of the objectives of the international treaty. On paragraph 10, we propose inserting the phrase especially those in a position to do so after contracting parties, in line with the spirit of Article 18 of the treaty. Regarding paragraph 20, we would also suggest the use of the term encourages in reference to the 6th cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I have Bhutan, followed by Egypt. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Asia region. The Asia region wishes to express its sincere appreciation for the work carried out by the Standing Committee on Funding Strategy and Resource Mobilization since GB10. We note with gratitude that the committee has convened 3 meetings following GB10, demonstrating its commitment and dedication. We particularly commend the committee's recommendation under the Item 5 Funding Strategy Operation Plan 2020 to 2027. The committee has devoted considerable efforts to identifying major milestones, outputs, and timelines across 3 thematic focus areas of Operational Plan, namely the resource mobilization, benefit sharing, fund operation, and monitoring and review. We further appreciate the committee's thoughtful consideration of the potential need for transitional criteria for benefit sharing fund should the enhancement of the multilateral system come into effect. Such forward-looking reflections will greatly support and facilitate our discussion at this meeting and may provide valuable guidance for the working group as well as for the countries as they advance their work on implementation and review of the enhanced multilateral system. The Asia region also wishes to thank committee for developing the general policy and criteria for specific assistance under the agreed funding strategy for PGRFA conservation, which we consider a highly valuable contribution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bhutan. Egypt, followed by Togo. Egypt, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس لإعطاء الكلمة. ويشرفني أن أتحدث باسم إقليم الشرق الأدنى. يود إقليم الشرق الأدنى أن يعرب عن تقديره للسكرتارية وللدول المانحة على الدعم المستمر الذي يمكن المعاهدة من تنفيذ برامجها الحيوية. إن هذا الدعم يمثل ركيزة أساسية لعمل المعاهدة خصوصاً للدول النامية في الإقليم التي تواجه ضغوطاً مركبة تشمل تحديات تغير المناخ، تدهور الأراضي، محدودية الموارد المائية، وتزايد الحاجة إلى تعزيز الأمن الغذائي. سيدي الرئيس، يعد إقليم الشرق الأدنى من الأقاليم الغنية فيما يتعلق بالموارد الوراثية النباتية وأكثرها تعرضاً لآثار تغير المناخ، الأمر الذي يستدعي دعماً موجهاً وفعالاً. وفي هذا السياق يؤكد الإقليم ما يلي: إن الاستراتيجية التمويلية ليست مجرد آلية مالية، بل هي أداة أساسية لتعزيز القدرات وتمكينها من الحفاظ على مواردها الوراثية وتطويرها. ويؤكد الإقليم ضرورة دعم الدول ذات القدرات المحدودة وإيلاء الأولوية لتلك التي تعاني من تدهور.
Egypt, excuse me if I interrupt you, we do have an issue with the interpretation. Could I ask you to restart and read very slowly so that there is a channel mix, so sometimes it's on channel 1, sometimes on channel 5 for English. So if you could slow down a little bit, you get all your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. It is my honor to speak on behalf of the Near East. The Near East region would like to express its appreciation of the Secretariat and the donor countries for the continuous support that enables the treaty to implement its vital programs. This support constitutes a pillar for the work of the treaty, especially for the developing countries in the region, which faces complex pressure, including the climate change challenges, the deterioration of the lands and the limited water resources, and the increase of the need to enhance the food security. Mr. Chair, the Near East region is one of the regions that are rich in genetic plant resources for food and agriculture, and it's the most subject to the impact of climate change, which necessitates support and effective support. And in this context, the region would like to reiterate the following. The funding strategy is not only a funding mechanism, but it is an important tool to enhance the capacities and enable them to preserve their genetic resources and develop them. The Near East region would like to underscore the support of countries with limited capacities and give the priority to those that suffer from the deterioration of its natural resources or the vulnerable resources in their systems, and enhance these projects related to adaptability and enhance the projects related to adaptability with the climate change, and enhance the gene banks. And also these countries face a lack of national capacities and the weak infrastructure of the gene banks, in addition to the lack of national capacities to manage the gene banks and the lack of legislative framework for the rights of farmers. And these challenges necessitate more support of the region according to the actual needs in reality. The Near East would also like to indicate what was proposed, that the Gulf countries, though some of them are categorized as high-income countries, they need capacity building in managing the genetic resources and linking the information systems, and develop the national legislations and enhance the institutional capacities. Making it part of this strategy, it does not only serve them but also enhance their role in implementing the treaty. The region is trying to fulfill its role, and the national linking points, liaison points, will work with governments in order to support the contributions. The Near East region would like to see that building the national capacities and the positive support is more effective than any other, more important than other measures that can be seen as penal, especially for the countries that are passing through exceptional political struggles. The Near East region supports the mobilization of additional resources through enhancing the partnerships with the international institutions, regional institutions, and the private sector, and benefit from the opportunities provided from world frameworks. The Near East region would like to enhance underscore the real needs of the countries and not according to their funding capacities. Finally, the Near East region would like to stress its commitment, the importance of collaboration with the Secretariat in order to support the implementation of the funding strategy and enhance the role of the treaty in preserving the genetic plant resources, which contributes the food security and sustainability in the region and the world. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Egypt, on behalf of the Near East, I have Togo, followed by Uruguay. Togo, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for Togo to take the floor on behalf of the African Group. And following the agenda, we welcome with satisfaction the report, the mobilization strategy. And in this regard, the African Group thanks the Secretariat for the quality of the work done and the constant support that has been extended to contracting parties. Africa wishes to highlight the urgency of the mobilization strategy and funding strategy to raise funding and direct funding towards the environment. This is of utmost importance, in particular by integrating the RPGA, and we encourage a strengthened approach to accede to the mechanisms and propose solid solutions. We congratulate the members on the partnership with the World Bank, with the IMF, and we strengthen our partnerships with the seed system. We wish to see a better flow of financing and greater options towards farmers in alignment with the treaty, highlighting the role of farmers as guardians of the sector. With regard to financial mechanisms, we believe that calls for proposals and projects can improve and have much greater effect, permitting greater support towards national capacity building, because those proposals are currently limited. With regard to funds for benefit sharing, it is a community effort, and we call for clear objectives to be set with ambitious yet realistic objectives. With regard to innovation, we have taken the commitment seriously for funding and mobilization of resources in order to diversify financing and to strengthen the value chain and underutilized crops. We also wish to highlight non-financial benefits in terms of finalizing methodologies, and we insist on the necessity to reinforce and to strengthen transfer of technology towards local communities and indigenous peoples who are part of a very diverse group. Chair, finally, Africa confirms its determination to move beyond the challenges, to mobilize the necessary resources and ensure that the biodiversity is solidified. Thank you. Thank you, Togo.
And then I have Argentina on the list and the African Union. I'd like to close the list for interventions after the statement made by Uruguay. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Uruguay wishes to convey our gratitude to the Secretariat for the comprehensive work done towards today's agenda and also the work by the committee. Article 13.4 of the governing body speaks to specific funding mechanisms and conservation of plant genetic material for agriculture in our countries. The resolution number 15 of 2023 and of the multi-year program of work points to the benefit sharing fund. Furthermore, the governing body reminded of the text relative to the objectives for benefit sharing, and we continue to deploy the financial mobilization of resources. Uruguay continues to invest 25 to 27 million dollars, and this is in line with the accession for countries, developing countries, and to the tune of $2.5 million. We're looking at a total of $10 per accession. The funds allocated, as highlighted in Article 30 or paragraph 30, where contracting parties in the private sector, in particular those who are making financial contributions, should be modified to $20 million from multiple sources that are currently available within the multilateral system. We will send our written submissions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 13, we agree. Nevertheless, we wish to request that the financing mechanism be not only limited to international collections, however, but that it should continue to support local banks. Ecuador requests in the second part a paragraph specific to mobilization of resources, where it indicates the following. We exhort the Secretariat and the FAO that the management be taken into account from philanthropic avenues. And this request is based on the data that indicate in the paragraph 70 of the document, and which clearly reflects the limited voluntary resources to the benefit sharing fund. And we thank the countries of Norway, Italy, and the European Commission for their financial support, without which there would be no sustainable projects. It is also important to note improvements in the multilateral system in the short term, which reinforce the fund. With regard to the 28th paragraph of the draft resolution, we have a few additions we would like to suggest. In B, with regard to policies, at the end of the second paragraph, please include a paragraph which indicates, in this sense, assistance should be offered in accordance with Article 18B. And in point C, with regard to general criteria, Ecuador cannot accept the second paragraph, which is discriminatory in nature. And for this reason, we request its removal. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and good day to all. We thank the committee and the Secretariat for the work done on this report, which was shared electronically. And Argentina, in its national plan, has integrated some of these, and so we were not considered by the Secretariat as part of the committee. In order to save time and so that the Secretariat can take note of our position, we wish to highlight paragraphs 26, 27, 41, 46, 70.4 Roman numerals, 100 and 101. Some of these have to do with the level of detail in the draft resolution as presented. Other points are related to diverse environmental points, caveats and responding caveats. Also, our observations have to do with equalizing the indicators and a number of other questions. With regard to Annex 1, in the first paragraph, 1B, we wish to request that the reference to conservation in farms be eliminated. That's the last sentence in the paragraph. This term is not included in the treaty. Within the treaty, we speak of in situ in terms of conservation. And so we would request that this reference be eliminated with regard to general criteria that are reflected in paragraph 28 of the resolution. With regard to the resolution again, we are echoing the suggestions and requests of other countries of our region, such as Ecuador, Uruguay, and Brazil. And particularly, we have commented on the following. First, paragraph 18, in which we request specifically that in the last sentence that approximately 2% be included in terms of use of resources in the multilateral system. We would like to know the exact, precise rate or percentage with 861. With regard to paragraph number 25, we request an addition to end with the indicators of the national biodiversity strategies, comma, respecting the obligations, given that these national biodiversity strategies among our countries don't only respond to the contractual arrangements, but these are national priorities for us. Finally, in paragraph 29, we wish to add a caveat with regard to the same topic, national priorities and national capacities. So we wish to add in inverted commas when appropriate. Thank you very much.
Union Niger, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair, their delegates, their observers. We support the Group of Africa on this topic of today, the tragedy or the strategy, financing strategy and resource mobilization. Article 9 of the treaty, which speaks to financing, is at the heart of the treaty. And for this reason, Niger would like to request this standing committee to take into account Article 9 on the strategy of how the options can encourage the idea of promoting farmers' rights that have been promised. In other words, we wish to see criteria put in place in the upcoming calls for projects. Thank you very much. Thank you, Niger.
Thank you very much. With regard to the standing committee report with regard to the report of the standing committee on the funding strategy and resource mobilization, the AU wishes to thank the committee first and the secretary for the report, and wish to point out that the AU aligns itself with the position taken by the African region as presented by Togo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have the BGCI. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of Botanic Gardens Conservation International. There are approximately 3,500 botanic gardens and institutions globally, and approximately 1,000 of these are BGCI members in over 100 countries. These institutions maintain a unique and essential part of the global conservation infrastructure for plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Botanic gardens also play a vital role in raising public awareness about the importance of plant conservation and sustainable use. With more than 500 million visitors every year, gardens are among the most visible and trusted interfaces between people and the plant world. This represents a significant opportunity for the treaty community. Greater public understanding of the value of plant genetic resources directly supports the implementation of the funding strategy, including a mobilization of political will and financial resources. Botanic Garden Conservation International and the Global Conservation Consortium for Food Plants are able to support parties and the treaty community in this effort. By working together, we can ensure that the millions of people who visit botanic gardens every year gain a clearer understanding of why conserving and using plant diversity matters for sustainable agriculture and food security, and how the international treaty community contributes to this global effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the list of interventions is closed. Thank you very much for all the comments. You certainly took note of the report and thanked the Standing Committee for all its work. One of the points you made was to emphasize the need for partnerships for a resource mobilization and stress the need for an enhanced flow of resources to the benefit sharing fund. Your comments will be integrated in the draft resolution, and you will see that again. With regard to the bracketed text in the resolution concerning the benefit sharing fund, you correctly noted that there is an interlink with the work of the contact group on the multilateral system enhancement. So what I suggest to you is that I will consult have consultations on that target with contacting parties with a view to integrate this issue then in the enhancement package of the multilateral system. With that, I would like to suspend this agenda item and move on to agenda item 13 on farmers' rights. So I open the agenda item 13 and give the floor to the Secretariat to introduce the 1 minute to transition. Yes. The Secretariat needs 1 minute to transition, so we'll let the Secretariat do that. So I think the Secretariat is ready. Let's open agenda item 13, and I give the floor to the Secretariat to introduce the item and the related documentation. Mary Jane, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, good morning. The Secretariat is pleased to present the document IT/GB11/25/13 Report on the Implementation of Farmers' Rights. This report provides an overview of the activities related to the implementation of farmers' rights that were undertaken or facilitated by the Secretary during the intersessional period. The report details the support provided to the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights, capacity development, outreach and communication initiatives, and partnership and collaboration. It further covers the facilitation of the second Global Symposium on Farmers' Rights, hosted by the Government of the Philippines. The report also outlines a proposal for possible future work on farmers' rights, drawing upon recommendations from the expert group and from the outcomes of the second Global Symposium. In addition, this report includes updates on recent developments and discussion on other forums relevant to farmers' rights. Furthermore, this document, IT/GB11/25/13, should be considered in conjunction with the following related documents. 1. IT/GB11/25/13.2 Report of the Ad hoc Technical Expert Group on Farmers' Rights to the 11th session of the governing body. 2. IT/GB11/25/13.3 Draft Assessment of the State of Implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty, and IT/GB11/25/13.4 Draft Strategy 2026-2029 on how the use of the options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty can be promoted. Finally, the governing body is invited to take note of the information contained in the document IT/GB11/25/13 and to consider the draft assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty and to provide any further guidance regarding the findings as it considers appropriate. To consider the draft strategy on how the use of the options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the implementation of farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty can be promoted. to provide guidance on possible future activities for the implementation of farmers' rights, and to adopt a resolution taking into account the draft elements provided in the annex to this document.
Thank you very much for the introduction of the working documents. I would like now to give the floor to the co-chairs of the ad hoc expert group on farmers' rights, Mrs. Modesta Cachapilla and Ms. Kim van Saters, to present highlights of the work and the report of the expert group. You have the floor. Can you please give the floor to the Netherlands? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. How great to be together in Lima this week. On behalf of the Ad Hoc Technical Expert Group on Farmers' Rights and my co-chair, I am pleased to present our report to the 11th session of the governing body. The governing body, at its 10th session in 2023, through Resolution 7/2023, decided to reconvene the Ad Hoc Technical Expert Group on Farmers' Rights. The expert group was mandated to review and agree to the outline for the assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty as contained in Annex 1 to this resolution, considering the compilation of the submissions. Secondly, review the assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty and provide conclusions for the 11th session of the governing body. And thirdly, provide advice to the 11th session of the governing body on how to use the options as contained in the annex to Resolution 7/2022 for the implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty can be promoted. In line with the terms of reference of the Ad Hoc Technical Expert Group on Farmers' Rights, the Bureau of the 11th session of the governing body has appointed Ms. Modesta Cachapilla Milianu and myself to serve as co-chairs of the ATEC on farmers' rights. In delivering the tasks, the expert group met twice. Its 5th meeting, which took place from 24 to 26 June 2024, and its 6th meeting, which took place from 23 to 26 June 2025. Both meetings were held at FAO headquarters in Rome, in Italy, with great enthusiasm and commitment towards achievement of the assigned tasks. As mandated, the expert group was tasked with delivering 2 key outputs: an assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty, reviewed, and advice on how to promote the use of the options outlined in the annex to Resolution 7/2022 for the implementation of Article 9. During the intersessional period, at its 5th meeting, the expert group discussed and agreed on the outline and the methodology of the assessment, incorporating the inputs and suggestions from contracting parties and stakeholders through their submissions based on a great response level. Also, the expert group provided insights on how to use the options described in the annex to Resolution 7/2022 for implementing Article 9 and how these can be promoted. In the subsequent meeting, the expert group reviewed the draft assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty and the strategy on how to use the options. Therefore, there are 2 documents. Document IT/GB 11/25/13.3, Draft Assessment of the State of Implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty, which presents the executive summary, while document IT/GB 11/25/13.3 INF document presents the full length of the draft assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 of the international treaty, finalized by the Secretariat based on the guidance provided by the expert group. The draft assessment provides an overview of the state of implementation of Article 9 of the international treaty, presented by regional groups. It reflects the diverse measures, experiences, and challenges encountered across all regions: Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Near East, North America, and the Southwest Pacific. The draft assessment provides a concise synthesis of efforts by regions to recognize farmers' contributions to the conservation and development of PGRFA, as well as to protect traditional knowledge related to PGRFA, promote benefit sharing arising from the use of PGRFA, enhance participation in decision-making, and support the rights of farmers to save, use, exchange, and sell farm-saved seed propagation material. It also highlights persistent challenges, emerging needs, and practices that can inform future action by contracting parties and stakeholders. The second document in front of you is IT/GB 11/25/13.4, which presents the draft strategy for 2026 till 2029. This looks into how the use of the options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights, as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty, can be promoted. The draft strategy proposes possible activities that contracting parties, farmers, and other stakeholders can undertake to share and widely disseminate the use of the options. Its primary purpose is to promote the implementation of farmers' rights, as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty, through the use of the options. The draft strategy proposes action areas, such as recognition for farmers' rights, including farming local and indigenous communities, capacity building, communication and awareness raising, programs, initiatives, projects, funding, policy environment, and legal frameworks. The draft strategy also includes a plan of activities, which highlights timeframes and target actors, which is also organized in both text and table form at the request of the expert group. With this, I would now like to pass the floor to my co-chair. Thank you.
Can you please give the floor to Malawi?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, my co-chair, Kim. So in addition to the documents, that's the draft assessment and the draft strategy, the expert group also discussed some other issues that are related to farmers' rights, and these included: the expert group discussed the relevance of the new technologies, including digital sequence information, genetic sequence data, in the context of farmers' rights, and how they could impact the implementation of farmers' rights. It agreed that this cross-cutting area could become part of the future discussions of the governing body. It also recommended that the governing body may wish to consider the use of the terminology indigenous peoples and local communities in relevant documents and decisions under the international treaty, to bring it in line with the current usage in other United Nations and international bodies and processes. The expert group recommended to inform the Standing Committee on the funding strategy and resource mobilization to link the upcoming call for proposals on the benefit sharing fund of the international treaty to implement the strategy on how the use of the options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights, as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty, can be promoted. The expert group discussed the possible future of the technical expert group. There was a proposal from some experts that the governing body that should the governing body consider continuing the work of the technical expert group on farmers' rights, it be reconvened as a standing committee on farmers' rights. The expert group recommended that the governing body consider the proposal to explore the possibility of establishment of International Day of Observance for Farmers' Rights related to crop genetic resources, and to encourage any interested contracting parties to take lead in realizing this objective. Also, as part of the future activities on capacity building, it was suggested to work on a model provision on how to mainstream in the implementation of Article 9 in the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, NBSAPs. There was also a suggestion that it could be worthwhile to engage with the special rapporteur on the right to food in future activities of farmers' rights. The expert group considered the elements of the draft resolution prepared by the Secretary and provided inputs and suggestions for its finalization. The draft resolution will be presented by the Secretariat as part of the report on the implementation of farmers' rights for consideration of the 11th session of the governing body. The expert group expressed its appreciation to the governments of Italy and Norway for the financial support they provided, which enabled the participation of the experts and provision of translation and interpretation services. It also invited other contracting parties and donors in a position to do so to provide support for the continuation of the work on farmers' rights. As co-chairs, we appreciate the Secretariat's support in preparing the documents for the expert group, and we thank all the experts for their dedication, inputs, and fruitful discussions, which enabled us to fulfill the tasks that were assigned by the governing body. We also thank the government of Philippines for hosting the second Global Symposium on Farmers' Rights. Finally, the governing body is invited to consider the report of the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights and to provide further guidance for the implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty, taking into account recommendations of the expert group and the draft elements for a resolution contained in the document IT/GB-11/25/13 as presented by the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the co-chairs for their substantive report. Indeed, there was a lot of work being done, a lot of documents assembled. I will open the floor for comments soon. I'd like to remind you that the governing body is invited to consider the draft elements contained in Annex 1 to the document. So consider the draft assessment, the draft strategy, and provide guidance on possible future activities. And of course, there is a draft resolution, so we're happy to take on board any comments you might have on the draft resolution as well. With that, I would like to open the floor, and I recognize the Philippines. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Co-Chair, and Secretary of the Treaty. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Peru and the government of Switzerland for hosting this event and making our participation possible. Ladies and gentlemen, again, good morning. The Philippine delegation is pleased to present the summary recommendations from the Second Global Symposium on Farmers' Rights held on September 16 to 19, 2025 in Manila, hosted by the Philippines. The symposium was held under the theme Farmers' Rights, Honoring Heritage, Preserving Biodiversity, and Cultivating Food Security for a Shared Future. The event showcased various approaches, including legal measures being used to advance the implementation of these rights. The symposium brought together around 250 participants from 44 countries, including policymakers, representatives of farmer organizations, non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, intergovernmental organizations, and of course, our farmers. The event concluded with a summary of 6 recommendations, which I will enumerate. Number 1, raise awareness and promote implementation by continuing to raise awareness of farmers' rights across various regions and encourage the use of options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty. Number 2, share experiences and foster collaboration through concrete actions and initiatives related to the realization of farmers' rights. Number 3, follow up on the assessment of the implementation of Article 9 in the International Treaty by developing a targeted action plan for the governing body to address identified gaps and needs emerging from the assessment, supporting contracting parties in implementing farmers' rights. Number 4, promote cooperation and partnerships with relevant international institutions to advance farmers' rights. Number 5, strengthen the process of the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights by formalizing the expert group as a standing permanent body under the international treaty to ensure continuity and sustained expertise. And number 6, mobilize financial support for implementation of Article 9. We sent the full summary of the symposium recommendations to the Secretary and requested that it be circulated for the consideration of this governing body, and we truly hope that the symposium's recommendation will inspire and contribute to our discussions this week to safeguard farmers' rights and ensure farmers' contributions are recognized, protected, and valued. Let us remember our farmers are the backbone of our food systems and the guardians of our biodiversity. And protecting their rights is not just merely policy, it is our imperative duty. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Philippines and congratulations on the organization of this very successful symposium and having brought together many interested stakeholders. Thank you very much, and also for your continued commitment to this issue. I recognize India, followed by Iran. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. India aligns with the Asia Regional Statement and offers the following national remarks. India's comprehensive legislative models on farmers' rights. India wishes to highlight that the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act of 2001 remains the world's only full-spectrum legislation that gives effect to all components of Article 9. Our law recognizes, rewards, and protects farmers and conserves cultivators and breeders. It provides recognition and reward for their contribution to agrobiodiversity conservation, including awards and registration to farmers' varieties. Equitable beneficial sharing, backed by the operational National Gene Fund. Full participation of farmers in decision-making processes. These achievements have been acknowledged in the treaties on assessments. India's implementation already embodies all 11 options under Article 9. The draft assessment notes that implementation across countries is uneven. However, India is the only contracting party with all options structurally embedded in the national law. We have recently operationalized the National Gene Fund rules to support in situ and ex situ conservation through panchayats and community institutions, further strengthening Article 9 realization. Our support to the contracting parties, given our long-standing practical experience, India stands ready to provide capacity building, training modules, and legal technical support to interested parties for effective national implementation of Article 9, especially in drafting national measures and benefit sharing mechanisms. Proposing an International Day for Farmers' Rights to globally recognize the custodians of crop diversity and enhance awareness, India proposes that the governing body consider step forward designating an International Day for Farmers' Rights. This will help amplify the central role of farming communities, especially indigenous people, women farmers, and custodian of land races in safeguarding biodiversity. Communities as central actors in conserving diversity, we underscore that local communities are the primary stewards of traditional varieties and heritage crops, also described as underutilized traditional or opportunity crops. Strengthening their capacities is essential for achieving the theme of GB11, fostering biodiversity and for food security. Chair, India reaffirms its commitment to the treaty and to advancing a balanced, farmer-centered implementation of Article 9 for global food and nutritional security. Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you, India. I have Iran, followed by Egypt. Iran, you have the floor. I think Iran is absent, so we take Egypt, followed by Ecuador. Egypt, you have the floor.
إيران تبعنا النير إيست هي المفروض نير إيست بس مش عايز تقولها أوكي مفيش مشاكل
Distinguished delegates, Egypt expresses its appreciation to the Secretariat and to all parties for their continuing work to advance the implementation of farmers' rights under Article 9 of the treaty. We reaffirm that farmers' rights are a fundamental component of the treaty and an essential element for achieving its overall objectives. I'd like to highlight a number of items that reflect Egypt's position. Number one, respect for national contexts and national sovereignty. Egypt recalls that Article 9 recognizes the authority of national governments to implement farmers' rights according to their own needs, priorities, and legal systems. We believe it is important that any tool, guidance, or voluntary options developed under the treaty remain supportive, non-prescriptive, and fully respectful of national policies and legislation. Two, acknowledgement of farmers' role as custodians of diversity. For millennia, farmers in regions such as the Near East have been stewards of crop diversity and traditional knowledge. Egypt underscores the importance of continuing to support farmers' contributions through measures that enhance their capacities, strengthen local seed systems, and promote sustainable use and on-farm conservation. Fair and equitable benefit sharing. Egypt stresses that progress on farmers' rights is closely connected to effective benefit sharing. Enhancing the multilateral system must lead to tangible and balanced benefits for farmers and provider countries, including capacity building, access to improved green plasma, and support for conservation efforts. We also emphasize the importance of ensuring that benefit sharing extends to the digital environment, including digital sequence information, in line with ongoing discussions of the governing body. Protection of traditional knowledge. Egypt highlights the need to safeguard traditional knowledge associated with plant genetic resources in a manner consistent with national laws and practices. Measures developed under this agenda item should reinforce protection against misappropriation and promote respect for community-level practices. 5, strengthening national seed systems. Empowering farmers requires strong and resilient national seed systems. Egypt welcomes continued support for developing countries in areas such as seed policy development, extension services, participatory breeding, and community seed initiatives. international cooperation and capacity building. Egypt encourages continued collaboration, including South-South and regional cooperation to support practical implementation of farmers' rights, sharing experiences and best practices across regions, and greatly assist countries in addressing emerging challenges. Balanced consideration of intellectual property-related issues. Egypt underlines that discussions related to farmers' rights should not introduce new obligations beyond the treaty or create inconsistencies with national legislation. The long-standing practices of saving, replanting, and exchanging seeds were permitted under national law remain important components of agricultural systems in many developing countries. Chair, Egypt remains fully committed to the constructive implementation of Article 9. We believe that strengthening farmers' rights will while preserving national flexibility and supporting equitable benefit sharing is essential to maintaining trust and ensuring the effectiveness of this treaty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Egypt, Ecuador, followed by Peru. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. This statement is made on behalf of the group of Latin American and Caribbean countries, GRULAC, who thanks the Secretariat for the documents drafted on farmers' rights. GRULAC agrees overall with the draft resolution, but would like to highlight a few topics. GRULAC believes farmers' rights are an essential pillar of the treaty, given the huge contribution of farmers to the conservation and use of crop diversity. GRULAC supports an ongoing assessment of the status of enforcement of Article 9 of the International Treaty and the draft strategy on potential ways to foster the use of options to incentivize, guide, and promote the realization of farmers' rights as established in Article 9 of the International Treaty, pointing out that Category 10 options are co-chairs' proposals. We support the establishment of an International Day of Observance of Farmers' Rights with regard to plant genetic resources, and that the words indigenous peoples and local communities be used in the pertinent documents and decisions under the international treaty when appropriate, to harmonize it with the use in other UN and international bodies and processes. With regard to paragraph 5 of the draft resolution, GRULAC proposes that the ad hoc expert group on farmers' rights become a standing committee on farmers' rights. Likewise, regarding the terms of reference envisaged in the draft, we propose replacing this by a mandate in line with the duties to be performed by the Standing Committee that will be sent in writing to the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, GRULAC. I have Peru, followed by Spain. Peru, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Peru's representative supports GRULAC's statement and thanks the Secretariat and the co-chairs of the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights for having sent the documents regarding farmers' rights. For Peru, this is an issue of utmost importance because the role of farmers is essential to safeguard the sustainable use of plant resources for food and agriculture in our country. By the way, in our country, this is many times linked to traditional knowledge on the use given by our farmers, contributing enormously to the current and future food security of our country. In this regard, pursuant to Article 9 of the International Treaty, we recognize the huge contribution made by local communities and indigenous peoples as farmers. They contribute to the conservation and development of Peruvian origin plant resources, particularly in managing their native seeds that many times come from communal banks that they manage efficiently. The most renowned example is the potato park in Cusco that many of you are aware of. We also highlight the broad knowledge of our farmers regarding conservation of plant genetic resources through different in situ conservation systems. In our country, we have 11 officially recognized areas in this regard. It's also important to mention that Peru has a wealth of information on traditional knowledge and practices obtained through many projects on on-site conservation, and they play an important role as providers of biological resources for research carried out by natural and legal persons or physical and legal persons within the framework of our legislation receiving non-monetary benefits. And we wish to highlight that Peru is one of the few countries that has a law on collective knowledge concerning biological resources. We view with optimism the documents drafted by this ad hoc expert group on farmers' rights. Peru has been a part of the group regarding options to incentivize and promote and realize farmers' rights as established in Article 9 of the International Treaty, including technical, legal, administrative aspects and others that are of utmost importance for those countries that have lots of traditional knowledge regarding plant genetic resources. We also welcome the strategy on potential ways of incentivizing and promoting the realization of farmers' rights pursuant to Article 9 of the International Treaty to effectively implement farmers' rights in our country, including the marketing of their traditional seeds. Peru supports the proposal to consider setting up a standing committee on farmers' rights and supports the fact that the governing body consider establishing a day of observance of farmers' rights at this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peru. Spain, followed by Japan and Niger. Spain, you have the floor.
I speak on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for the working document and for the activities undertaken since the last governing body related to the implementation of Article 9, and the ad hoc technical expert group for their work during the biennium and efforts to accomplish its tasks. We would also like to thank the generosity of the government of the Philippines for hosting the second Global Symposium on Farmers' Rights last September. We are pleased that it was attended by a large number of participants representing a wide range of stakeholders. We also thank the governments of Italy, the Netherlands, and Norway for their generous financial support to the implementation of farmers' rights. We welcome the continued support on the implementation of Article 9, and given the progress achieved by the ad hoc technical expert group, we support reconvening it for the upcoming biennium, subject to the availability of financial resources. We further encourage an effective participation in the ATEG to ensure that its outputs reflect a broader range of experiences and views, thereby supporting high-quality outcomes. With regard to the proposed terms of reference for the expert group outlined in the working document, we prioritize the proposed item small Roman 2 to work on a draft action plan to address the identified gaps and needs from the assessment. We believe a broader consultation among contracting parties would be necessary with regard to the draft strategy on how the use of the options for encouraging, guiding and promoting the realization of farmers' rights can be promoted, to ensure that different views and experiences are reflected. Therefore, we are prepared to give our suggestions for changes at this session. We propose, firstly, to delete the specific year when contracting parties are invited to conduct specific tasks. And secondly, that the activities to be undertaken by contracting parties are replaced with activities that could be considered by contracting parties throughout the document. Overall, we support the draft resolution as proposed with some amendments. And to start with, and in order to improve its structure and readability, we suggest relocating paragraph 7 regarding the inventory to follow para 3 on the options document, and moving paragraph 5 concerning the expert groups to the end of the resolution, as we believe that its current placement disrupts the flow of the document. I will now read the additional proposed changes to the draft resolution. In paragraph 2, we would like, I think, and apologize for this, I don't know what is the word, the original word in the first paragraph, but we would like it to read welcomes. Then paragraph 2, instead of endorse, we would like it to read takes note of. And then after the international treaty, we would like to add and the strategy on how the use of the options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights can be promoted. So that this document is also included in this paragraph. Then in paragraph 3, after the reference to Article 9 of the treaty, in the third line, we would like to add, in accordance with their needs and priorities, as appropriate and subject to national legislation. And then we would like to suggest to delete everything that goes after the word options. So it be and encourages contracting parties and other stakeholders, because we believe that this is a repetition of what is already said in the first part of the paragraph. So we've just taken this in accordance with their needs and priorities to get it included in the paragraph, and we suggest that the repetition is deleted. Then in paragraph 8, again, we believe that there is some repetition, so we suggest to delete the last part of the paragraph, which reads upon request and subject to the availability of financial resources, because that's also at the beginning of the paragraph. And then in paragraph 14, we would like to add at the very end, as set out in Article 9 of the International Treaty. In paragraph 17, we would like it to read invites instead of urges. And then when it comes to the terms of reference, and as introduced in the statement, we would like small Roman 1 to be deleted, so that the first task of the expert group would be to develop a draft action plan, and then it would read as it was proposed, but we would like to add at the very end, as appropriate and subject to national legislation. And then we would like to suggest a new small Roman 2, which would read, provide guidance to the Secretariat on how to follow up the strategy on how the use of the options can be promoted. And then we suggest, or we ask to delete the following proposed terms of reference. So it would be only these two small Roman ones. And then we wouldn't have any more amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The ERG, I have Japan, followed by Niger. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Japan appreciates the Secretariat for preparing this document. However, regarding the arrangements of the meeting, we would like to stress that Japan, amongst many other countries, were not able to attend these meetings of ad hoc committee and was not part of the recommendation coming from the committee. Regarding the arrangements, so we would highly appreciate online participation in the future. And so we would like to, and regarding the time, we would like to have some general comments regarding the resolutions. Japan is a member of the UPOF 1991 Convention. In the survey for the preparation of the draft assessment, Japan provided input stating that nearly 30,000 varieties have been produced as a result of the plant variety protection system under UPOF 1991. And 80% of these have become common varieties, thus contributing to enrichment of the agricultural production in Japan and contributing to the rights of farmers to freely exchange and sell them. This would not have been possible without the existence of a UPOF 91 plant variety protection system. The UPOF PBP system increases the absolute number of new varieties for the good of the agricultural society. Another case is from the Asia. Both Thailand and Vietnam stand in Mekong Delta and stood at similar rice yields over a decade ago. However, today, both countries facing this impact of climate change, Thailand rice yields have declined, which now stands at 2.8 ton hectare, which is half of Vietnam, which stands at 6.1 ton per hectare. Vietnam now has increased rice yield over the past 10 years after joining UPOF 1991 with continuous and strong investment in R&D for rice varieties that can cope with climate change and diseases, creating a wide disparity with Thailand. In addressing the issue, every year in Thailand, the rice exporting community requests the Minister of Agriculture to increase R&D for rice breeding as their exports are lagging behind of Vietnam. Japan would like to remind that breeding requires the involvement of diverse actors, not just public breeders, but private breeders, and importantly, individual farmers. These are the sources of breeding. And Japan believes that UPOF PBP system is one of the foundations to the betterment of livelihood and the income of farmers increasingly affected by climate change. Japan, regarding the assessment, would like to, we noticed that other regions such as North America and EU has provided positive impact examples of plant variety protection system. However, we see that the current executive summary of the draft assessment does not reflect these inputs and simply states that plant variety protection system is an obstacle and a constraint to farmers' right. Japan wishes to see our input to be correctly reflected in the executive summary. Specifically, the assessment should reflect our view that plant variety protection contribute to farmers' rights by promoting innovation and increasing farmers' choices, such as the spread of climate change-friendly varieties. Japan would also like to recall that in the last governing body, it has endorsed an FAQ regarding the complementarity between ITPG-RFA and UPOF 1991. Japan would also like to recall that the treaty is mutually supportive with other relevant international organizations, and the preamble states that the treaty affirms that nothing in this treaty shall be interpreted as implying in any way a change to the rights and obligation of counterparties under other international agreements. However, Japan has concerns with this resolution that as it seems to promote measures against a UPOF 1991 system. With this background, Japan cannot endorse the current assessment and would like to remove paragraph 2. We also do not agree with the promotion of category 10, which was not a consensus. We do not see it justified to use the resources of the Secretariat to promote these measures, and under the circumstances would like to request to remove paragraph 3. We also cannot support a draft strategy to be including category 10 into the scope, so Japan would like to see the category 10 removed. In relation to paragraph 5, we cannot agree to reconvene the ad hoc committee until we can agree to the TOR. We request the scope of the TOR to remove category 10 and request to remove Roman number 3 and Roman number 4. We cannot accept the creation of success measures which can be seen as imposing norms and can be contradicting to Article 9 of the treaty, where it says subject to national legislation and as appropriate. We cannot support the paragraph 9 regarding International Observation Day because this also seems to be setting a norm, and Japan is concerned that members are to be evaluated based on these set of measures going against national sovereignty to establish its own legislation. Due to the time constraint, we will stop here with the general comments, but we will hand in our comments for the resolution of the draft strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Japan, Niger, followed by Canada. Niger, vous avez la parole.
Niger, you have the floor.
Item 13 on the behalf of Africa Region Group. We thank the Secretary for preparing the working document. We thank the government of Peru and Switzerland for hosting the GB11 and hospitality. Also congratulate to Philippine government for hosting the second global symposium on farmers' rights, which was a success in the exchange of knowledge and experiences between stakeholders. The Africa Group wishes to express its appreciation to the excellent work of the ad hoc technical expert group on farmers' rights. The Africa Regional Group takes note on the document under agenda item 13 of the 11th session of the governing body of the international treaty. The Africa Group reiterates its commitment to the concrete realization of farmers' rights. Progress has been going over 2 years. Farmers' rights are a common right, and these rights will not be limited to restriction of farmers' varieties or any income. The lack of legal measure hampered the realization of farmers' rights. Africa recognizes the progress made in the following working document while making some modification to be integrated. The document are the document 25/13, report on the implementation of farmers' rights. That we want to make observation on outcome from the second global symposium on farmers' rights. The second one is a proposal for the future work on farmers' rights, and the third one, the draft resolution. The global symposium on farmers' rights called on us collectively to recognize the need for a fundamental paradigm shift. We want to add from the symposium output to the recommendation some paragraph. The first one is to continue increasing awareness of farmers' rights in various regions and encourage the use of the option for the realization of farmers' rights, and then develop an action plan for the governing body to address identifying gaps and needs emerging from the assessment to assist contracting party in the implementation of farmers' rights. And the last one is to establish the measure of success for the implementation of farmers' rights, so the government may have a means to measure for their effort. From the resolution, paragraph 6, we want to be added inside this paragraph when we are saying again invite contracting party and relevant organization to take initiative to convene regional workshop and other consultants with a broad range of stakeholders, including with farmers organization, and we want to add and farmers again. Then farmers organization and farmers, and the sentence continue. From resolution paragraph 8, you want to remove from the request the Secretariat to facilitate such initiation upon request. We would like to delete upon request, and the sentence can continue. For the resolution paragraph 15, appreciate the participant of farmers, knowing the role that the farmers played. We would like to replace appreciate to recognize the participant of farmers, noun and farmer. We want to add after and farmer, and the sentence can continue. For the resolution paragraph 16, thanks the government of Italy and Netherlands, Norway, and the Philippines for their generous finance support to the implementation. We want to add after support in the activities related to the implementation. So we would like to add in the activities related, and the phrase continue to the implementation of farmers' rights, not to the implementation of farmers' rights. For the document 13/2, report on the ad hoc technical group on farmers' rights to the 11th session of the governing body. This is about the recommendation and possible future work. You want some paragraph to be considered, like paragraph 25, the expert group. This one should be added in the resolution. Let me read it. The expert group discussed the relevance of new technology, including digital sequences information / genetic sequences data in the context of farmers' rights and how they could impact the implementation of farmers' rights. It agrees that this cross-cutting area could become part of the future discussion of the government. We will do this one to be added inside the resolution. And we want paragraph 23 to be considered, like the expert group considered to inform the standing committee on the funding strategy mobilization to link the upcoming call for proposal on the benefit sharing fund of the international treaty to implement the strategy on how to use the option for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights as set out in the Article 9 of the international treaty. In paragraph 24, the expert group discussed the possible feature. We want to add work, the possible feature work, that is work was missing. In paragraph 25, you want to be added this, the expert group recommend that the governing body consider the proposal to explore the possibility for the establishment of the International Day. And you want to add an global program. And paragraph 26 want to be added of this. There was a suggestion that it could be worthwhile to engage with the special reporters on the farmers, on the right to food. We want to add here under FAO, and the phrase continue. For the document 18/3, draft assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty, Africa region takes note on this document and bring the following amendment of Africa result. First, the results are not reflecting Africa reality in many cases. For example, paragraph 1 regarding the Africa result, Africa countries have made significant progress in advancing farmers' rights. How significant? There's no quantitative data that we can appreciate it, so this significance should be removed. And if you go so far again, while comprehensive stand-alone farmers' rights law is yet to be adopted in most African countries, which country? Please, you have to remove this significant again. Paragraph 3, line 1, in the Africa result again. The right of farmers to save, use, exchange, and sell farm save seed is recognized. No, it's not recognized. You want to add not here. It's not recognized in many national law. And the phrase continue after comma, but. You want to replace that but with and its practical application. For the last document, 13/3, draft strategy on how to use the option for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights, as set in Article 9 of the International Treaty, can be promoted. Regarding the draft resolution, we request that an additional item be added concerning the strategy on option for promoting and implementing Article 9. This strategy was discussed in depth at the 5th and the 6th meeting of the ad hoc group, with effective input from farmers, and we must be able to use it. In conclusion, Africa Group recommended the governing body to adopt the creation of a standing committee on farmers' rights. This is the first one. The second one, ensure binding measure on DSI and benefit sharing And the last one, taking into account the draft strategy in the resolution related to the draft strategy. The proposition can be provided when needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Niger. I have Canada followed by Brazil. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We're speaking on behalf of the North America region. North America is pleased to see that there have been advancements regarding farmers' rights. These advancements have been achieved by contracting parties and civil society organizations working together in good faith. We thank the ATEG on farmers' rights for their work in the last biennium, and also thank the Secretariat for their work in preparing and providing us with the working documents on this important agenda item. However, North America has several text suggestions in the draft resolution and the draft terms of reference for the ATEG to bring these in line with the governing body's previously agreed resolutions. As a starting point of any resolution paragraph or annex echoing previous resolutions, we should first suggest previously agreed language. Such agreed language is the result of long negotiations with significant compromises from all sides. Using alternate versions only serves to reintroduce previous disagreements, which creates unnecessary friction and fails to recognize the hard-fought consensus we as contracting parties had reached previously. We should be reserving our time to discuss unresolved issues rather than renegotiating previously agreed text or proposals, such as the issue of voluntary guidelines. Therefore, throughout this draft resolution, the draft terms of reference for the ATEG, and the other documents associated with this agenda item, we will seek to start with previously agreed language, such as what was in GB10 Resolution 7. We thank the Secretariat for their effort in preparing the draft assessment and draft strategy documents as well. While we agree with much of the content in these documents, we have some concerns with elements of these documents that we believe are not consistent with Article 9, and we would like the opportunity to discuss and input on these documents further. More generally, as highlighted by Egypt, according to Article 9 of the ITPGRFA, the farmer's right to save, use, exchange, and sell farm-saved seed or propagating material is subject to national law and as appropriate. It should be recognized that there are many justifiable conditions that contracting parties may take into account when seeking to realize farmers' rights in their respective nations, in the interest of the broader societal good, which is a matter of state sovereignty. In some instances of these conditions include measures to control the cultivation of illegal substances, seed laws to ensure the quality of seed that farmers receive, phytosanitary regulations to prevent the spread of disease and viruses, and recognizing breeders' rights. North America recognizes that the phrase subject to national law and as appropriate actually helps the treaty to be mutually supportive of other international instruments as well as national laws. It's incumbent upon us as contracting parties to recognize and respect fellow contracting parties' sovereignty in implementing any right a farmer may have under national law to save, use, exchange, and sell farm-saved seed while appropriately respecting its societal needs. Before I get into specific text changes, I would just like to say that we look forward to working with other regions and contracting parties in building upon our previous consensus and successes and find effective paths forward on this important topic. Regarding the draft resolution, we have several suggestions. First, in paragraph 1, we would wish to take note of the report of the ATEG, and we'd like to echo Japan's request to make the ATEG available for participation through virtual participation so that we can have greater participation and contribution to the report. In line with the European region, we would wish to take note of the draft assessment in paragraph 2 rather than to endorse it. On paragraph 10, recommending the use of the terminology Indigenous peoples and local communities, the North American region would prefer to use the terminology Indigenous peoples, as well as local communities. While Indigenous peoples and local communities is used in some fora, discussions in those fora have recognized problems with that discussion, and in fact, several Indigenous stakeholders have requested for agreements, treaties, and other fora to stop using this term. So we would wish to respect those requests as the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. In paragraph 14, at the end of the paragraph, where it reads, in order to promote the realization of farmers' rights, it should be followed with, in accordance with Article 9 of the International Treaty, to be in line with previous resolutions of the governing body. North America does not support the establishment of a standing committee on farmers' rights, and again, we'd like to echo the request for virtual participation to ATEGs. Within the terms of reference for an ATEG, we would wish to delete paragraph 1, Roman numeral 1, on voluntary guidelines. This was something that was negotiated quite heavily during GB10, and we did not find any consensus to proceed down this path, so we would wish not to reopen this negotiation here. In Roman numeral 2, we would see the outcome of whether this be included would depend on the discussions around the draft assessment. And like others, we would wish to see paragraph 1, Roman numeral 3, deleted, as we do not feel that it's appropriate to be drafting measures for success on the implementation of farmers' rights, as those will vary from contracting party to contracting party. With that, I will stop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Canada, on behalf of North America. I do have Brazil, Sudan, Philippines, Colombia, Tonga, the United Kingdom, Ecuador, Sweden, Congo, Germany, Algeria, and Peru. After the next statement, which will be delivered by Brazil, I close the list of interventions. We do have also the CBD and some CSO and IPC organizations. So far what we still can expect going on this morning. With that, I give the floor to Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil aligns itself with the statement delivered by GRULAC. We generally agree with the draft resolution and would like to highlight and emphasize a few points. Brazil considers farmers' rights to be a fundamental pillar of the treaty, given the enormous contribution of farmers, including indigenous peoples and local communities, to the conservation and use of crop diversity. Brazil supports continual assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty and the draft strategy on possible ways to promote the use of options to encourage, guide, and promote the realization of farmers' rights. Brazil supports the continuation of the work on farmers' rights and recalls that balanced progress between all areas of the treaty is essential. This includes the full recognition of the contributions of farmers, including indigenous peoples and local communities, to the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA, and the urgent need to close persistent gaps in the implementation of Article 9. We recognize that much remains to be done to fully realize farmers' rights. Farmers still lack sufficient support to conserve the genetic diversity of which they are guardians, and effective implementation of Article 9 is indispensable to remedy these. In this context, we are concerned by the limited progress in this agenda and hope that all parties will engage constructively to advance it. Brazil supports the use of the terminology indigenous peoples and local communities in all future treaty work, not only in relevant documents and decisions as stated in paragraph 11, as it aligns with relevant international instruments. This harmonization promotes legal certainty and strengthens the mutual recognition of obligations across international regimes, an essential element for the coherent implementation of benefit sharing provisions. We also recall resolutions 7, 2022 and 7, 2023 adopted at GB 9 and 10, which emphasize the need to consider the possible impact of digital sequence information on farmers' rights in the assessment foreseen under the multi-year program of work. In this regard, we propose inserting a new paragraph after paragraph 15, reproducing the agreed language from those resolutions. We will send the proposals written as asked by and that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brazil. Sudan, followed by the Philippines. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Since I am speaking for the first time, please allow me to express my thanks to the governments of Peru and Switzerland and to you, Mr. Chairperson, and to the Secretariat for all these efforts. I am speaking on behalf of the Near East region. The Near East region thanks the Technical Expert Group on Farmers' Rights and the Secretariat for the efforts made between the two sessions, and it took note of the draft assessment of the status of the implementation of Article 9 of the treaty and the draft strategy on how to mainstream the use of options for the promotion of and the realization of farmers' rights provided in Article 9. Among the most important recommendations, according to the Near East, raising awareness of the importance of plant genetic resources in conflict areas. As you know, in the Near East region, several countries are suffering from conflicts that have affected a lot in a catastrophic way on farmers' rights and on PGRFA. So we would like to raise awareness about the importance of plant genetic resources and the role of farmers in preserving the diversity of crops and the sustainable use at the local, regional, and international levels. The Near East region calls upon the contracting parties to review and harmonize national measures affecting the realization of farmers' rights, particularly legislations, and to drive relevant stakeholders in the regions to have relevant laws, regulations, and instructions, including those relating to the release of varieties and the distribution of seeds, to protect, promote, and implement the rights of farmers as stipulated in Article 9. As appropriate and subject to national legislation, support for informal traditional seed systems and seed propagation or distribution programs, taking into account that the informal seed systems represent more than 70% of this sector. We need to benefit from this announced strategy regarding the mainstreaming of the options regarding farmers' rights with the participation of the region and encouraging regional workshops that bring together farmers and decision makers, training, capacity building, and empowering focal points to play an active role in this regard. And we call upon the Secretariat to support the implementation of farmers' rights as mentioned in Article 9 of the treaty, and calls on the Secretariat to focus on farmers, local communities, and indigenous people in the draft capacity building strategy. And we confirm that DSI is going to affect the implementation of farmers' rights per Article 9 in the Near East region and the developing countries in general because of the weak functional and technological and different capacities of farmers and local communities. Therefore, a mechanism for sharing the benefits arising from the use of the information is important and must be adopted, and support for South-South or North-South cooperation, and supporting the work to realize farmers' rights through a standing committee and to enrich the options and support future realization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sudan, Philippines, followed by Colombia. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Philippines will be speaking on behalf of the Asian region. The Asia region extends its appreciation to the Commission, the Ad hoc Technical Expert Working Group, and the Secretariat for their diligent efforts in preparing the draft assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 and the draft strategy on the promotion of the options for the realization of farmers' rights. These documents provide valuable guidance for strengthening our collective work in advancing the objectives of the treaty. Asia is known for its rich and diverse plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Many of these resources are deeply rooted in the traditions of farming communities, whose farmers are regarded as the custodians of these invaluable resources. Our region reaffirms our deep commitment to the objectives of the treaty, the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources, and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, particularly through the realization of farmers' rights as provided in Article 9. We underscore that farmers' rights, as enshrined in Article 9, are central to the realization of the treaty's objectives. We pay tribute to farmers, indigenous peoples, indigenous cultural communities, and local communities for their invaluable contributions to conservation, development, and sustainable use of plant genetic resources that underpin global food and nutrition security. Their traditional knowledge, innovations, and stewardship remain indispensable to the resilience of agricultural systems in our region. It is therefore our shared responsibility to protect their rights through the full realization of Article 9. There may be divergent views on the options and reconvening of the ad hoc technical expert working group within the region. However, countries continue to undertake meaningful initiatives toward the implementation of farmers' rights. These include establishing mechanisms for the registration and recognition of traditional crop varieties, supporting community seed banks, institutionalizing the participation of farmer representatives in decision-making processes, promoting participatory plant breeding approach, and improving access to quality seeds and benefit-sharing opportunities. These efforts reflect our collective resolve to uphold and strengthen the role of farmers as custodian of biodiversity. Despite this progress, we recognize the challenges persist. Limited awareness, institutional gaps, policy inconsistencies, and resource constraints continue to hinder the full realization of farmers' rights. Addressing these challenges will require enhanced support, strengthened capacities, and closer collaboration at all levels. We also express our strong support for global initiatives that promote dialogue and cooperation. The recently concluded Second Global Symposium on Farmers' Rights, hosted in the Philippines, served as an important platform for contracting parties to exchange experiences, identify challenges, and explore practical solutions to advance the implementation of Article 9. Moving forward, the Asia region stands ready to contribute constructively to the development of future activities for advancing farmers' rights. The Asia region reaffirms its collective vision of an inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future in which farmers remain at the heart of agricultural innovation, biodiversity conservation, and the global effort to ensure food security for present and future generations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, the Philippines. On behalf of Asia, I have Colombia, followed by Tonga. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. As you well know, Colombia has recently ratified the treaty and is in the process of implementing it. Implementation of Article 9 is an opportunity to meet the objectives of the treaty. Among them, recognize the valuable contribution of farmers indigenous peoples and local communities regarding the conservation of their plant genetic resources, and also recognize traditional and ancestral knowledge they have. The opportunity of implementing Article 9 helps to preserve genetic resources inside seed banks and promote the use of native seeds. Along these lines, Chair, just as GRULAC has stated and the countries of the region that preceded me, Colombia supports the transformation of the current expert group into a standing committee on farmers' rights and supports the creation of an international day of observance of farmers' rights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Colombia, I have Tonga, followed by the United Kingdom. Tonga, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Southwest Pacific strongly support the recondition and promotion of the of the farmers' rights under Article 9 of the International Treaty and appreciate the work of the Secretary and all the partners. At the same time, Tonga wishes to highlight some practical and legal considerations specific to Pacific small island developing states. Many of our countries are still developing national legislation related to access and benefit sharing, seed systems, and farmers' rights, which may affect the implementation of Article 9 options. Our farmers' organizations are often small, informal, and preserved across islands, which can make participation in regional workshops, global intensives, and submission to the inventory challenging. We also note that implementing these provisions, including participation in educational incentives, observes, and outreach activities, require technical and financial resources that are often limited in our region. While the resolution is legally and sound, these practical constraints may limit our capacity to fully implement the proposed actions. Tonga therefore encourages continuing support tailored to Pacific sites, including financial assistance, capacity building, facilitation of regional cooperation, and accessible, culturally appropriate materials so that our country can actively contribute to and benefit from the realization of farmers' rights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tonga. I have the United Kingdom, followed by Ecuador. United Kingdom, you have to.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us this opportunity to speak. We align with the European Regional Group statement and wish to make further comments in a national capacity. The United Kingdom wants to highlight some issues that we have with the draft strategy, including the following. Category 10 options are co-chairs' proposals only, rather than an option based on consensus, so we have difficulties including them in the strategy. The definition of DSI has not yet been agreed internationally, so we think it is inappropriate to include activities related to DSI in the strategy. In our view, the strategy must be linked directly to farmers' rights in accordance with Article 9 and should not be broadened beyond this. We have a few other concerns that can be discussed in the contact group, and we look forward to further discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the United Kingdom. Ecuador, followed by Sweden. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize for requesting the floor again, but I'm going to speak on behalf of Ecuador. We are aligned with the GRULAC statement on farmers' rights, but additionally, we'd like to add paragraph 3 in the draft resolution after the support of the governing body to farmers' rights. We welcome the 2026-2029 document on how to promote the use of options to encourage, guide, and promote the realization of farmers' rights as established in Article 9 of the International Treaty. We request the Secretariat to put in place the activities foreseen in that strategy and encourages the contracting parties, farmers' organizations, and other stakeholders to carry out those activities inherent in them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ecuador, Sweden, followed by Congo. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am speaking on behalf of Sweden. We align with European Regional Group and with a statement made by the United Kingdom. However, regarding the draft strategy, we also think it's inappropriate to preempt the work of the funding committee by mentioning a priority for this work for funding by the Benefit Sharing Fund, as this is dealt with under another item. Therefore, this reference does not belong in this document. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sweden, Congo, followed by Germany. Congo, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we take the floor on behalf of the Africa Group, and we want to encourage you in the works of this governing body, and we thank the government of Peru as well as the Secretariat of the Treaty for having made available all the documentation to us for the session. We support the position of Africa and our colleagues from further afield. The immense contribution with regard to the sustainable resources, sustainable genetic resources, and the rights of farmers are universal rights and should be applied by the government and the states. Nevertheless, a number of states are faced with bottlenecks such as absence of legislation and insufficient sensitization. It is the case of my country, Congo. My country supports the draft resolution proposed. Nevertheless, we propose a new paragraph which would commit the contracting parties to their responsibilities. Here's our proposal. After paragraph 3 in the draft, we wish to add an additional paragraph, request that the contracting parties institutionalize at the national level the rights of farmers in order to facilitate their comprehension and the implementation. Additionally, Congo requests the governing body to convert the ad hoc technical group into a standing committee focused on the works in situ. Chair, I thank you. Thank you very much, Congo.
Thank you, Chair. Germany aligns itself with a statement delivered by the European Union and the European region. As you asked us, Chair, to be very specific, we would like to flag 2 additional suggestions for changes to the draft action plan in Annex 1. First, in section D, Roman I, the Secretariat is invited to incorporate several actions into the Benefit Sharing Fund. We suggest this to be deleted, since in our view that steps into the competences of the funding committee. Furthermore, should there be the successful outcome of the MLS negotiations we are all looking for, the funding committee will have a particular focus on how the BSF can support the implementation of the enhanced MLS. In section D, Roman II, there seems to be an activity to invite contracting parties to develop national measures regarding DSI. We would not like to support such activities for two reasons. First, they are not addressed in the options paper on which the strategy is based. And second, there has not yet been any decision on how to address DSI within the context of the treaty, and we think we should strengthen collaboration and multilateral instead of national approaches. And with that, Chair, we confirm our commitment to further constructively advance the work of the implementation of Article 9 on farmers' rights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Germany, Algeria, followed by Peru. Algeria, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président,
Chair, Executive Secretary of the International Treaty, their representatives of the CSOs and farmers. As it is the first time that I am taking the floor, I speak in the name of Algeria, and I wish to, first of all, express our profound gratitude to the government of Peru for its hospitality and its commitment to welcoming this 11th governing body. We wish to thank as well the government of Switzerland for its co-financing of this critical meeting, and we reiterate our full support to the Secretariat for its efforts deployed in ensuring farmers' rights. We salute the quality of the documentation, the work submitted for our review, the reports, in particular ITGB 11/25/13 and other documents for our deliberation. I wish to thank and as well and support the proposals of GRULAC and Asia. We know that significant progress has been made with regard to farmers' rights. However, the International Symposium on the Rights of Farmers calls upon us to recognize the need, the fundamental needs. And so today we cannot simply recognize farmers' rights in text, but they must be rendered tangible rights for the farmers. And this symposium showed that the rights of farmers must become concrete in the implementation of laws in partnership with the stakeholders. As such, farmers must be fully integrated in all of the decision-making processes. In the mechanisms of the treaty must be given due consideration, particularly for rural communities and for farmers who are the guardians of biodiversity. As such, Algeria notes with great concern the persistence of major challenges, particularly the gap between the tools and strategies, the synergy between different pillars of the treaty aimed to benefit the farmers in a tangible way. This has been confirmed by Article 9, and I make reference to ITGB 11/25/13.3, referencing the rights of farmers around 3 pillars and legislative conformity. Refer to the creation of national platforms and the launching of specialized programs for farmers. We are convinced that our contribution, our constructive contribution in the resolution of any challenges identified, Algeria reiterates our support for the proposal made by the 3 regions of Africa, GRULAC, and Asia. Nevertheless, we do wish to make some proposals, notably for paragraph 3, encourages contracting parties and other stakeholders. We wish to include intellectual property in order to ensure greater rights, and we ask the Secretariat to engage with this theme so that we can look into more feasible options for farmers on the national scale. We ask the Secretariat, in collaboration with the Ad hoc Technical Expert Group, to develop directives with regard to Article 9 in the national plans in the interest of greater biodiversity and facilitate the harmonization by contracting parties. For paragraph 5, we wish to propose an additional paragraph supporting the Ad hoc Technical Expert Group should be transformed into a standing committee, and we wish to request that this transformation be integrated into the work plan and budget for the fiscal year 2026-2027. In paragraph 6, we wish to include the launching of new programs for integrated projects aimed at biodiversity conservation, and in particular in regards to diversity. We wish for donors to allocate specific resources to this program, in particular the Benefit Sharing Fund, in its strategy, in its multilateral system strategy. We wish to propose Article 18 bis. With other regions we wish to set up with contracting parties, the greater participation of farmers' organizations, and we request that the Secretariat submits this mechanism for the adoption during the 12th session. Ladies and gentlemen, this international symposium is a beacon of change that should initiate effective recognition of farmers' rights. Together, through a renewed partnership and determined action, we can ensure just, equitable, and resilient farming, not just for Africa, but for our region. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Algeria.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Reiterating our thanks to the Secretariat for the document submitted on farmers' rights, I would like to make a few comments on what has already been said by GRULAC and Peru. Although we have stated our overall agreement with the draft resolution, we deem it necessary to highlight a few elements that require attention and strengthening. First of all, we'd like to note that farmers' rights are one of the least developed pillars in the implementation of the treaty, despite the contributions made by farmers towards conservation, breeding, and sustainable use of crop biodiversity. There are significant gaps still between the commitments undertaken by the parties and the specific actions to guarantee the application of or enforcement of these rights at the local and global levels. In line with what was stated by my colleagues from Ecuador and Colombia, Peru supports the continuity of the assessment on the enforcement of Article 9, but we require that this be more rigorous and targeted to verifiable outcomes. The draft strategy should move towards clearer binding mechanisms to incentivize or encourage, guide, and ensure the enforcement of farmers' rights. Category 10 options are of the co-chairs, and many of them will call for a thorough discussion before being considered as consolidated options. In line with what GRULAC has stated, we reiterate our proposal to establish the International Day of Observance of Farmers' Rights. And here I'd like to state that it's not only something symbolic. I believe it's a fundamental policy tool that will allow to provide visibility to the historical debt we have with farmers, generating greater commitment from the state and the international community. Finally, regarding paragraph 5 of the draft resolution, Peru proposes to turn the ad hoc expert group into a standing committee on farmers' rights with clear terms of reference, appropriate resources, and continuity between sessions. The temporary nature of these mechanisms has limited the effectiveness of the work carried out, and a standing body would allow to make true progress in implementing this essential pillar of the treaty. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Peru. I have Argentina followed by Bhutan. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. A very brief intervention to thank you for the work carried out and the report of the Secretariat, and Argentina is fully aligned with the statement made by GRULAC, and we want to support the creation of a permanent or a standing body to promote the rights of farmers as stated by the Ecuadorian and Peruvian delegations. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Bhutan, followed by Kenya. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to the statement delivered by the Philippines on behalf of Asia region, we wish to make small comments on the draft resolution 2025 on implementation of Article 9. On paragraph 2, after the implementation of Article 9, we wish to add and, if applicable, address the gaps and impediments indicated in the assessment. Then, under paragraph 3, we wish to suggest deleting, noting that the options under category 10 are co-chair's proposal, as it is already indicated in the footnote. And under the same paragraph, that is paragraph 3, we suggest deleting in accordance with their needs and priorities as appropriate and subject to national legislation. Instead, we wish to suggest replacing it with, and additionally urges contracting parties to implement the draft strategy 2006-2009. Then, under paragraph 5, we wish to suggest the consideration or to consider the proposal made yesterday on the creation of standing committee. So instead of deciding to reconvene the ad hoc technical expert group for the 2026-2027, create standing committee with the terms and conditions or terms of reference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bhutan. we have about 10 minutes more of interpretation time, and I intend to use this, so we can continue till about 1:10. Kenya, followed by Norway. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya recognizes the fundamental importance of farmers' rights as a cornerstone of global food security and the maintenance of agricultural biodiversity. Farmers as custodians of plant genetic resources have contributed immensely to the conservation, sustainable use, and development of these resources across generations. Kenya therefore remains committed to upholding and promoting these rights within its national legal framework while advancing the conservation of agrobiodiversity and the regulation of access and benefit sharing consistent with international obligations. In this regard, Kenya firmly aligns itself with the collective position of the African region on farmers' rights as presented by Niger. We appreciate the comprehensive work undertaken by the Ad hoc Technical Committee Group on Farmers' Rights as presented in the 3 reports: the report to the 11th session of the Governing Body on Farmers' Rights, the draft assessment on the implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty, and the draft strategy to promote the realization of farmers' rights under Article 9. Kenya particularly welcomes the recommendation to designate an international day dedicated to celebrating farmers' rights. Such recognition serves not only as a powerful reminder to humanity of the vital role farmers have played and continue to play in preserving agrobiodiversity and ensuring sustainable global food systems, but also brings additional benefits. It raises global awareness of farmers' contributions, strengthens the political commitment to protect and promote their rights, and fosters greater participation of farmers in decision-making processes at all levels. Furthermore, it encourages the sharing of traditional knowledge and best practices, promotes equitable benefit sharing from the use of plant genetic resources, and enhances support for policies and programs that empower farmers economically and socially. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya, and Norway, followed by Italy. Norway.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of Norway. Norway aligns itself with the statement of the European Region Group on agenda item on farmers' rights. At this point, I would just like to make a clarification regarding category 10 of the options. We agree with North America that we should not reopen items that have already been resolved at previous GB meetings. Thus, for clarification, the topic of category 10 was dealt with at the governing body session 9. The consensus was to include a footnote to capture that this was the co-chair's proposal, and as such, the GB took note of the options as a whole. The GB9 also requested the Secretariat to publish the options with category 10, including the footnote. GB10 decided to mandate ATEG to provide advice to GB11 on how the use of the options as contained in the annex to Resolution 7/2022 for the implementation of Article 9 in the International Treaty can be promoted. This involves the whole document, including category 10 with its footnotes. Thus, we should stick to our decisions and our agreed treaty language. Norway is committed to finding solutions to the different opinions voiced here today in the upcoming contact group. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. And we have Italy as the last contracting party to speak. Italy, after all.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is the first time Italy takes the floor, we would like to take the opportunity to thank the governments of Peru and Switzerland for the organization of this governing body and Peru for its warm hospitality. Italy aligns its position to the one of the European Regional Group and would like to add some comments. Since the beginning, Italy has always supported the plant treaty and took care of its full implementation and in all its provisions. We believe that farmers' rights is a key provision of the treaty. There is room for cooperation and dialogue across regions, and we hope that during this week we can come up with an inclusive resolution and concrete terms of reference for the work of the next biennium of the ad hoc technical expert group. In particular, we support the approval of the strategy and its action plan during this governing body, with eventually some changes to be discussed during the week. Making this action plan already functional in the next biennium will be crucial for implementing farmers' rights. For example, within the action plan, we think that supporting North-South cooperation across regions can be a way to fill gaps and share good experiences on the implementation of farmers' rights. At the same time, we consider relevant for the next ATEC to develop a draft action plan to be presented at the next governing body to address identified gaps and needs from the assessment, taking into account the specificity of all the regions. As Italy, we are open to listen to suggestions and comments from all the regions during this week in order to finalize the role of the ATEC in the next biennium. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Italy. And I was a little bit too quick saying that Italy was the last a contracting party. I have Cameroon, then followed by the observers. Cameroon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, let me really congratulate you, the Chair, because as a Swiss national, you've done everything to interest your government in the entire process of this GB11. And you, as an individual, should be appreciated for that. And we want to align ourselves with the comment made by Niger and Congo on these issues of farmers' rights. Cameroon is doing everything possible to apply measures to promote farmers' rights, especially with the help of the civil society organization working hard in this process, but also by the recognitions of the farmers' contribution and the indigenous people in the conservation and development of PGRFA. The right of farmers should be, as outlined in Article 9, should be really recognized and put in front of the work of the treaty. We may come back during the discussions to share some of our understanding on the draft resolutions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Cameroon. Je vois.
Thank you, Cameroon. I see Congo wishes to take the floor again. Thank you, Chair, once again for allowing me to speak. And this is really important because I forgot previously when I spoke. We are speaking again for the Africa Regional Group on the agenda of the day, and we thank you for the smooth flow of our deliberations, and we thank the government of Peru and Switzerland for the joint organization of this session. We wish to thank as well the Secretariat of the International Treaty for having made available all of the requisite documentation for the current session, sensitization of farmers and about farmers' rights. It depends on strong mobilization during the ad hoc group. The Congo was absolutely entranced by the presentations, and particularly the International Day of the Rights of Farmers. And today, we are in the process of rolling out consultations. Great efforts are being deployed, and it is for this reason that we request In order to ensure the rights of farmers, we request that the governing body supports these new laws. And Chair, I wish to thank you and I hand over to the governing bodies for their support in this initiative. Thank you. Thank you very much to Congo.
By first CSO, CBD, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Under the Convention on Biological Diversity, the traditional knowledge, innovations, and practices of indigenous peoples and local communities are central to achieving the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits. They are also central to the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The Global Biodiversity Framework includes a focus on the rights and contributions of Indigenous peoples and local communities, including the rights of Indigenous peoples over their traditional territories. It also underlines the importance of including traditional knowledge systems and diverse worldviews towards nature, including the concept of Mother Earth. The framework also recognizes the role of environmental defenders. As described in the reports on cooperation submitted by the CBD Secretariat for item 16.3 of this meeting, the report which is available as information document 16.3/inf1, the Conference of the Parties to the Convention adopted a number of decisions on the implementation of Article 8J and other provisions of the Convention related to Indigenous peoples and local communities at its 16th meeting held in October 2024. In Decision 16/4, the Conference of the Parties adopted the Program of Work on Article 8J and other provisions of the Convention on Biological Diversity related to Indigenous peoples and local communities to 2030, as contained in the annex to the decision. The Program of Work consists of 8 elements and 29 tasks to be carried out by different actors. All of the elements of the Program of Work are relevant to the implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty. Also, in Decision 16/5, the Conference of the Parties established the subsidiary body on Article 8J and other provisions of the Convention related to Indigenous peoples and local communities. The first meeting of the subsidiary body was held from 27 to 30th October 2025 in Panama. Among other things, the subsidiary body began to advance work on different tasks set out in the Program of Work, in particular with regard to guidelines to strengthen the legal and policy framework for the implementation of Targets 2 and 3 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, including on Indigenous and traditional territories, to support the protection and restoration practices led by Indigenous peoples and local communities. Guidelines for the inclusion and consideration of traditional lands and of resource use in spatial planning processes and environmental impact assessments, and reviewing and updating as needed the voluntary glossary of key terms and concepts within the context of Article 8J and related provisions of the Convention in light of the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The subsidiary body prepared draft decisions on these matters that will be further considered by the Conference of the Parties to the Convention at its 17th meeting to be held next October in Yerevan, Armenia. The CBD Secretariat has been pleased to collaborate with the International Treaty on matters related to Indigenous peoples and local communities and farmers' rights during the last biennium, and we look forward to continuing this collaboration in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the CBD. I quickly consult whether we still have a few minutes left of interpretation time. I see the interpreters making a cross, so we will stop here. We will take up this item after the lunch break at 3 o'clock sharp. I do have two CSO organizations, one IPC, and the seed industry on the list of speakers. The list is herewith closed, and then we will draw some conclusions and see how we continue on this item. Have a wonderful lunch and see you at 3 o'clock. But before you leave, there are some announcements by the Secretariat. Kent, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There are two groups meeting this afternoon. The Credentials Committee, they're probably already informed, will be meeting this afternoon at 2 p.m. on the 6th floor. That is 1 tier 2. Room 1 tier, that is room 605 on the 6th floor. And then the Budget Committee will also meet at 2 p.m. at Kayamakilya room, in room 409 on the 4th floor, just for 1 hour to enable them get the initial introduction to the budget document and for them to decide on their plan of work. In addition to that, there are also side events taking place today. You're invited to go. Then also, as you would have seen on the screens, there's a special exhibition going on at level 1. Very beautiful exhibition with Peruvian seeds and products that are showcasing them, very special, as well as a special exhibition by a number of international organizations and CG centers with the Crop Trust, showing the infinite loop of how seeds, go from seeds to plants back to seeds. So you're all invited to have a look at that. It ends tomorrow and is from 9 to 7 p.m. every day.
Thank you very much, Kent. With that, the plenary is adjourned. See you back here at 3 o'clock. Bon appetit. Back to a plenary, a afternoon session. Let's begin. We still have a few speakers on the list of speakers. It's all observers, so I note that the contracting parties had the opportunity to say what they needed to say. I turn to a CSO. Please identify yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Ellen Capeleta, and I'm from Center for Environmental Policy and Advocacy, CEPA, Malawi. I am speaking on behalf of the civil society organizations participating here at GB11. The implementation of farmers' rights is essential for agricultural biodiversity and food security, so we must address the gaps and barriers outlined in the 2025 draft assessment on farmers' rights. To achieve this, we suggest the following amendments to the draft resolution. Establish a permanent working body on farmers' rights, moving beyond an ad hoc committee, and consider the scope of work needed to address gaps and barriers to farmers' rights. Approve and adopt the draft strategy 2026 to 2029 on how options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights can be advanced as developed by the expert group in response to the governing body's request through Resolution 7/2023 on the implementation of farmers' rights during its 10th session. In paragraph 10, the plant treaty, particularly Article 9.1, uses the term indigenous communities and farmers, so there's no need to use a different term to emphasize farmers' rights. Adopt a rights-based approach to promote agricultural biodiversity and food security for everyone, making sure that no one is left behind. To support this, the terms of reference for the permanent working body should include develop a draft action plan for the governing body that incorporates a human rights-based approach to address the identified gaps and needs from the assessment to help contracting parties implement farmers' rights. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I have IPC followed by another SC civil society organization. IPC, you have the floor.
Ok, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je m'appelle Alimata Traoré.
Thank you, Chair. I come from Mali, and I'm here on behalf of IPCC. To address the rights of farmers.
To achieve, and we're working to achieve the rights of farmers. So now on farmers' rights, my colleague and myself participated in the 2 meetings of the farmers' rights group, and we would like to address a couple of essential points. I'll try and not speak for too long, but first of all, we urge the governing body to recognize farmers' rights as collective rights, and this is something we've always said. Peasant and indigenous seeds are indissociable from the communities that developed them, conserved them, and adapted them over a point to be added on the strategy for options for the promotion of the implementation. This strategy is subject to in-depth discussions during the 5th and 6th meetings of the expert groups on farmers' rights on measures for agricultural development, with meaningful contributions from farmers. And we must be able to use them. We think that Ecuador's proposal, as well as the one from the governments that supported Ecuador's proposal, we'd like to align with them. Peru, in their proposal, said that the International Day for Farmers is not so much a day of celebration, but a day where we're paying back our debt to the farmers because we owe them so much. Now, on the implementation of farmers' rights, we are disappointed by the lack of progress made by the contracting parties in terms of the adoption of domestic policy and legislation to recognise, protect and support peasant and indigenous seed systems. Thus, we call upon the contracting parties to remember that farmers' rights are not voluntary principles. What they are obligations that require a comprehensive and concrete implementation of Article 9. We would like to see paragraph 6 of the resolution to be clarified as a result. Now, on paragraph 5 of the resolution, we express our support to the proposal made by GRULAC to turn the expert group into a permanent committee on farmers' rights. However, since we are the rights holders, we call for the effective rights of smallholders, in particular centres of origin, to be a priority for this committee. Finally, we strongly reaffirm the points raised by SIP under agenda item 9, and we call for an impact assessment to be carried out on the rights of farmers and for this to be included in the mandate of the Standing Committee on Farmers' Rights. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Madame, d'avoir partagé.
Thank you, Madam, for sharing your point of view.
Followed by seed industry. CSO, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ricardo.
Good afternoon, I'm Ricardo Tapopica from the Potato Association, speaking on behalf of the network of biocultural corridors in Peru. We have the oldest genetic lab worldwide. Our Andean territory represents 30 ecosystems recognized globally as center of origin. Meanwhile, germplasma banks preserve seeds over time. We evolve and exit the climate crisis that have recognition and territorial. We want this to be recognized as the most efficient strategy for on-site conservation. This conservation calls for governance, and therefore we request that this territory be declared strategic areas for food security, free from extractive industries that commit our soil or affect our soil and our water. Secondly, Article 9 cannot continue being an aspiration. We demand the right to use, sell, exchange our native seeds, and that this prevails without any exceptions over and above any legislation on intellectual property or industrial patents. The exchange of ancestral seeds must happen. We need mechanisms that put a brake on biopiracy. Thirdly, direct financial resources from the current financing system. If we do the technical work of keeping the genetic diversities. We require that financial resources go directly to the communities, and we call for a financing window for indigenous peoples within the BSF. Intermediaries have been eliminated, and these funds reinforce our structure, the transmission of knowledge. Thirdly, digital justice and sequencing should not be a backdoor to avoid benefit sharing or any gain stemming from the use of our crops. We must have a fair return on the crops of the communities of origin, and we want to accelerate the repatriation of seeds from the Global Bank. We must protect our territory and thus global life, and you would thus ensure that when monocultures face pests or extreme climate events, you'll still have a place to come to obtain genetic responses. We will provide the land, the seeds, millennial wisdom, but you should provide a fair legal framework. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters.
Thank you very much indeed. I have as final speakers seed industry. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to provide the seed industry's input on farmers' rights matters before this governing body. Agriculture is the most important source of jobs and livelihoods for many of the most vulnerable people in rural areas, including women and local populations. For farmers, the seed sector is a significant source of income because it provides better seeds in terms of improved yields, resistance, resilience, adaptability, and crop knowledge. Yet, only 10% of the world's smallholder farmers access quality seeds. Therefore, the seed industry has a significant role to play in the promotion of sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth by developing and producing varieties that are locally adapted to farmers' needs. The seed industry is engaged in activities aiming to ensure that farmers around the world are able to access the seed of their choice at the right time and in the right place. We must all work together in an inclusive way to achieve this goal. In this context, the treaty focuses on creating an enabling environment for the realization of farmers' rights, and especially farmers' well-being, through collaborations with public and private entities, including the seed industry. Farmers' rights are realized through modernized agriculture. Advancements in innovation and tools to incentivize them do not prejudice or otherwise limit farmers' rights. The breeder's exemption ensures that further research and development can be conducted with respect to a protected variety. I would also like to re-emphasize that farmers' rights, as provided for in Article 9 of the treaty, are left at the latitude of contracting parties as to their implementation in national legislation. This is reflected in the assessment of the state of implementation of Article 9 submitted to the attention of this governing body. The seed industry welcomes the recommendation in the draft strategy of the ad hoc technical expert group that farmers' rights are not to be implemented with a one-size-fits-all approach. Instead, their implementation should indeed be adapted to specific contexts, national laws, needs, and available resources. Agricultural systems, farm structure, farm sizes, types of farmers, crops cultivated, and other factors differ from country to country and correspondingly call for a tailored implementation of farmers' rights at the national level. As the governing body will decide about the continuation of the ACTEG in coherence with the proposed strategy and plan of action, the seed industry would like to hereby express our willingness to remain involved in developing this framework alongside other stakeholders in consideration of the pertinent and useful experience of the seed industry. Particularly, we would like to showcase our efforts for the realization of farmers' rights, for example, through the preparation of case studies on farmers' rights. Thank you.
Thank you, seed industry. This brings us to the end of the first round of discussions on farmers' rights. It has been a very interesting discussion, a very rich discussion. It also showed that the issues in front of us, before us, are complex. That is why I call for the establishment of a contact group on farmers' rights. After consultation with the Bureau, I propose that it be chaired by the same co-chairs as the expert group, meaning Modesta Cachapila and Kim van Saters. With regard to the composition, this would look as follows. Up to 5 spokespersons from Asia, Africa, Europe, and GRULAC each. Up to 2 from the Near East, North America, and the Southwest Pacific each. And then you would have up to 2 representatives, so spokesperson from the observers, stakeholder groups, CSO, farmers organizations, industry, and research. Can I take it that there is agreement in the room for this contact group? I don't see any opposition, so it is. With regards to the substance, the contact group should address future work, so any elements of future work. Should address terms of reference for the body that will deal with this, so either a technical expert group or the other proposal, the standing committee. And it will also present a revised draft resolution to plenary. With regards to the speaking observers, they would speak as common practice by invitation only, and at the end of the session, they would they are provided with the opportunity to share broad reactions to the contact group work, but have to refrain from proposing negotiation text or taking part in the negotiations. This would also be an open-ended contact group, meaning all non-speaking contracting parties and other observers would be able to join the group as observers. With that, I would like to suspend the discussion of this item. I will also still mention when you would meet. The contact group would meet tonight at 7:30 till 9 o'clock for its first meeting. It would then also meet again Wednesday afternoon. The time we would still announce, as well as the place. I think the Secretariat will make an announcement for that. Thank you very much. So we have a short break to rearrange. We will move on to the Global Information System. So before I open the agenda item 11, let me remind you to send in your statements and your proposal for changes in the resolutions. This is indeed important so that the Secretariat can deliver the next version of the draft resolutions in time, and that we don't have to wait for further discussions. Now, I would like to open agenda item 11 on the Global Information System. I invite the Secretariat to present the relevant work document. Francisco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Secretary is introducing working document 11, which provides an overview of developments in the implementation and operations of the Global Information System since the last session. The Scientific Advisory Committee held its 6th meeting in May this year and advised the Secretary on the operations of the GLIS and the implementation of the program of work. The report of the committee is online and has been made available for this session. The document contains the highlights of the report of the Scientific Advisory Committee. The document also reports on the development and adoption of digital object identifier toys. At the time of preparation of the report, gene banks, plant breeders, and other PGRFA holders had assigned more than 2 million DOIs. The report contains metrics of material by genus and refers to the new institutions that have registered DOIs since the 10th session. The report also provides an overview of the updates and improvement of the GLIS portal. The content of the directory of link has been expanded to more than 500 entries. The homepage has also been revised. The content of the toolbox on sustainable use of PGRFA has been expanded and improved in addition to other enhancements to the inventory and farmers' rights also displayed online in this portal. The collaboration with relevant partners, the Secretariat has promoted the use of descriptors for crop-wide relative, conserve in situ, and provided advice also for the development of national inventories of crop-wide relative. Moreover, it has also launched a module for documentation of crop-wide relative through the GLIS portal and developed crop descriptor lists for 2 new crops, olives and peas. The document reports on other partnerships, including the early warning system on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, views, Genesis, and the documentation system, information system of SADC Plant Genetic Resources Center, WebSDs, the European Search Catalog for Plant Genetic Resources, EURISCO, and the CGR information system. Moreover, the collaboration with Green Global and the Green Global Community Edition has continued to be helpful in supporting gene banks, both for GLIS and for the MLS operations. Before concluding, I would like to refer to the ongoing collaboration with the International Olive Council, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, and the CBD ABS Clearing House reported in the document. The governing body is invited to take note of this progress report and provide any guidance it considers appropriate. The document contains the elements for a draft resolution in Annex 3. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Francisco. I would like also to thank Imke Thormann of Germany and Federica Condon of Uruguay for having co-chaired the 6th meeting of the Scientific Advisory Committee. I now open the floor for general comments and suggestions to the draft resolution contained in Annex 3 of document 11. The floor is open. I recognize the Netherlands, followed by Uruguay. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of the European Regional Group, and we thank the Secretariat for preparing the report on the implementation of the Global Information System, GLIS. We welcome the progress made towards the implementation of the program of work on the Global Information System, including the redesign of the GLIS homepage, as well as the continued work on development of descriptors and the fruitful collaboration with other initiatives. We acknowledge the importance of permanent unique identifiers for PGRFA management, and we appreciate the promotion and, on a voluntary basis, the registration and use of digital object identifiers, DOIs. We welcome the 2 new descriptor lists and the new module for in situ conservation of the crop wild relatives in the GLIS portal, the expansion of the directory of links and of the toolbox for sustainable use of PGRFA, and the integration of the inventory of farmers' rights, national measures, best practices, and lessons learned. Furthermore, we recognize and value the ongoing collaboration with VIEWS, Genesis, Eurisco, and the CGR GMANC initiative and other initiatives, and encourage the Secretariat to strengthen these partnerships even further in order to maximize synergies and mutual support in the arena of PGR information management. We also thank the members of the Scientific Advisory Committee for their efforts, and we support reconvening the committee in the next biennium, subject to the availability of financial resources in order to continue to receive its valuable advice. Mr. Chair, we support the draft resolution with 2 suggestions for additions in the paragraphs 9 and 10, and at its 9th meeting, the Scientific Advisory Committee requested to be informed about important additional details, such as the type of material registered in GLIS, the rationale for assigning DOIs to each record in the inventory of farmers' rights, and the GLIS budget. With regard to GSI, we request an addition according to the agreed language in Resolution 5/2023. And I thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to read the amendments to the draft resolution?
Thank you. If they are short, yes, please.
I think they're short. In point 5, we want to replace the word invite to request the Secretariat to continue the collaboration with these entities, etc. Under point 9, we would like to add the sentence including providing the additional data and information as requested by the committee on its 6th meeting. And under 10, Under 10, we would like to insert after related to in the first sentence the conservation and use of PGRFA with relevance to digital, and the rest is there already. We'll send the changes to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Netherlands. On behalf of Europe, I have Uruguay, followed by the United Arab Emirates. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. This intervention is on behalf of GRULAC. We wish to thank the Secretariat for such an overarching report, and also the Scientific Advisory Committee of the Global Information System for their valuable work. Overall, our region agrees with the paragraphs of the draft resolution in Annex 3, document ITGB 11/25/11. However, we would like to make a few comments and set forth a few considerations that are especially important for the countries of our region. In paragraph 5, we request replacing takes note by encourages. In paragraph 6, after the sentence take note of the progress made in the promotion of use of digital object, it identifies DOIs, include the words in germplasm banks. In paragraph 7, we request that after the phrase request the Secretary to promote capacity development, the following be included: transfer of technology and the quest for financial resources, to then continue as the paragraph currently appears in the draft resolution. In paragraph 9, we request that after the sentence decides to reconvene the Scientific Advisory Committee with the same terms of reference as the previous biennium, and subject to the availability of financial resources to hold at least one meeting in presence and, if necessary, additional virtual meetings, the following be included, both with simultaneous interpretation. In paragraph 10, we request that after the phrase of relevant processes within other relevant international instruments and fora, the following be included with a view to their mutual strengthening. Finally, in paragraph 13, we request that after the sentence invites contracting parties, other governments and stakeholders, bearing in mind Article 18 of the International Treaty, the following be included, particularly Article 18.4, subparagraphs B and C. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Grulak of the United Arab Emirates, followed by the United States. United Arab Emirates, you have the floor.
شكرا سيدة. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to seize this opportunity. Since I am speaking for the first time at this meeting, we would like to thank the governments of Switzerland and Peru for hosting this meeting. I am pleased to speak on behalf of the Near East region. The Near East region welcomes the developments made in the context of the GIS and considers it to be a positive step towards enhancing transparency and exchange of scientific information, especially when it comes to biodiversity and genetic data. However, the region believes there's an urgent need to establish clear mechanisms that guarantee the rights of developing countries to access and use data equitably in accordance with the principles of justice and equity and benefit sharing. The Near East region emphasizes the importance of that in case of integrating digital sequencing information, the agreement should be done after agreement on benefits sharing, so that the holders of genetic resources can use this information in a just way. And the region underscores the importance of investing in building technical and human capacities in the region in order to ensure the effective utilization of the system and its application in supporting national and regional policies related to biodiversity. The region also expresses its appreciation for the efforts deployed by the Secretariat and the contracting parties to enhance the multilateral system, and GLIS in its capacity of being a mechanism to enhance transparency, exchange of information, and enhancing international cooperation in the conservation of plants and foods and their sustainable use. And the region also underscores that GLIS is a basic pillar in implementing the objectives of the treaty, especially in terms of enabling countries to use the available resources and making them available, sharing them, and it underscores also the need on developing a clear definition for the genetic GSD and DSI. It also underscores the need to handle the relation between GLIS and the digital genetic material by laying clear principles in order to link the DSI to the system without infringement on the privacy of states or infringing on its sovereignty. And any expansion in data, digital data, should be discussed, especially when it comes to benefit share, bioresources.
Thank you very much, the United Arab Emirates. I have the United States of America, followed by Nepal, and then I have Brazil. That would conclude the list of contracting parties. Thank you. So you to make use of the statement of the United States in case you would like to press the button for an intervention. Afterwards, I would close this list of speakers. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the North American region. The North American region appreciates the active work undertaken by the Secretariat for the implementation of the Global Information System, GLIS. The GLIS portal lists a limited number of databases and is not very useful as an information hub for PGRFA data. In our view, the GLIS portal should function primarily as a discovery and pointer system to other national, regional, and international databases rather than as a parallel accession database. It is clear from the report that the major emphasis is being placed by the Secretariat on the work of assigning DOIs and assembling single accession-based data. Therefore, the focus of the GLIS has been on assigning DOIs to PGRFA, meaning that the GLIS has created a database that duplicates information that holders of the germplasm have in their own databases. Some of their own well-established PUIs, the persistent unique identifiers, and also duplicates information that is stored in existing databases mandated to provide information on single accession level, such as views and genesis. As GLIS and DOI are also increasingly referenced in discussions on digital sequence information and genetic sequence data, the DSI-GSD in question, the North American region emphasizes the GLIS should remain a technical tool for interoperability and information exchange and should not be repurposed into a de facto compliance or tracking mechanism, which is not intended purpose of the GLIS. The Secretariat needs to be mindful that the GLIS is supposed to be based on existing information systems as requested in Treaty Article 17 and does not need to repeat functions that these databases already have. If the GLIS is restricted to MLS material, that is material in Annex 1 of the IT-PGRFA, then it will never be a comprehensive source of information on PGRFA generally. The report IT-GB 11-2511 notes that DOIs are also being assigned to materials not in the MLS, including materials distributed by gene banks using the SMTA for non-Annex 1 crops. All of this makes a pool of PGRFA with an associated DOI a very unstructured mixture and doesn't seem to take into account the PGRFA that has already been systematically assigned with PUIs. It is required that the Treaty Secretariat be more transparent and structured in its reporting of what material has DOIs and what purpose, including at a minimum disaggregation by MLS versus non-MLS material, by Annex 1 status, and by type of provider. With respect to these recommendations, the North American region has specific language change recommendations in the draft resolution. It'll be quick if I can go over at least a few, the rest have been sent to you. On number 4, with respect to the existing descriptor lists that pre-exist, such as the one published by FAO Bioversity descriptors, UPOF descriptors, we request changing the language after promote the use of standardized descriptor lists existing for many crops. On number 6, we suggest inserting a paragraph with 2 statements, request the Secretariat to report on the impact of assigning DOIs to in situ and ex situ management of PGRFA, and request the future reporting by the Secretariat on assigned DOIs distinguishes among DOIs for unique ex situ accessions for batches or putative duplicates of ex situ accession within or among gene banks, for material under development from Article 15 session, which is probably a committee, to advise on closer cooperation, interoperation, or merging of GLIS and views. We are also requesting deleting number 12 because we believe that that is irrelevant to GLIS. And a minor change on number 13 is to add assist contracting parties with strengthening national PGRFA databases. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to US. Well, there's now a few comments, or were these the comments? Thank you. I have Nepal, followed by Brazil. Nepal, you have the floor.
Respected Chair, Nepal is pleased to make this statement on behalf of Asia region. We take note of the global information system as outlined in document IT/GB 11/25/11. As we are aware, the international treaty was established to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization. The Asia region believes that the effective implementation of the treaty relies on strong and transparent information exchange among contracting parties and beyond. Such exchanges are essential for supporting research, deploying new crop varieties, and promoting the sustainable use of plant genetic resources, with efforts that play a crucial role in mitigating the impacts of climate change related challenges and loss of biodiversity, as well as on achieving sustainable development goals. Asia region would also like to highlight that in many countries in Asia region, the number of active GLIS users remain very low, and the impact of GLIS use has not yet been adequately assessed. To strengthen its usefulness, the region encourages the development of country-specific functionalities within GLIS, along with enhanced modules that address ex situ, in situ, and on-farm conservation. These would greatly improve national engagement and help ensure that all components of conservation are properly documented and utilized. We emphasize that information shared through the multilateral system, including commercialization and benefit sharing data, should be fully captured within GLIS. This requires ongoing improvements in interoperability, transparency tools for users' rights and obligation, and stronger links between GLIS and advanced technologies. Capacity development remains critical, particularly because many Asian countries face resource constraints in documentation, data management, and DOI assignment, and therefore require increased technical and financial support. Asia region wishes to highlight several additional considerations. Many countries have yet to complete DOI assignment for their collections, limiting the ability of GLIS to provide comprehensive global information on patented genotypes, related technologies and materials under development, as well as data on finished products should be incorporated to strengthen transparency and completeness. Clear transparency mechanisms are needed to ensure that users fully understand their rights and obligations when using information within GLIS. Asian region believes that addressing these issues will strengthen GLIS and enhance the ability of all regions to conserve and use plant genetic resources effectively and equitably. Strengthening GLIS through improved technological integration and expanded capacity development activities will be vital for ensuring its effective use, especially in deploying countries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Nepal for Asia, Brazil, followed by Kenya. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, Brazil aligns itself with the statement delivered by GRULAC. In our national capacity, Brazil supports the proposed text and wishes to underscore that the effective functioning of GLIS relies fundamentally on the strengthening of national capacities. In this regard, we would highlight the need for technology transfer and capacity building initiatives that can improve national databases, facilitate access to the GLIS portal, and enable the development of inventories of crop wild relatives. We would also emphasize that discussions related to DSI should be guided by an approach of mutual supportiveness between the treaty and other relevant international fora. This principle should steer the work of the Scientific Advisory Committee moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Kenya, followed by Papua New Guinea. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya takes the floor on behalf of the Africa region. The Africa delegation would like to appreciate the Secretariat for the progress made during the intersessional period on the implementation of program of work on GLIS, as reported this relevant document, and as well as the timely preparation of the documents under this agenda item. The assistance the Secretariat continues to provide to users in the assignation of digital object identifiers to PGRFA and supporting countries in the development of national inventories of crop world relatives is particularly commendable. We reiterate the critical role played by DOIS to enhance transparency in sharing and utilization of PGRFA, as well as avoiding build-up of redundancies among collections. The Africa region, therefore, encourages parties and all institutions with germplasm collections to embrace assignation of DOIs to their collections despite their application being voluntary. The Africa delegation further calls for support in the development of inventories of the region's crop world relatives, as well as their ex situ and in situ conservation. Mr. Chair, as you may be aware, crop world relatives in Africa continue to face imminent genetic erosion exacerbated by changes in land use and climate change. Their effective conservation is yet to attract the requisite attention they deserve. The African region is thus in support of paragraph 6 of the draft resolution, as this is the right step towards safeguarding crop world relatives from further genetic erosion. Mr. Chair, as all of us may also recollect, the governing body did mandate the Scientific Committee on GLIS through Resolution 5/2023 to continue considering scientific and technical issues related to the conservation and use of PGRFA and the implications of the relevant outcomes of COP15 of the CBD and their implementation on the program of work of GLIS in future years with relevance to DSI GZD as they relate to Article 17. The committee, through the Secretary, did monitor the development both at COP15 and COP16, and their outcomes have been effectively reported to us. We now know that by decision 15/9, the CPD parties agreed that benefits arising from the use of DSI should be fairly and equitably shared. That's under paragraph 2 of that decision. Parties also agreed to establish a solution for sharing the said benefits under para 8, and decided to establish, as part of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, a multilateral mechanism for benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources, including a global fund which is captured under para 16. In furtherance of this agenda, COP16 of the CPD did adopt the modalities for operationalizing the multilateral mechanism for the fair and equitable sharing of benefits from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources, including establishing a global fund to be known as the Kali Fund. Africa notes that the CPD COP under decision 1612 decision creates a voluntary mechanism for sharing benefits from the use of DSI, which is slightly different from the mechanism we are deliberating on under enhancing the functioning of the MLS. For this reason, it is important that our discussions on DSI GCD under the treaty protect the integrity and proper functioning of the enhanced MLS, including its clear benefit sharing mechanisms. It is safeguards against inappropriate IP claims, and it is strong focus on farmers' rights. Mr. Chair, the African delegation is aware that not all members of the IDPGRFA contracting parties are also members of the CPD, but it has always been the conviction of the governing body that the CPD and IDPGRFA need to be implemented in a mutually supportive manner. This is the reason that we have occasionally taken a back seat on matters related to DSI GCD to monitor developments in other relevant fora so as to inform the decisions this governing body will make. Now that the CBD and other relevant fora have pronounced themselves on this matter, Africa stresses the importance of developing clear and practical technical pathways within GLIS to host, link, or reference DSI, GCD-related MLS data. At the same time, it is essential to ensure that these information flows remain consistent with the ongoing global discussions under the CBD's multilateral mechanism on DSI. It is the considered opinion of the Africa region, therefore, that the governing body, taking into account the report of the Executive Secretary regarding the CBD COP 15.9 and 16.2 decisions, requests the SAC on GLIS to work with the Secretariat to explore the capabilities of GLIS in integrating DSI, GCD, and other emerging relevant technologies in the MLS of access and benefit sharing. The African delegation is thus in support of the observations made by the Scientific Advisory Committee on GLIS in regard to the relevance of some of the information on the directory of links of the GLIS portal to other portals and information systems, including the CBD access and benefit sharing clearinghouse, as well as other relevant databases. The African region thus welcomes the draft resolution, and in particular paragraphs 8, 9, and 10. Mr. Chair, Africa believes that it is important to support initiatives that are geared towards strengthening the MLS. Africa further proposes the GB, that's the governing body, to request the Scientific Advisory Committee, in collaboration with the Secretariat, to undertake a detailed technical assessment of capabilities of GLIS to integrate DSI, GCD, and other emerging digital technologies within the multilateral system. This assessment should consider the potential of the interoperability between GLIS and the Director of Links, digital object identifiers, and other international databases. B, options for improving traceability, transparency, and information flows related to the use of PGRFA and associated DSI, GCD.
The Secretariat, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Secretariat, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Africa. We have Papua New Guinea, followed by Peru. Papua New Guinea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Papua New Guinea thanks the Secretariat for the comprehensive report on the implementation of the Global Information System and the continued efforts to strengthen information exchange under Article 17. We also acknowledge the work of the Scientific Advisory Committee and the many partners supporting the important area of the treaty. PNG recognizes the steady progress made in expanding the GLIS portal, improving its functionality, and broadening the reach of the directory of the links, the toolbox, and the farmers' rights inventory. We welcome the introduction of the new model for in situ conservation, which is particularly relevant for countries like ours, where crop wild relatives and traditional varieties are maintaining diverse farming landscape and forest ecosystem. We note the growing adoption of digital object identifiers, and we appreciate the training and support provided to countries and institutions. At the same time, we stress the need for continued practical capacity development for developing countries, especially in data management, documentation, and curation, and the interoperability of national systems with GLIS. For many of us, the ability to document our PGRFA effectively depends heavily on adequate technical support and dedicated resources. We value the collaborative work with partners such as WIEWS, GIN SYS, Eurosco, SPGRC, and CGIR. These partnerships contribute to more connected global system, and we support the continued expansion with attention to regional balance and inclusion of Pacific small island development states, who often face unique institutional and capacity constraints. In relation to the draft resolution, we offer the following views. Number one, we support the emphasis on capacity development, especially paragraph 7, and highlight the need for tailored support for developing countries, including Pacific nations. Number two, we endorse the call to strengthen national inventories of crop wild relatives and welcome the Secretariat's commitment to mobilize extra budgetary resources for this purpose. Number three, we support reconvening of the Scientific Advisory Committee and maintaining its mandate on DSIA and GST, given the rapid development in this space. Number four, we welcome the development of new descriptor lists and encourage continued work on crops of particular relevance to food security in developing countries, including root and tuber crops, legumes, and other important staples. And finally, we support the strengthening of the linkages between GLIS and the ABS clearinghouse to ensure coherence across international information systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Papua New Guinea. We have Peru followed by Tunisia. Peru, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and a very good afternoon, everybody. Peru thanks the Secretariat of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture and the Working Group on the Global Information System, GLIS. Thank you for sending out document GB 11/25/11, which is the report on the implementation of the Global Information System, GLIS. Specifically, in the annex that contains updated information on the implementation of the Program of Work on the Global Information System. Now, for Peru, the issue of information and documentation of the data in terms of the conservation and use of plant resources for food and agriculture of Peruvian origin is particularly important. And this is something that has been diversified in our country. It's well known that our country, despite the fact that we have some species that are not of Peruvian origin, we do have a lot of diversity, and some of those crops are very important for the food security of our small and medium-sized farmers, like wheat, for example. So, of course, this issue that we're dealing with here is a very important one. So, in order to contribute to research activities for the purposes of the treaty referring to food and agriculture and to provide food security, Peru requests the governing body to continue to expand the functioning of GLIS so that it can continue its work in the next biennium, so that we can provide support to the contracting parties to assess the state of play of the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 on the conservation and sustainable use. What's more, Peru believes that we need to continue to provide to all contracting parties information on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture that are found in germplasm banks and through associated databases like GLIS, Green Global, and many others. Peru encourages the use of digital identifiers, or DOIs, as a fundamental information tool under the framework of GLIS. Our country has many institutions, such as the INEA and the SIP, that are two institutions that are already using these digital object identifiers that are very important. And we request that the Secretariat continue to support the drafting of national inventories of forestry as well as other crops of Peruvian origin that are very interesting and important for this global information system, GLIS. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peru. I have Tunisia followed by, is this BGCI or SCIAR? One, BGCI. So Tunisia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Tunisia takes the floor for the first time and wishes to express its sincere appreciation to the government of Peru for its warm hospitality, as well as to the Swiss Confederation for its continued support. We also thank the Secretariat for the excellent organization for this session and for the high quality of the documentation provided. Tunisia fully aligns itself with the statement delivered by Kenya on behalf of the Africa region and wishes to add a few remarks from a national perspective. First, Tunisia would like to commend the Secretariat for the progress achieved in implementing the program of work on the global information system and for the continuous support provided to countries in assigning DOIs and strengthening national inventories of crop wild relatives. We recognize the importance of these efforts in increasing transparency, improving the management of PGRFA, and reducing duplication of collections. Tunisia is currently engaged in developing and updating its national inventories of genetic resources, including wild crop relatives, and we see the assignation of DOIs as a practical and valuable tool to enhance traceabilities and information sharing. We therefore echo the call of the Africa region for continued support to countries, particularly in strengthening capacities in the documentation, conservation, and monitoring of the crop wild relatives, which are increasingly threatened by land use change and climate pressures. Regarding GSI/GSG, Tunisia shares the view of the Africa region that development under the CBD should be monitored closely. It is essential that discussion under the treaty preserve the integrity and functioning of the multilateral system, including its benefit-sharing obligations and its safeguards for farmers and public research. In this respect, Tunisia supports the requests for the Scientific Advisory Committee, together with the Secretariat, to further explore GLIS potential to technically integrate GSI/GSG and emerging digital tools, while ensuring full consistency with the provision of the treaty. Finally, Tunisia welcomes the proposed guidance, in particular the element highlighted by the Africa region, and reiterates its commitment to working collectively towards a more transparent, interoperable, and equitable global information system that supports both conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Tunisia. I have the BGCI for your statement. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to speak on behalf of Botanic Gardens Conservation International, representing the world's largest network of plant conservation institutions with more than 1,100 botanic gardens represented on our global database. These institutions collectively hold an extraordinary depth of plant genetic resource information, covering crop wild relatives, traditional varieties, neglected, underutilized, and opportunity food plant species, and material conserved both ex situ and in situ. Today, I wish to highlight a point that often goes unrecognized. Botanic gardens operate information systems that are highly relevant to the objectives of the Global Information System under Article 17. BGCI manages several global platforms, such as Plant Search, Threat Search, and Garden Search, which together document millions of plant records. These systems already incorporate elements that GLIS seeks to strengthen. Robust standards for documentation, including taxonomy, provenance, georeferencing, and conservation status. Support for permanent unique identifiers, including the integration of digital object identifiers, which GLIS promotes for global interoperability. And tools for knowledge sharing, capacity development, and inventory creation, closely aligned with the GLIS objectives on access, use, and information exchange. Given GLIS's ongoing expansion, including new modules for in situ conservation, integration of crop wild relative inventories, and increased focus on interoperability, and user assistance. There's a clear opportunity to strengthen collaboration with the Botanic Gardens sector. We welcome further dialogue around how we can strengthen these linkages to support the implementation of Article 17 and the wider goals of the international treaty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have Egypt. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Egypt appreciates the ongoing efforts by the Secretariat to further strengthen the global information system. GLIS is a central pillar of the treaty architecture, and its continued improvement is essential for enhancing transparency, facilitating access to information, and supporting the effective functioning of the multilateral system. We believe that GLIS should better support traceability, more effectively reflect information associated with the use of PGRFA and under the SMTA, and provide a user-friendly platform that encourages wider participation from all regions, especially developing countries, improving the reliability of the system, and ensuring that information linked to PGRFA utilization is visible and accessible will significantly enhance trust and strengthen compliance across the system. In this regard, Egypt has prepared a set of amendments and new proposed text
So I open agenda item 6.1, draft capacity development strategy. I'd like to invite the Secretariat to introduce the draft capacity development strategy and the draft action plan. Just as a reminder, you already saw the draft capacity development strategy at GB 10. Mario, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, we are talking about the agenda items 6.1, Capacity Development Strategy and Draft Action Plan of the International Treaty. It is presented in response to the governing body's request to the Secretary to finalize the draft capacity development strategy of the treaty and to develop the corresponding draft action plan for its implementation under the guidance of the Bureau in consultation with contracting parties and relevant stakeholders. The draft updated capacity development strategy reflects the guidance provided by the governing body at its last session and the Bureau as follows. The duration of the draft strategy has been updated. The topic included in the draft strategy are in line with the international treaty and the relevant resolutions of the governing body. There is coherence in planning and delivering capacity development, and it has been taken into account other instruments and bodies, including the CBD, in particular the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the related long-term strategic framework for capacity building and development, and the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, in particular to address the capacity gaps and needs identified in the third report of the State of the World on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Mr. Chair, this document contains two annexes. The first one, the Annex 1, presents the updated draft capacity development strategy for 2026 to 2030. It includes a section of the introduction, purpose, capacity development details, overall goal and anticipated outcomes, guiding principle, strategic approaches for implementing the strategy, resources needed for implementation, as well as monitoring and review processes. The description of the guiding principle is also attached as an annex to the strategy. The Annex 2 is the draft action plan, always with the same time slot, 2026-2030, presents a coordinated framework to enhance capacity development for the treaty. It is designed to support the implementation of the capacity development strategy by identifying specific activities as were requested by the governing body, and in particular what the Treaty Secretariat should do and what the contracting parties and other stakeholders are invited and recommended to do. Finally, the governing body is invited to consider the capacity development strategy and its draft action plan, provide any further guidance it considers necessary for the effective implementation of this strategy and its action plan, and to consider the elements of a draft resolutions provided in the Annex 3 to this document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. I would like to open the floor for interventions on the draft strategy and the draft action plan contained in the documents. Also, I'd like to have suggestions for the draft resolution. I again like to remind colleagues that the strategy was already under discussion by Governing Body 10. The Secretariat, under the guidance of the Bureau, was tasked to resolve those brackets, which we were able to do with consultations among the parties concerned. So the draft strategy is basically the improved text from what you saw the last time around. With that, I'd like to open the floor for interventions. I recognize Czechia, followed by Canada. Czechia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. As this is the first time that Czechia takes the floor, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the governments of Peru and Switzerland for hosting this session and enabling all of us to discuss important issues together. We would also like to thank to you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership, which is greatly contributing to the smooth and efficient conduct of this session. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. We would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the draft capacity development strategy for the international treaty for the period 2026-2030 and the draft action plan that were circulated for comments to the contracting parties and other stakeholders. We thank the Secretariat for reflecting in the draft capacity development strategy the agreed guidance of the governing body included in Resolution 10/2023 and for ensuring full consistency with the International Treaty for Plant Genetic Resources and all relevant resolutions of the governing body, as well as with other relevant processes and bodies, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity and the FAO Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. We are pleased to see the text of the draft capacity development strategy significantly strengthened and made more operational, notably through the explicit inclusion of gender and youth-responsive approaches, collaboration between the public and private sectors, the emphasis on mutual cooperation, and the clearer articulation of practical activities to support implementation. We also welcome the decision to use the global information system rather than creating a new portal with a dedicated GLIS section for sharing capacity development opportunities and the publication of a landscape report which will enhance coherence and improve the efficient use of resources. We think that activities 1 and 3 in the action plan of tasks to be conducted by the Secretariat should be prioritized. Therefore, we ask that activity 2 be postponed to the next biennium. Our expectations are that this strategy and action plan on capacity building will facilitate a coherent and coordinated approach. Resolution on the different agenda items related to capacity building should take this strategy and action plan into consideration. Now I will read the changes we are proposing in the draft resolution. We have only 2 of such amendments. Because we propose the changes in the action plan, we propose addition to the paragraph 2 as amended by the 11th session of the governing body, and one can read paragraph 2 further approves the action plan as amended by the 11th session of the governing body, and continue with the text as it is. We also think it's important to have reports not only at the next governing body session, but also at the following sessions. So we propose the additional text to the paragraph 5 and subsequent sessions after 12th session term. So one can read, requests the Secretary to report on progress in the implementation of the strategy and the action plan at the 12th session and subsequent sessions of the governing body. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Czechia, on behalf of Europe. Can I ask the Saudi Arabia to press the button if you want to be included in the speakers list? Thank you. I have Canada followed by Japan. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the North America region. North America thanks the Secretariat for the information provided, as well as the work of the Secretary and the Bureau on advancing the capacity development strategy and the associated plan of action. North America recognizes that capacity building is crucial for the effective implementation of the treaty. In particular, it is important to prioritize efforts at building the technical and institutional capacity of members to implement the treaty, which will contribute to the achievement of the treaty's objectives, as well as the work related to other international fora. North America is supportive of the draft resolution, as well as most of the elements of the capacity development strategy and its associated plan of action. We recognize that the needs and context of capacity development vary greatly among contracting parties, stakeholders, and across regions. Therefore, we believe that a strategy and a plan of action must not be overly prescriptive nor onerous. North America believes that the current strategy and plan of action represent a balanced approach with many available options to support capacity development. We would also like to note that it is important for countries to prioritize capacity development to advance the implementation of the treaty in their own national budgets and plans, which has been considered under the work related to the funding strategy and resource mobilization. We do have just a very small number of text suggestions. First, in the draft resolution, paragraph 4, we would suggest to replace calls on with encourages or invites. Within Annex 1, paragraph 2, we would replace coherency with coherence. On approach 4, under 4B, we have some text suggestions to avoid the suggestion that the international treaty falls within the KMGBF. And within Annex 2, under activity development of indicators for monitoring the strategy, we would suggest that instead of by 2026 establish an informal group of experts, would instead suggest engage the standing committee of the funding structure to begin work on indicators for monitoring the strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Canada. For North America, I have Japan followed by Tuvalu. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Japan appreciates the preparation for this capacity development strategy. Japan understands the importance of capacity development. However, it will be very difficult for us to approve the strategy and the action plan, as it has reference to the options for this farmers' rights. For Japan, it will be very important for the category 10 to be excluded from the scope of this capacity development, where the resources of the Secretariat will be used for us to be able to approve this capacity development strategy and the action plan. We will be handing in their comments later on. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you. Japan, Tuvalu, followed by Uganda. Tuvalu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of the Southwest Pacific, welcomes the draft capacity development strategy and action plan, and appreciate the work of the Secretariat, the Bureau, and all contributors in finalizing this framework. Our region recognizes that capacity development is fundamental to effective implementation of the treaty, especially for small island developing states with limited technical infrastructure and small scientific workforce. We also note that several of our countries have new ministers and focal point who require clear guidance on the treaty and its relationship with other international instruments. The strategies emphasize on cohesion, complementary, and mutually supportive implementation with the CBD, and the Nagoya Protocol is particularly important for us. It helps ensure that countries do not have to choose between instruments, but rather implement them together in a coordinated way, recognizing the treaty as the specialized APS system for plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. We see strong alignment between this strategy and our regional priorities under PEP grant, where countries have identified clear needs for strengthening conservation, sustainable use, and access to plant genetic resources. A number of capacity gaps raised across our region are directly relevant to the action plan, including competencies in evaluation and characterization, both phenotypic and genotypic, modern germplasma health systems, plant breeding capacities, policy and legislative understanding, and demand management, including digital sequence information. For the Southwest Pacific, regional coordination through SPC and the Pacific PGR Network BEP grant remains essential. Many of our countries rely on regional pool expertise and share training platforms to meet their treaty obligations. We welcome the recognition of regional mechanisms in this strategy and encourage further collaboration with FAO bodies, the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, CGIAR centers, and the Global Crop Diversity Trust. Their continued support for capacity development, including technology transfer, training, breeding-related competencies, and gene bank strengthening is essential for our region. The region stands ready to collaborate on these areas. We note that there appears some overlap between the goals and expected outcomes of item F of the draft work plan program and the capacity development strategy. We also note that the capacity development strategy paper lacks transparency on how funding will be accessed for implementation and to achieve expected outcomes. Further, if the national action plans follow a similar format and process to the compliance report, this will place considerable administrative burden on contracting parties to develop, monitor, and evaluate goals and outputs in their national action plans. As possible solution, that contracting parties report on through the national action plan, reducing the burden involved in requiring two individual reporting processes. Chair, the strategy and action plan provide a coherent and long-term framework. Noting this comment, the Southwest Pacific supports the strategy and action plan and looks forward to working with all partners to ensure implementation that responds to national need and strengthen the resilience of our food and agriculture system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tuvalu. I have Uganda, Saudi Arabia, Paraguay, United States, Ecuador, and Peru. After the statement by Uganda, I would close the speakers list. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Uganda takes the floor on behalf of the Africa region to make a statement on agenda item 6.1. We appreciate the immense work done by the Secretariat in coordinating the business of the treaty during the biennium. as reflected in the report of the Secretary leading to this governing body session. The Africa region welcomes the report of the Secretary and recognizes the enormous work in developing the capacity building strategy 2026 to 2030 and the action plan 2026 to 2030. Africa notes that the strategy recognizes diverse players required in the field of capacity development to harness efforts necessary to realize a common goal. We appreciate the holistic guiding principles and approaches upon which the capacity development strategy is anchored, especially guiding principle 1, which aims to respond to the needs and circumstances of beneficiaries in relation to the implementation of the international treaty. We, however, propose some changes to the draft action plan 2026-2030, and those changes are as follows. On the second paragraph of the draft action plan 2026-2030, we suggest including regional in the title for subsection B, and this sentence will read, regional, national, and stakeholder-led. 2, we also suggest to add a bullet on activity 3, and we suggest adding a task under section B to read, development of regional capacities through the establishment of regional centers of excellency for genetic resources management and enhanced utilization. With the above suggestions incorporated, the Africa region supports the approval of the capacity development strategy of the International Treaty 2026-2030, the Action Plan 2026-2030, and the draft resolutions as is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Uganda, Saudi Arabia, followed by Paraguay. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to thank you for giving me the floor. I would also like to thank the Republic of Peru and Switzerland for their warm hospitality and excellent organization, and the Treaty Secretariat for preparing the Capacity Development Strategy 2026-2030 and its accompanying action plan. I speak on behalf of the Near East region, which expresses its appreciation to the Secretariat and the contracting parties for their efforts in developing a comprehensive and effective strategy, while underscoring that capacity development is a cornerstone for enabling countries to meet their obligations and fully benefit from plant genetic resources. In this regard, our region stresses the following points. 1, the importance of the strategy in enabling countries to build sustainable capacity development programs and supporting countries in establishing legislative frameworks and national policies aligned with the objectives of the treaty, and assisting countries in establishing and managing national gene banks. 2, responding to the region's needs in line with its priorities. For instance, adopting an approach that reflects national and regional priorities and focusing on key challenges such as water scarcity, desertification, and climate change, designing tailored programs for countries with more limited capabilities. 3, strengthening technical and scientific capacities, including supporting programs on genetic characterization and data management and advanced conservation technologies, and enhancing cooperation among research centers and building the capabilities of farmers and local communities. 4, supporting institutional and organizational capacities, including training staff on the implementation of material transfer agreements and developing genetic resources management systems and integrating capacity development into national strategies. 5, financing mechanisms and ensuring sustainability. For instance, establishing a sustainable financing mechanism, strengthening partnerships with international institutions, allocating additional resources to developing countries, and establishing performance indicators and regular monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. 6, regional and international cooperation, including exchange of experiences among countries of the region, implementing joint training programs, and establishing partnerships with international centers. In conclusion, the Near East region reiterates its full support for the adoption of the strategy and its action plan, and remains committed to continued dialogue to ensure that effective implementation and support of the objectives of the treaty and strengthening food security and sustainable development. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia for Near East. Paraguay, followed by the United States. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Chair. My delegation has comments on the documents under Section 6 regarding strategic approaches for implementing the strategy. In paragraph 7, the 2030 agenda is mentioned, and the World Framework KMGBF, and these are reference documents and not legally binding ones. Therefore, we suggest replacing instruments by documents. In paragraph 8, 4b, we suggest replacing within the KMGBF and say in line with the KMGBF, to avoid misinterpretations, legally speaking, and more fully reflect the guiding idea of this paragraph. Then in governing principles, replace fully committing to by actively engaging with or participating in 5 Roman, eliminate among others or inter alia at the end of the sentence. In Annex 2, draft plan of action for 2026-2030, we would appreciate having more clarity about how the ad hoc expert group will be set up, particularly regarding its composition and proposed criteria to facilitate appropriate understanding of how it will operate. It would also be useful to outline the method to be used regarding the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework to ensure a common interpretation of its scope. In Annex 3, draft elements for this resolution under paragraph 3, replace requests by invites. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paraguay. We have the United States, followed by Ecuador. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The United States aligns itself with the statement made by Canada on behalf of the North America region. We're now making some additional comments in our national capacity. First, I want to recognize that the draft strategy has been under development for several years now, and we appreciate the improvements that have been made through that process, and we do hope to be able to adopt the draft strategy at this session. With respect to some elements of the strategy, we do have some issues that we would like to raise and propose some edits to address. With respect to engaging women in capacity development activities, the United States is dedicated to promoting the rights and empowerment of women and girls. In the context of the capacity development strategy, there are some references to gender-responsive approaches. We view this as problematic and confusing terminology that obscures the aim of making sure women are engaged in the implementation of relevant activities under the strategy and action plan. With that in mind, we request the following edits. Under Section 5, Guiding Principles, we believe it is sufficient to encourage a multi-stakeholder approach, noting that streamlining the headline for this guiding principle doesn't change the meaning, it improves clarity. The narrative description of this principle in Annex 1 to the strategy explains clearly that this covers the participation and involvement of women and youth among other stakeholders. Under Section 6, Strategic Approaches for Implementation of the Strategy, Approach 2, we would propose to delete the final 4 words, "and be gender responsive," from the end of the second sentence. We note that later in the paragraph, there is specific reference to involving relevant organizations in development of plans, including women farmer organizations, and this captures the point of engaging women in relevant processes. In Annex 1 of the strategy, the description of guiding principles, Point 1, the final sentence we would replace be gender responsive with involve women. And in point 7, we would propose to delete and gender responsive from the headline in line with our earlier edit, so it would read encourage a multi-stakeholder approach. That said, the narrative description does not change. In line with the statements made under earlier agenda items, we reiterate that the United States has principled concerns with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, and we're unable to reaffirm them as a matter of course. So we would also propose to delete the reference to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals under Section 6, Approach 4 of the strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the United States. Ecuador, followed by Peru. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Ecuador agrees that the plan of action in Annex 2 of this document be included as an additional annex to the strategy so as to ensure harmonized and consistent implementation. With regard to Annex 1, Roman 1, on greater visibility and profiling of the international treaty at the national and regional levels, Ecuador considers this should include international. With regard to Annex 1, the capacity above mentioned activity or the mentioned activities to be could be mainstreamed into the pertinent national plans of action. Ecuador considers that the following should be included, and in the laws in force when applicable, and then the text would continue as is. Ecuador agrees with the draft resolution of Annex 3, and we only have one edit under item 4 for additional clarity, and it would read, urges the contracting parties and other stakeholders with the capacity to do so, that they promote access to monetary and non-monetary financial resources and other resources available to implement the strategies and plan of action. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ecuador. I have Peru, followed by Algeria. Peru, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing us once again. In principle, we support the GRULAC declaration in this regard, and as a national delegation, we thank the Secretariat and the ad hoc committee on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources, AXO, for sending 2 documents that are very important for this meeting. We'd like to very specially thank GRULAC for trusting Peru to take over as co-chair in forthcoming activities. As to Articles 5 and 6, estamos en el punto 6.1 y no sé si...
On conservation and sustainable use.
Es sobre conservación.
Yes, I'm referring to conservation and sustainable use.
Perdón.
No problem. Thank you very much.
I apologize, he says. Thank you.
Sustainable use. I give the floor to Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we'd like to thank the Secretariat Secretariat for the quality of the documents prepared and for the efforts made to be able to draft the capacity development strategy and plan of action for 2026-2030. We appreciate all the support before the outlining of this document, particularly consultation with all contracting parties and all the transparency shown. Algeria supports the implementation of the strategy to reinforce functional, technical, and institutional capacities that are necessary to implement the international treaty. We appreciate coordinated support for developing countries that will face specific challenges regarding the use of plant genetic resources such as Algeria. We support the proposed principles, particularly regarding the ownership by the countries in the region. The plan of action is really precious material. We encourage the Secretariat so it continues providing indicators and creating exchange platforms such as the GLIS portal. This will facilitate the exchange of experiences and good practices among contracting parties. Algeria insists on mobilizing appropriate financial resources, predictable ones, to implement this mechanism. We fully support all efforts made by developing countries and other financial mechanisms. We reiterate our commitment in support of an effective implementation, and we will contribute to collective efforts to reinforce capacities within a spirit of international cooperation and solidarity. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to say that our country supports the statement by the Africa region with all the proposed amendments. Thank you, Chair.
The CG RFA followed by CSO. So then it must have been, then take IPC followed by Beach. There's nobody there. Ah. You have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Chair, with regard to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture at its last session emphasized more strongly than perhaps any other issue the need to enhance crop improvement capacities and to strengthen human and institutional capacities for research and development on plant genetic resources. At the Commission's request, FAO and the Commission will therefore continue to support countries working in close coordination with the international treaty in reinforcing their crop improvement capacities and national seed systems, including plant breeding, to ensure the availability of sufficient and affordable seeds and planting materials of diverse and locally adapted varieties, particularly for smallholder farmers. The draft strategy and the draft action plan refer to the Commission Secretariat. In this regard, I would like to offer the following clarifications. The Commission has not yet taken a formal decision on the adoption of a third global plan of action for plant genetic resources. However, the draft strategy and the action plan appear to preempt such a decision, including in relation to resource mobilization efforts for its implementation. Certain tasks listed in Approach 3 of the draft activity may be more appropriately directed to the Commission or to FAO rather than directly to the Commission Secretariat. These tasks could therefore perhaps be submitted through the resolution to the Commission so that the Commission can consider these tasks and instruct the Secretariat accordingly. An alternative would be to include this in the resolution to be considered under agenda item 16.1. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the Commission, and my apologies for the confusion. I have the BGCI, followed by civil society organization.
Thank you, Chair. Botanic Gardens Conservation International welcomes the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on capacity development strategy. As the global network for botanic gardens, comprising close to 1,000 institutions in more than 100 countries, BGCI and its members have long supported capacity development across the plant conservation and research community, including on issues directly relevant to the international treaty. Through our programs and extensive membership, BGCI provides training, technical guidance, and tools that strengthen national and institutional capacities in areas such as seed banking, ecological restoration, plant identification, and conservation planning. These activities help contracting parties and stakeholder institutions better conserve and make sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, particularly wild species. We would also like to highlight that capacity building is a central focus of the recently established Global Conservation Consortium for Food Plants. We feel that there are important gains to be made in combining expertise across botanical and agricultural sectors in thematic areas such as cryopreservation. BGCI and its members stand ready to collaborate as an active stakeholder in the implementation of the treaty's capacity development strategy and action plan. We look forward to contributing our experience, resources, and global network to help ensure that countries and institutions have the skills and support needed to safeguard and sustainably use the world's plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. CSO followed by IPC. Please identify yourself. CSO, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Nozwenji Wende Bilema from Malawi with Participatory Ecological Land Use Management, PILA Malawi. I'm speaking on behalf of the civil society organizations participating here at GB11. In reference to the draft resolution on capacity development strategy and draft action plan of the international treaty, Part 4, strategic approaches for implementation of the strategy, it is said that paragraph 4C, we should consider deleting UPOV and replace it with UNDROP, and should read as such: enhanced coordination and cooperation regarding the successful implementation of the international treaty alongside other relevant international instruments such as UNDROP, in line with the international treaty and the relevant resolutions of the governing body, will go a long way toward securing food security. We believe that mentioning UPOV in this regard is inappropriate. The majority of the contracting parties to the treaty have deliberately not ratified the UPOV Act of 1991. Instead, many of these parties enacted a Swiss generalist plant variety protection law, which tries at least to balance breeders' rights and farmers' rights, thus trying to satisfy the requirement of the Article 9 and Article 6 of the treaty. What would make sense, however, would be to enhance the coordination and cooperation of UNDROP. This instrument was negotiated within the framework of the UN and approved by the UN General Assembly. Various aspects of farmers' rights from Article 9 of the treaty were incorporated verbatim into UNDROP. Since there are common goals here, cooperation really makes sense and would promote the implementation of that treaty. However, cooperation with UPOV, which severely restricts farmers' rights, would weaken the implementation of Article 9. We therefore ask to replace the reference to UPOV with a reference to UNDROP in this strategy. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CSO. I have IPC that closes the list of interventions. IPC, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I'm taking the floor on behalf of IPC. We wish to support the statement made by the NGOs because for us it's not at all acceptable to see this specific reference to UPOV in this document. However, in order to improve coordination and cooperation with capacity building activities engaged in within the framework of the instrument and the international process, especially when it comes to fully implementing Article 9, it would be much more beneficial, as has just been mentioned, to refer to paragraph 4C of Part 4 of the UN UNDROP Declaration, the Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and Other Persons Working in Rural Areas. So we'd invite the contracting parties who would like to see the rights of farmers to be delivered to consider this UN instrument I just mentioned. Thank you.
With that, the list is closed. Was a very rich discussion again on the capacity building strategy and action plan and resolution. Please send in writing your proposals with regard to these three documents. I suggest that as the Bureau over the biennium became somewhat of a specialist in this capacity building strategy, I suggest that the Bureau will look at the document and then formulate further guidance with regard to how we move forward on this agenda item. Having said that, thank you very much. I move now on to item 12, conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. I open the agenda item and I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat for the introduction of document 12. Mario, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we are on the agenda items 12 now. I would like to introduce the document 12, report on the implementation, conservation, and sustainable use of PGRFA, which summarizes the activities related to the implementation of Article 5 and 6 of the treaty. These activities included updates and progress with regard to the management of the toolbox for sustainable use of PGRFA, conservation, sustainable use under the Benefit Sharing Fund, capacity building and outreach activities, and collaboration partnerships to promote conservation and sustainable use. The document 12 should be considered together with the document 12.2, that is the report of the ad hoc technical committee on conservation and sustainable use to this governing body. And the governing body is invited to take note of the information contained in this document. In particular, consider the revised concept note of the mechanism to identify the status of the implementation of Article 5 and 6 of the international treaty and support contracting parties that need assistance with regard to their specific context and local needs. Consider also the element to draft voluntary guidelines on possible approaches to address the bottlenecks and challenges identified in the background studies on bottlenecks and challenges to the implementation of Article 5 and 6 that probably you remember was endorsed in the last governing body. Consider the concept note for the establishment and funding of an international technical advisory committee on global crop conservation strategies. And last but not least, to reconvene the ad hoc technical committee on conservation and sustainable use and decide on the committee's terms of reference in the next biennium, taking also into account questions and concerns raised by the members of the committee around its mandate and voluntary guidelines. The governing bodies is also invited to provide any further guidance it considers appropriate for the effective implementation of both articles and to adopt a resolution considering recommendations of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the Secretariat. The Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use of PGRFA has been co-chaired by Ms. Patricia Gadaleta of Argentina and Mr. Pace Lubinsky of the US. I would like now to give the floor to the co-chair present here to present the highlights of their work and of the report. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, it is my honor to present the work and outputs of the Committee of the Ad Hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use of PGRFA during this biennium. As you may recall, the committee was mandated to develop a mechanism to identify the status of implementation of Articles 5 and 6 and support contracting parties that need assistance with regard to their specific contexts and local needs. Providing inputs and to begin to draft the voluntary guidelines on possible approaches to address the bottlenecks identified in the background study on bottlenecks and challenges to the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty, and offering advice on how to fix. In accordance with the terms of reference of the Ad Hoc Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use, the Bureau of the 11th session reappointed Ms. Patricia Gadaleta from Argentina and Mr. Pesach Lubinsky from the USA as the co-chairs of the committee. The committee held 2 meetings during this biennium. Its 9th meeting was held virtually from 1 to 3 October 2024, and its 10th meeting in Doha, Qatar from 8 to 11 September 2025, with interpretation services provided thanks to the financial support and hospitality of the state of Qatar. The committee worked in accordance with its mandate, the outcomes of which are appended to this document, IT/GB11/25/12.2. The governing body is therefore invited to consider the report of the ACSU and the following appendices. Appendix 1, the revised concept note of the mechanism to identify the status of implementation of Articles 5 and 6 and support contracting parties that need assistance with regard to their specific context and local needs. Appendix 2, the elements of the draft voluntary guidelines on possible approaches to address the bottlenecks identified in the background study on bottlenecks and challenges to the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty. Appendix 3, the concept note for the establishment and funding of an international advisory committee on the global crop conservation strategies. The governing body is also invited to provide any further guidance it considers appropriate for the further enhancement of conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Given the importance of continuing the work on implementing Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty, the committee recommends that the governing body reconvene the ACSU for 2026-2027 biennium with specific terms of reference and taking into account questions and concerns raised in the committee around its mandate and voluntary guidelines. The committee should have, subject to the availability of financial resources, at least 1 meeting in person with interpretation services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your very precise presentation and for pointing out to the governing body what they should be considering. That's very helpful. I would like to open the floor for statements. I have Spain, followed by Costa Rica. Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for the working documents and the Ad Hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use for the work on the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 over the past biennium. We reiterate our recognition of the importance of Articles 5 and 6 of the Treaty and the role in advancing the objectives of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We greatly appreciate the section in the working document on the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA under the Benefit Sharing Fund. We kindly request the Secretariat to retain this section with updated information in future governing body sessions. We would like to draw the attention of the governing body to Information Document 2 related to this agenda item, which highlights the role that cities can play in the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA and emphasizes the importance of enhancing the involvement of actors from the urban and peri-urban food systems sector in the work of the treaty. Regarding the ACSU, we regret that it did not accomplish its tasks. While we believe that the treaty is well positioned to support the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA, we remain uncertain whether the ACSU in its current form is the most effective mechanism to advance this work. In addition, we reiterate our concern that some regions remain less active, which may lead to less inclusive and consensual outcomes. However, recognizing the efforts of the committee and secretariat, we can support reconvening the committee in the next biennium to complete at least some of the work already initiated. We find that the mechanism of implementation remains unclear and it would require substantial work to be finalized. Therefore, we suggest that the group, if reconvened, focus on assisting the secretariat in completing the voluntary guidelines. If the group is to be reconvened, we would also like to see changes in its composition in a manner similar to that of the SAC GLIS. We welcome the concept note on the International Technical Advisory Committee on the Global Crop Conservation Strategies, and we invite the Secretariat and the Trust to collaborate on its establishment with the understanding that it will not incur in any additional costs to the core administrative budget of the treaty. We would like to suggest an amendment to the reporting section of the concept notes, since as it is currently drafted, it states that the committee will prepare a report and present it to the ACSU/governing body. Considering the ad hoc nature of the ACSU, we propose that the reference to it be removed. Finally, we would like to thank once again the government of Italy for the financial and in-kind support that it has continued to provide towards the implementation of the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA, and call on other contracting parties and donors to do the same. We have one amendment to the draft resolution and suggestions for the terms of reference of the ACSU, which I will read now out loud. So the amendment would be in paragraph 5 of the draft resolution. We would like to delete the word "and" before "invites." And then after the reference to the Global Crop Diversity Trust in the third line, we would like to add "subject to financing through voluntary contributions." And then at the very end of this paragraph, we would like to get included "and requests the advisory committee, once established, to report to the governing body at its sessions." And then with regard to the terms of reference, we would suggest that the group would focus on supporting the Secretariat to finalize the draft voluntary guidelines on possible approaches to address the bottlenecks identified in the background study on bottlenecks and challenges to the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty. And then, as mentioned before, we would like the committee had the same composition of the SAC GLIS. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Spain, on behalf of Europe. I have Costa Rica, followed by Qatar. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. It's an honour for Costa Rica to take the floor for the first time during this meeting. We wish to express our heartfelt thanks to the Secretariat for the work undertaken and for the presentation and made at this meeting, and we thank Peru for their warm hospitality as host country. We also recognise and appreciate Switzerland's leadership in their capacity as chair of this meeting. This statement is being made on behalf of the Group of Latin American and Caribbean Countries, GRULAC. We wish to express our gratitude to the Secretariat for preparing this report, as well as to the Special Technical Committee on the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Thank you for the valuable work you've done. Generally speaking, our region insists on the development of an updated version of the mechanism in order to identify the state of implementation contained in the draft resolution contained point 2, without prejudice to observations and comments that are of particular importance to the countries in our region that might be made. Now, in terms of the document, in paragraph 3, we'd suggest to add at the end, and the global plan of action in accordance with Article 14 of the treaty. Now, in paragraph 8, remove the second bullet point, and then in the third one, remove the end after and the sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and then make a full stop and remove the whole of the paragraph number 10, and in paragraph 13 to remove the following text: the drafting of voluntary guidelines and alliances to support Articles 5 and 6. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Costa Rica. Qatar, followed by Rwanda. Qatar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Near East region. And since this is my first time speaking, I would like to thank the Republic of Peru for hosting this meeting and thank Switzerland for its funding. The Near East region expresses its strong support for the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty by providing a well-considered strategic framework that enhances technical cooperation and ensures the accelerated implementation of the required actions based on the needs of the member states. In this context, the Near East region supports the revised guidelines for addressing the challenges related to the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and it emphasizes the need to adopt practices that promote farmers' rights and preserve biodiversity. The region also underscores the importance of integrating community and national seed banks within broader international frameworks and seeks to strengthen cooperation among global networks such as the CGIAR and international seed banks and relevant organizations in order to maximize the benefits of international expertise. And in line with this approach, the Near East region proposes adopting a reporting mechanism that is similar to that of farmers' rights, encompassing legal and policy measures at the national level with an emphasis on including wild plant genetic resources within conservation and sustainable use strategies. It also stresses the importance of implementing sustainability-enhancing measures such as agroecology and ecological agriculture, which thus contributes to long-term food security. The Near East region further emphasizes the need to renew the ACSU committee for the next biennial term to ensure continued coordination and technical support. Furthermore, the region agrees on including experts and civil society organizations in relevant technical committees, which ensures comprehensive representation of diverse stakeholders. It also encourages the integration of genetic resource conservation into urban food security policies to enhance the sustainability of food systems. The Near East region places particular importance on strengthening public-private partnerships to scale up innovation and implement innovative projects, and in the context of strengthening multi-sectoral cooperation. The region emphasizes the importance of exchanging strategies and best practices among countries to achieve effective implementation of Articles 5 and 6 in line with the national and international priorities, with a focus on sustainable innovation and multi-sectoral collaboration to ensure the achievement of shared goals. In conclusion, the region is committed to expanding cooperation and coordinating efforts at the regional and global levels to ensure the sustainability of plant genetic resources for future generations, including wild species, thereby enhancing global food security and contributing to sustainable development. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Qatar. I have Rwanda, Canada, Philippines, and Papua New Guinea. After the intervention of Rwanda, I will close the list of interveners. Rwanda, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Rwanda taking the floor on behalf of African region. African region recognizes the paramount importance of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and the significant contribution of their conservation and sustainable use in addressing the world global challenges such as food and malnutrition insecurity, biodiversity loss, and climate change. Africa region recognizes the commendable work done by the Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and the Sustainable Use of Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Therefore, Africa region is in support of considering the updated version of the mechanism to identify the status of implementation of Article 5 and 6 of international treaty, and support contracting parties that need assistance with regard to their specific context and local needs, considering the elements of the draft voluntary guideline on possible approaches to address the bottlenecks identified in the background study on bottlenecks and the challenges in the implementation of Article 5 and 6 of the treaty, considering the concept note for the establishment of the funding of an international technical advisory committee on the global crop conservation strategies, providing any further guidance it consider appropriate for the further enhancement of conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Africa region recognizes the importance of Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use of Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, and recommends that the governing body consider converting it into a standing committee on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. The Africa region supports the establishment of International Technical Advisory Committee on the global crop conservation strategies, and recommends that this advisory committee report to the proposed standing committee of the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and the report of the proposed standing committee to the governing body, if adopted, shall incorporate the report of the International Technical Advisory Committee. The Africa region requests the governing body to determine in the next biennium the terms of reference of the proposed standing committee, taking into account the questions and concerns raised during the during the Ad hoc Committee on conservation and the sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture meetings regarding their mandate and the voluntary guideline. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rwanda. On behalf of Africa, I have Canada, followed by the Philippines. Canada, I have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I am providing this statement on behalf of the North America region. We thank the ACSU for its efforts this biennium, and we look forward to our discussion this week. As ACSU moves forward to help identify the most effective means and strategies for implementing Articles 5 and 6, and for conserving and sustainably using plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, our perspective is that these efforts are best accomplished by employing an evidence and science-based approach that identifies and addresses needs and priorities. In this regard, we believe it is important that ACSU takes into consideration data sources from the treaty's key partners in identifying future work, such as the priority activities and assessments from the Commission's Rolling Global Plan of Action, the VIEWS database, and the Crop Trust's Global Crop Conservation Strategies. North America believes that implementing Articles 5 and 6 is a shared responsibility, and that the treaty cannot and should not do this work alone. Rather, success in implementing Articles 5 and 6 depends on collective action and coordinated efforts. We believe ACSU's efforts moving forward must be strengthened through the participation and coordinated engagement of key international partners, in particular the Commission, the Crop Trust, and the CGIAR. The United States will also be providing some text suggestions separately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. On behalf of North America, the Philippines, followed by Papua New Guinea. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Philippines is speaking on behalf of the Asia region. The Asia region extends its appreciation to the Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use of Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, and to the Secretariat for their dedicated efforts in advancing the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty. Asia region is one of the most agriculturally rich and culturally diverse regions in the world. It is home to an immense variety of plant genetic resources, from traditional land races cultivated through generations to wild relatives thriving in our forests, mountains, and lowland ecosystems. Our region's wealth of plant genetic resources is testament to the harmony between nature, culture, and human ingenuity. These resources are the foundation of food and nutrition security, climate resilience, and sustainable development. However, they remain under increasing pressure from rapid urbanization, shifting climate patterns, and evolving market demands and production systems. In this context, the Asia region welcomes the updated version of the mechanism to identify the status of implementation of Articles 5 and 6. Such a mechanism enables countries to monitor progress, identify gaps, and share best practices in safeguarding genetic diversity, which is crucial for achieving food security, climate resilience, and sustainable development. We view this as a valuable, voluntary, cost-efficient, and user-friendly tool that will contribute to the refinement of national, regional, and global strategies on the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources that further advance the implementation of Articles 5 and 6. We emphasize the importance of fostering collaboration to enhance the coherence and effectiveness of global efforts toward conservation and sustainable use. The Asia region also supports the development of voluntary guidelines to address bottlenecks and challenges in the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. These guidelines serve as flexible and practical instruments, respecting national context while promoting a harmonized approach under the treaty. We underscore the importance of integrating traditional knowledge, farmers' innovations, and stakeholder participation alongside scientific and technological advances to empower farmers, enrich diets, and support resilient agricultural systems. We note with appreciation the concept note for the establishment and funding of an international technical advisory committee on global crop conservation strategies, recognizing its potential to enhance coordination and technical guidance in support of the treaty's objectives. Furthermore, we highlight the need for continued capacity building, financial support, and technology transfer to strengthen both in situ and ex situ conservation systems, including gene bank development, cryopreservation, and improved data and documentation mechanisms to promote transparency and regional cooperation. Finally, the Asia region supports the reconvening of the Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use of PGRFA, with an updated mandate and terms of reference that reflect the evolving needs of contracting parties and the priorities emerging from the voluntary guidelines and mechanism. The Asia region reaffirms its strong commitment to the objectives of the international treaty through collective effort, strengthened partnerships, and shared responsibility. We can ensure that our genetic resources continue to sustain biodiversity, nourish communities, and build a more resilient future to all. In addition, Mr. Chair, the Philippines has text suggestions. The third paragraph of the draft, instead of sustainable agriculture, in the preambular third paragraph, instead of using sustainable agriculture, agroecology and genetic diversity, because the term agroecology is also used in the global biodiversity framework. 7Bs, request the Secretariat to draft voluntary guidelines to address the bottlenecks to the implementation of Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty, based on the draft elements elaborated by ACSU for consideration of GB12. For this task, the Secretariat might ask for guidance by ACSU and stakeholders, in particular, farmers and civil society organizations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much to the Philippines. I have Papua New Guinea, followed by the United States of America. Papua New Guinea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Papua New Guinea thank the Secretariat for a detailed report on implementing Articles 5 and 6. And we acknowledge the efforts of the Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use. We acknowledge the clarity of the report, especially in highlighting the ongoing challenges that many developing nations face when it comes to conserving and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. This agenda item is very important and relevant to Papua New Guinea. As one of the mega biodiversity countries with many traditional crops, varieties, and wild relatives, conserving and sustainably using our plant genetic resources is crucial for food security, climate resilience, and rural livelihoods. Therefore, we appreciate the focus on issues like limited capacity, lack of technical support, the need for better coordination at national level. Papua New Guinea supports the committee's efforts to revise the mechanism for assessing implementation and develop voluntary guidelines. These tools will be especially beneficial for countries like ours that need technical and financial help to improve documentation, ex situ conservation, and community-based conservation initiatives. We encourage that these guidelines are practical and flexible to fit local needs, particularly in countries with diverse environments and strong customary land ownership systems. We also support the idea for creating an international technical advisory committee focused on global crop conservation strategies. We recognize the importance of having expert advice that is available to developing countries, as it can help fill gaps in research, crop identification, and planning for long-term conservation. On the draft resolution, we provide the following guidance. We support reconvening of the Ad hoc Technical Committee, noting that its work must continue to be accompanied by predictable financial resources. We support the encouragement for parties to integrate Articles 5 and 6 into national biodiversity strategies, and we know that such integration should be supported with targeted technical and financial assistance. We welcome the emphasis on women and youth and their role in conservation and sustainable use, which aligns with our national priorities for inclusive development. We also support the call for enhanced partnerships, including those that bring in urban and peri-urban actors, while stressing that rural communities remain central to conservation efforts. Finally, PNG underscores the importance of benefit sharing fund
and to delete in the face of global challenges. We propose these changes for and to delete in the face of global challenges. We propose these changes for contextual clarity. On the third one, we want to replace welcoming by noting the synergies between the national level implementations of Articles 5 and 6 as appropriate ahead of the KMGBF. We believe these changes are appropriate to clarify the synergies that would take place at the national level of CBD parties versus synergies at the global level. Under the resolution item number 1, we want to replace the word defining with discussing future strategies, because we feel the ACSU can only go so far as discussing and recommending future strategies, but cannot define them. Under number 3, after contracting parties to integrate, we would like to add as appropriate the implementations of Articles 5 and 6, because we feel this addition is important, as not all contracting parties are parties to the CBD. Under 4, we would like to modify the statement as appropriate to invite instead of promote the participation of women and youth in programs. We're doing this because it is unclear that what full participation would mean in practice. Under 6, we want to replace welcomes with notes and delete everything after PGRFA in the current draft. This is because the ACSU did not discuss the toolbox this biennium, and we do not feel it is appropriate to welcome future efforts the committee had not had a chance yet to consider. Under 7, request the Secretary to continue to support effective strategies for implementing Articles 5 and 6 of the treaty, including through coordination with the Commission, the Crop Trust, the CGIAR, and delete the rest of the draft, followed by and encourages contracting parties to share information on difficulties and challenges encountered in the implementation of Articles 5 and 6. Keep that draft as is till the end. We believe these effective strategies for implementing 5 and 6 can and should build on coordinated and existing efforts and data sources developed by key partners, including the Global Plan of Action. Under 8, we want to modify the first part to say, in collaboration with the Working Group on Plant Genetic Resources of the Commission of Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, Crop Trust, and CGIAR, and under the first bullet point, with a particular focus on disseminating needs and priorities as identified in the Global Plan of Action and other data sources. We would like to scratch off identified bottlenecks and possible approaches to address them. Under the bullet point to conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA, still under the same column, we would like to add as appropriate and continue to add
smallholder and family farmers and indigenous peoples and local communities to the reference.
To provide clear guidance, the concepts of the mechanism, voluntary guidance, the note on notions for setting up a technical committee, and that provides for facilitated access. It's implemented biodiversity registry, such as the registry of the native potato and cocoa. We support the proposal of the mechanism to identify the status of implementation of Articles 5 and 6 of the article on conservation and sustainable use, and the needs for support and assistance to the contracting parties outlined by the Ad hoc Technical Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use. We furthermore support the proposal of initial elements regarding voluntary guidelines on potential approaches to be able to address obstacles for implementation of Articles 5 and 6. We support the ACSU's recommendation to include in situ conservation, particularly for research institutes regarding conservation of agrobiodiversity above all. We have broad experience in all three regions, the coastline, the forest, and the mountainous area. In short, medium, and long-term projects, we believe that AXU should bear in mind the information related to the second report of the Global Plan of Action and the third report on the status of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture in the world. The third report, including 58 indicators for following up on the implementation of 18 priority activities regarding conservation and in situ and ex situ conservation, sustainable use, and sustainable capacity building too. We suggest that the committee includes experts in germplasm banks and from CGIAR, and also representatives from the CDB and the Genetic Resources Procras and other international organizations as pertinent as participants on this committee. Peru recommends that the governing body adopts its operation, or the operation of this committee, as a standing committee, so we can continue working in the next biennium, because its outcomes will support the contracting parties to evaluate the status of implementation of Articles 5 and 6 on conservation and sustainable use. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a Rwanda followed by Algeria. Rwanda, you have the floor.
Sorry, it was a mistake. I could not put it off.
Thank you very, very much. So Algeria, followed by Tonga. Algeria, you have the floor.
L'Algérie qui remercie le secrétariat pour son rapport détaillé et
We wish to thank the Secretariat for its detailed report, and also the ad hoc technical group for its work. We have considered the objectives of this session to be favorable, and the inclusion of Articles 5 and 6, and also mechanisms to face obstacles, and the concept note to have an international technical committee. We want to be flexible and adjust to the different national contexts. The countries have difficult ecosystems, and the success of conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources are based on rational, strong notions. We reinforce the technical capabilities in support of national and international efforts. We highlight the importance of central financing mechanisms and resource mobilization accessible to developing countries. The need to mainstream projects funded by the National Plan for Agricultural Development to ensure such implementation. We support references made to farmers, women, and youth, and we propose, after including men and women, also include small landowners, family farmers, local communities, and populations living in the mountainous areas, as well as I said, small landowners, and also reinforce technical capacities and that of national institutions, particularly in mountainous areas, so as to effectively implement Articles 5 and 6. Finally, in paragraph 12, we want to insist on the importance of predictability and accessibility to financing, particularly for the least developed countries and developing countries. Algeria supports the work of the Scientific Ad Hoc Committee and its future work too. This will help us to obtain technical solutions to be easily applied by all members. We favor the effective implementation of Articles 5 and 6 within the spirit of good cooperation, so that this translates into specific beneficial actions for all participants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Algeria. I have Tonga followed by St. Lucia, which will be the last contracting party on my list here. Tonga, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Tonga notes that under Article 5 and 6 of the International Treaty, contracting parties have a legal obligation to conserve and promote the sustainable use of plant genetic resource. Pacific sites face particular challenges in fulfilling these obligations due to limited resource, capacity constraint, and climate vulnerability, which threaten traditional crops and community-led incentives. We therefore call on contracting parties to provide target financial, technical, and capacity building support to enable Pacific sites to comply with this legal commitment and safeguard their genetic resource. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tonga. I have St. Lucia. With that, I will close the list of contracting parties. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And since this is my first time taking the floor, I just want to say thank you to the governments of Peru and Switzerland for allowing us to be present at this meeting. I think this may be St. Lucia's very first time attending this meeting, or perhaps in a long time we've not attended. I don't have all the records, but I'm very much pleased to be here. I also want to highlight that in 2024, St. Lucia completed its National Strategic Action Plan for the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, the first of such plan in the Caribbean region. This demonstrates our commitment to conserving and sustainably using our plant genetic resources, especially as a small island developing state facing climate and resource challenges. St. Lucia fully supports the work of the Technical Committee in implementing Articles 5 and 6 and endorses the position taken by GROLAC. We welcome any guidance to help strengthen our national implementation efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia, and congratulations to your action plan. Excellent. We do have 4 observers on the list. I hope we still have some minutes left in interpretation times. I would take the CG first. CG, you have the floor.
It's not CG.
Go first. You go.
You have the microphone.
So I have iCraft position 100A. That's you.
No, now it's
okay.
working.
Thank you very much. Then I have the Botanical Garden Conservation International.
Now it's working. Should I go ahead?
No, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. CGIAR thanks the ACSU for its work during the intersessional period. While we support the continuation of the ACSU, we are worried that the work of the committee, as proposed in the draft resolution, may not lead to a coherent package of deliverables that are connected and complementary among them, and with other tools and guidelines that have been developed both under the treaty, such as the voluntary options for realizing farmers' rights, as well as other instruments that have been developed under other international bodies, and mainly the FAO Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Based on this, we encourage that the contact group that will work during this week and afterwards the ACSU itself go through a prioritization exercise with the aim to identify focus areas of work and target deliverables that are realistic based on existing resources and that complement and generate synergies with existing activities and tools. On the development of a mechanism to identify the levels and forms of implementation, a question that we would like to ask is about the relationship between this mechanism and the action plan for the capacity development strategy, and in particular, the needs assessment aspects of such action plan. We feel that both instruments will need to be connected somehow. In relation to the voluntary guidelines to address the bottlenecks to the implementation of Articles 5 and 6, we agree with the countries that have made references to existing guidelines and action plans, and in particular, the Global Plan of Action for PGRFA, in order to avoid unnecessary duplication of efforts. And in relation to the establishment of a committee on the global crop conservation strategies, we do appreciate this initiative. For us, the global crop conservation strategies are extremely useful documents. Just a note that I would like to make here is about the concept note and the objectives of such committee. We are in favor of putting implementation of the strategies in the first place. Now it appears rather low in the list of objectives that the committee will have. We would like to encourage this committee, if it is eventually established, to focus on implementation of existing global crop strategies in the first place, as we don't want the strategies to end in a wardrobe as useless documents. They have a lot of potential, so focus should be put on implementation. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for that. We will suspend the discussions on the deliberations on this agenda item here and pick it up again after the break. I have 3 observers on my list. We will do that. Any announcement from the Secretariat? There are no announcements from the Secretariat, so we will meet at 7:30 sharp here again for the evening session. Enjoy your break. of interventions from observers, but first a contracting party who's not in the room. I think Cameroon. Is Cameroon in the room? No. So we will continue with a botanical garden conservation initiative. You have the floor for 2 minutes. Thank you. You don't have an intervention. Excellent. Thank you very much. That's quick. IPC, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Paulina Margarita Canchopo. I'm a Maya Cachi woman from Guatemala, and I'm representing the Mayela movement from Latin America and the Caribbean, and we're members of the IPC. Through our seed systems and our methods of production, we, as peasant farmers and indigenous peoples, have historically contributed in a fundamental and precise way to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, not only for our peoples, but also for cities as well, because we are the custodians, administrators, and defenders of natural and agricultural ecosystems. We protect them, we conserve them, and we restore them. Therefore, respecting, protecting, and guaranteeing our rights is a key contribution to help halt the loss of biodiversity and uphold food security. For this reason, we're convinced that the drafting of voluntary guidelines under Articles 5 and 6 of the treaty is a great opportunity to continue to safeguard our biodiversity. However, we wish to recall to all contracting parties that this would only be the first step. We're convinced that it is only through national political measures and political will that we will be able to ensure that we can overcome a lot of the stumbling blocks that have been identified in the study. So any guideline that is established for the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources must include the reference to the Cartagena Protocol and its precautionary principles in order to avoid contaminating the seed systems of indigenous peoples and peasant farmers by GMOs and new genetic modification techniques that attack, violate, and rob ancestral knowledge. And so given the importance of the drafting of guidelines, in this process we would like spaces for debate to be created where farmers' organizations and indigenous peoples are included. And they really could play a very important role in decision-making on food systems. Also enabling regional consultations to reflect a better diversity of perspectives. For the peoples, seeds are history and not goods. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, IPC. Now I hope the Botanical Garden Conservation Initiative, the microphone is working. You have the floor. It's position 157.
Okay. Yes, it's come back. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Botanic Gardens Conservation International under Agenda Item 12. The report highlights progress in implementing Articles 5 and 6 and work of the Ad Hoc Technical Committee in ongoing efforts to develop practical mechanisms, voluntary guidelines, and global crop conservation strategies. I would like to emphasize that Botanic Gardens make important contributions in these areas and can support parties in overcoming the bottlenecks identified in the background study. Botanic Gardens maintain large living and seed collections, including crop wild relatives, traditional varieties, underutilized and opportunity crops, which are challenging to conserve ex situ, but are vital for climate adaptation and food security. Botanic gardens have long experience in cultivation, propagation, taxonomic verification, seed banking and related research and implementation for ex situ and in situ conservation. These directly align with the toolbox for sustainable use and implementation needs highlighted in the report. BGCI and New York Botanical Garden are co-leading the recently launched Global Conservation Consortium for Food Plants, GCCFP, a partnership with the Crop Trust, the Plant Treaty Secretariat, and other organizations. The GCCFP strengthens the coordination of botanic gardens and crop gene banks to implement global crop conservation strategies, especially for fruit and nut species, roots and tubers, and other perennial and vegetatively propagated crops. The GCCFP offers a mechanism for translating crop strategies into action on the ground. Botanic gardens also contribute directly to sustainable use objectives through implementation of the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation Actions 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, and 15, which include projects in support of urban and peri-urban food systems and community-based conservation, areas in which the committee has encouraged greater involvement. Global Botanic Garden community is ready to support parties in advancing Articles 5 and 6 through implementation of crop strategies, capacity development, and in situ conservation partnerships and other forms of collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as last speaker on the list, CSO, please, you have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. Chair. I'm reading this statement on behalf of the NGOs present at this meeting. 20 years after the treaty has entered into force, we are still losing seed diversity at rapid pace. If the treaty fails to halt the loss of PGRFA, it does not fulfill its principal objective. We therefore urge the governing body to make decisions that will lead to effective measures to improve the conservation of sustainable use of PGRFA. AXO in the last biennium prepared such measures, in particular the draft elements for voluntary guidelines to address the bottlenecks in regard to conservation and sustainable use. We think this document is ready to be submitted to the Secretariat to use it as a basis to elaborate draft voluntary guidelines to be presented at Governing Body 12. We also welcome the suggestion by the Philippines to, in the preamble, replace the term of sustainable agriculture with agroecology, as this will highlight the contribution that agroecology can make to the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. Furthermore, we also welcome the proposition of Peru to chair the AXO in the next biennium. The progress of AXO has been very slow, what might have been due to the fact that the regions of the chairs had very strong positions at stake concerning the mandate of the AXO, what put them in a difficult situation and impaired the effectiveness of the meeting. So we think a fresh start could benefit the process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. A civil society organization. This brings us to the close of the first round of deliberations. You might have noted there are various views on different issues. It was a very rich discussion. We do have some areas where there is a need to further consult and talk among contracting parties. Now, by now, I think you know the drill. I will call for the establishment of a contact group on a conservation and sustainable use. Again, I've consulted with the Bureau, and I propose that the contact group is co-chaired by Pace Lubinsky of the US and Elizabeth Fernandez of Peru. And the composition of the contact group would be as follows. Up to 5 contracting parties per region, Africa, Asia, Europe, and GRULAC as spokespersons. Up to 2 spokespersons, contracting parties per region from the Near East, North America, and Southwest Pacific. We also would allow speaking observers. There will be 2 per stakeholder group, civil society, farmers organizations, seed industry, research, and academia. Again, they would speak only on invitation by the co-chairs, normally at the end of the sessions. They are provided the opportunity to provide broad reactions, but have to refrain from providing negotiation text or participate in negotiations. Can I take it that we have agreement in the room for the establishment of that group? Thank you. So the topics the contact group would address is elements for future work, then propose terms of reference for the ad hoc technical committee on conservation and sustainable use. This also includes the discussion of what shape that group would take, as we heard different views on that. And you come back with a proposed revised draft resolution with as many or none of brackets in the text. The group will be open-ended, so all non-speaking contracting parties and observers are allowed in the room. You meet tonight at 9 o'clock till 10:30 in what room do we have? It's in the Pachacama room on floor 6. That's where at this moment the Farmers' Rights contact group will meet, so I take it you will coordinate with the co-chairs of that group so that you get into the room. Thank you very much for this. With this, I suspend the discussion on this agenda item, and we turn to the next agenda item, which will be agenda item 14 on compliance. And I invite Francisco of the Secretariat to come up to the podium. Thank you very much. I open agenda item 14 on compliance. Under this item, we will consider the report of the Compliance Committee. During this period, Priya Banu served as chairperson with Madhendra Perso as co-chair. I invite the chair present to update us on the work of the Compliance Committee during the biennium and to present the report. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It is my pleasure to provide this report as the co-chair of the Compliance Committee on behalf of all members of the Compliance Committee. The Compliance Committee held its 6th meeting from March 19th to 20th, 2025 in Rome. Its report to the governing body is contained in the working document IT/GB-11/25/14. The committee considered the national reports submitted by 97 contracting parties listed in Annex 1. I am happy to report that whereas only 37% of contracting parties had reported in the first reporting cycle, 63% of contracting parties have submitted at least one report by January 20th, 2025. New or updated reports received after the analysis was finalized are published on the website of the International Treaty and include those of Rwanda, Cambodia, and the Netherlands. In Section 2 of Annex 2, It identifies reporting trends, providing an overview of reports received since March 2023. As requested, the committee used its report to the 8th session of the governing body as the baseline for identifying progress in and constraints. On pages 12 through 15, the committee provides an overview of reporting under Cycle 1 and Cycle 2. This part also includes a review of the reports of the contracting parties who reported under both cycles. Section 3 includes the survey results and has a synthesis part, and it follows the structure of the standard reporting format. Where relevant and valid, the synthesis briefly points at developments and compares results, for example, on the questions related to sustainable use, farmers' rights, and the multilateral system. In Section 4, the committee provides its analysis, as well as some concluding remarks. While it is encouraging to see the increase in contracting parties who have sent in a report, the threshold of 80% reporting had not been reached for the committee to undertake a thorough review of the compliance procedures. Regarding our interaction with other intersessional bodies, as co-chair of the Compliance Committee, it is my pleasure to report to you that we had several opportunities to interact with the co-chairs of the Ad Hoc Open-Ended Working Group to enhance the functioning of the multilateral system. As requested by the committee, the Secretariat briefed the Ad Hoc Technical Expert Group on Farmers' Rights on the compliance mechanism and on the work of the Compliance Committee. The committee agreed that its co-chairs should continue liaising with the co-chairs of other relevant subsidiary bodies and processes. Distinguished colleagues, I would also like to commend the Secretary and his team for the work undertaken to support contracting parties in benefiting from the functions of the Compliance Committee. Finally, let me draw your attention to the draft resolution presented by the Compliance Committee and contained in the working document 14, starting on page 47. Please also consider the table with the current composition of the Compliance Committee and its members, which is provided on the last page of the document, indicating where a decision for a replacement or re-election is needed. Distinguished delegates, to conclude, let me thank my co-chair and all members of the Compliance Committee for their constructive work and collaboration during this biennium, as well as the Secretary and his team for their support. We invite all contracting parties to submit their updated reports and to consider benefiting from the functions of the Compliance Committee to support implementation of the international treaty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Thanks for this excellent report. I will open the floor for interventions. As we have not yet received all nominations for the election of the Compliance Committee, we will do that another day. Please be reminded to appoint the colleagues willing to serve in the Compliance Committee and hand in the nominations by Friday at the latest. Document 14, as already mentioned, contains a draft resolution that is recommended by the committee, and I will now open the floor, preferably for regional statements. Thank you. The floor is open. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellency, distinguished delegates, I now have the honor to speak on behalf of the African region on item 14. The Africa region expresses its full support for the draft resolution presented by the Secretariat under the agenda item on compliance. Africa thanks the Compliance Committee for the quality of its analysis and the Secretariat for its continued support and excellent work, as well as all contracting parties that submitted or updated reports in a timely manner. The Africa region underscores the central importance of national reports as a key tool for self-assessment and for informing our collective decision-making. However, we note with concern that the target of 80% of submissions had not yet been reached, which limits the comprehensiveness of the global analysis. In this regard, The Africa region strongly encourages all contracting parties, including new members, to continue submitting and regularly updating their reports in line with the 5-year cycle. We also underline that new contracting parties require specific support to prepare their first report or baseline assessment. The Africa region wishes to underline how important it is for all of us to strengthen the information shared under the treaty, clear updates on the main threats to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, on the measures taken to implement Article 9, and on the materials made available in the multilateral system, including how they are accessed through the SMTA, will help us better understand the progress made and the challenges we still face. Improved transparency will allow us to work together more effectively and support the common objectives of the treaty. The Africa region expresses its appreciation to the Secretariat for its continuing assistance to contracting parties, including through help desk services, training activities, and webinars. We also express our support for the Secretariat's ongoing effort to assist contracting parties in the use of the online reporting system and to continue its collaboration with the World Conservation Monitoring Center of the United Nations Environment Programme to further strengthen and improve this important tool. The Africa region also encourages the Secretariat to engage with those contracting parties that have been unable to submit their national reports and to invite them to share the challenges and underlying reasons for their non-reporting. Understanding these constraints is essential to provide appropriate support and to strengthen the overall implementation of the treaty. In addition, noting that some questions in the reporting format may still lack clarity or precision, the Africa region proposed that the Secretariat formally invite contracting parties to provide their views and concrete suggestions for improving the reporting format so that future reports can be clearer, more consistent, and easier for all parties to complete. With that regard, Africa would like to propose the following amendment to draft resolution on compliance by inserting a paragraph 6 bis, which will be read as follows, with your permission, Mr. Chair. So, the governing body...
Управляющий орган предлагает сторонам уточнить и предоставить больший обзор всего существующего формата отчетности и предоставить рекомендации для уточнения вопросов, по которым нет достаточной ясности или, возможно, отсутствует достаточной интерпретации для обеспечения доступности и возможности подачи отчетности. Африканский регион понимает, что остаются, несмотря на достижения, остаются лакуны. Наращивание потенциала, целенаправленное оказание помощи необходимы для обеспечения полного и эффективного соблюдения положения договора, особенно в частности многосторонней системы и прав фермеров. В условиях возрастающего изменения климата вопрос соблюдения положений договоров приобретает все большую важность, в частности, для африканского региона. Такие меры будут непосредственно способствовать сохранению ресурсов, генетических ресурсов и местных культур. И, наконец, африканский регион подчеркивает важность поддержки роли фермеров в сохранении, развитии и устойчивом использовании генетических ресурсов растений и поддерживает работу комитета по соблюдению, по принятию мер для того, чтобы в национальные изменения были внесены соответствующие изменения. Африканский регион привержен механизмам соблюдения, основанных на прозрачности, подотчетности, что соответствует и принципам нашего договора, и необходимости сохранения нашего генетического наследия. Большое спасибо, Тунис, за высказывание от Африканского региона. Теперь Испания, пожалуйста. Спасибо. Спасибо, господин председатель. Я говорю от имени Европейской региональной группы. Мы благодарим секретариат за предоставление нам подробного рабочего документа. Мы благодарны Комитету по соблюдению за их работу.
That have submitted their report to allow the consideration by the committee, as well as to the contracting parties that have already reported under the second reporting cycle. However, we regret that we have not yet reached the target of 80% of submissions. We would have liked to see a greater number of reports to enable a more comprehensive and in-depth analysis. Nevertheless, the synthesis and analysis of the 97 reports, which equals 63% of the contracted parties, is still useful. In our region, we have encouraged contracting parties with pending reports to submit them by the extended deadline of October 2024 and beyond. We welcome the extended role of compliance reports as an important source of information for studies requested by the governing body under Article 5 and 6 and Article 9. We request the committee to continue to consider the other reporting obligations of contracting parties under other international instruments, such as the Second Global Plan of Action for Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and to seek as much alignment as possible to reduce administrative burden on contracting parties. We encourage the committee to liaise with the co-chairs of other relevant subsidiary bodies and processes to provide information and exchange views on matters of mutual interest, and to take their needs into consideration, including for any future revision of the standard reporting format. We congratulate the Secretariat for all their work to facilitate reporting, and we encourage them to continue doing so during the next biennium. Mr. Chair, we invite contracting parties to use the Compliance Committee's full mandate, including monitoring implementation and offering advice or assistance when needed. We also call upon those contracting parties which have been unable to submit their national reports this time to do so as soon as possible. We welcome and support the proposed resolution with one small addition in paragraph 12. Regarding our representation in the Compliance Committee, we will provide one new member for the 2025-2027 term. And now I will read the changes in the resolution. We would like to add the word adequate before financial resources in paragraph 12. And then after enhanced compliance with, we will include as well as reporting capacities on. Then we delete and we add at the end of the sentence 4 countries who have not yet provided their compliance reports. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Europe. I have Egypt followed by the United States. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm talking in the name of the Near East region. We would like to congratulate the committee for its work. We would like to thank them for their efforts, to the Secretariat for the effort, to the support presented to the contracted parties during their work in preparing the reports. And we're calling on the Secretariat for continuing to do this. The region is stressing upon the continuing the work on the CBD. The region welcomes the national reports presented by the contracted parties, especially from our countries, the countries of our region, to the Secretariat. And we encourage the contracting parties that have not presented their reports to present them as quickly as possible. The region also supports the presenting the dorm, the support through workshops in the Near East to ameliorate or to improve the presentation of reports, and would like to stress upon the need to help and support the contracting parties to continue their presentation of reports and updating the reports. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Egypt, United States, followed by Brazil. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I am delivering this statement on behalf of the North America region. The North America region thanks the Compliance Committee for its work, and as the current chair of the committee, I personally thank the committee members for a collaborative and efficient meeting earlier this year, and in particular, thank colleagues from Ecuador and Norway for stepping in to lead the in-person portion of the meeting. The North America region also thanks the Secretariat for its support of the Compliance Committee and its excellent analysis of the current status of compliance reporting under the treaty. In terms of edits to the draft resolution, we have two. In paragraph 6, we would like to make clear that the identification of these themes came from the recommendation of the analysis in the Compliance Committee report. Right now, it's not clear where these themes came from, and so I would propose adding after themes identified in the report of the Compliance Committee as benefiting from additional information, and then it would continue on to facilitate the future analysis. The second comment is a legal edit in the last paragraph, in paragraph 16. I would replace "in accordance" with the word "consistent." So it's consistent with. This is because compliance procedures are a non-legally binding instrument, and we prefer to use language indicating as such. The final point, in terms of elections, the North America region has one position that is up for re-election, and the region nominates Devin Arbuthnot of Canada to replace Indra Thind on the Compliance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, North America, also for the nomination of a new member. I have Brazil followed by Indonesia, and that will close the list of interventions. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to commend the valuable work carried out by the Compliance Committee, and Brazil would like to express our support for the draft resolution. My delegation would like to emphasize that reporting should remain a self-assessment tool aimed at measuring progress in the implementation of the treaty. We understand that it must not evolve into a mechanism applying in a punitive or compliance-oriented manner. Brazil would also underline the importance of ensuring that the Secretariat draws on the data and analysis provided by the committee to foster cooperation, promote the exchange of experiences, and support capacity building efforts. This approach is essential for helping parties addressing gaps in the implementation of the treaty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Brazil, I have Indonesia, followed by Ecuador and Paraguay, but this time the list is indeed closed. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indonesia is making this statement on behalf of the Asia region. Asia region complements the effort undertaken by the Compliance Committee for preparing the report that includes synthesis and analysis of the report submitted by the contracting parties, including review of the first and second reporting cycles. The Asia region underscores the timely reporting as a mechanism to assess the implementation status of the treaty, ensure transparency, accountability, and acknowledgement, and also appreciate the countries who have met their treaty-related nation reporting obligation. However, our region expresses its concern over not meeting the target of 80% of submission required for preparation of comprehensive report. The underlying reason for the underreporting need to be identified for necessary facilitation to the member through awareness, capacity building, and other measures as appropriate toward meeting the submission target and reporting obligation. Asia region reaffirm our strong commitment to the objectives and provision of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture and its implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Indonesia for Asia, Ecuador followed by Paraguay. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ecuador thanks the excellent report presented by the Compliance Committee and also thanks Ambassador Mónica Martínez for her great work done in this group. We agree that national reports are an important tool for self-assessment and information to prioritize the topics for benefit sharing, where regions have the greatest weaknesses, the obstacles and challenges for implementing the Articles 5 and 6 of the International Treaty and the assessment of the state of the implementation of farmers' rights. Relative to draft resolution, Ecuador agrees, but we request that in paragraph 6, after it invites contracting parties to provide more detailed information in their reports, that you include as per the possibilities or according to possibilities, and then the text continues as it is. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the document, in the draft resolution, we would, in paragraph 3, we would like to delete the phrase, the most adequate. I'm trying to find paragraph 3. Yeah, and the most adequate way to delete that. There is no that.
Item. Cesar, we have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We welcome the report of the Compliance Committee, and we appreciate the work undertaken by the committee as well as Secretariat to develop the report. However, we have to make a comment relating to the compliance agenda. It seems to us it's highly focused on the compliance by the contracting parties, but not necessarily other actors involved in the various operations of the multilateral system and the treaty, including the Secretariat. And therefore, we request to, over a period of time, improve, open up a little bit more of the oversight of activities taken up by the Article 15 institutions supporting components, secretariats, as well as the operations of multilateral system under the compliance committee's purview. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, we conclude the deliberations. Thank you to those regions who handed in nominations already. A reminder, please, the others, please hand in your nominations as soon as you can. I will ask the Secretariat to update the resolution in accordance with the comments received, and with that I suspend this agenda item. Now, before going into the next agenda item on our timetable, let me come to the reporting from the contact group on the MLS. I would like to give the floor to one of the co-chairs to give an update on the deliberations and the work. Michael, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Multilateral System Contact Group met Monday evening and then today in the morning and the afternoon. In line with the group's mandate, we discussed the information provided in the report of the Standing Group of Legal Experts and then the issues raised in plenary. The SGLE report helped us to identify a number of editorial changes, such as words that should have been capitalised to reflect their status as defined terms, and a range of policy issues that need to be considered as further development of a package of measures progresses. The contact group then commenced a discussion firstly about how to approach the issues raised in plenary, and then some initial steps towards identifying potential compromises. Structuring discussions around the 3 hotspots, contact group members outlined some red lines, preferred approaches and sensitivities around expansion, noting suggestions for using a positive list, as well as the full expansion with safeguards outlined in the draft package, which has become known by shorthand as the negative list, digital sequence information, genetic sequence data, and payment structures. We thank the contact group members for their constructive and open engagement on the issues, and believe that an additional session tomorrow to discuss rates and how the various elements discussed could then be assembled as a balanced package would be needed to complete this first round and identify potential compromises, and then report back to plenary to discuss potential next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, co-chair, for this report. Congratulations on the discussions had, and indeed the contact group, the terms of reference are prolonged till tomorrow lunchtime for further deliberation on the hotspots and on the overall package that we have in front of us. Please report back to plenary at 1:45 tomorrow lunchtime, after which the Bureau will consider how to move forward on this agenda item. Thank you very much for your leadership so far. With that, I come to so I reconfirm, just to be very clear, that the contact group will meet tomorrow morning in, I suppose, in the usual room at 10 o'clock, and you have 2 hours 45 minutes before reporting back to the plenary. Thank you. So with that, I open agenda item 15, contribution of FAO to the implementation of the international treaty. Under this item, we will invite Mr. Kaveh Saedi, Director of the FAO Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment, to introduce the documentation. Welcome to the plenary. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. At its 10th session, the governing body invited FAO to continue providing a comprehensive report on its contribution to the implementation of the treaty and requested the Secretary to continue updating the governing body on the status of invitations addressed to FAO and on new or ongoing collaborations and partnerships within the organization. The document prepared for this agenda item, IT/GB 11/25/15, responds to these requests. It provides an overview of FAO's contributions since the 10th session and outlines the support provided through FAO's administrative, financial, and technical structures. The document covers several key areas. It describes the administrative and financial support provided to the international treaty, noting that the FAO conference has approved the allocation of $2 million for the treaty in the Programme of Work and Budget for 2026 to 2027. It also reports on FAO's active support for the membership and awareness-raising campaign, including targeted engagement through regional and country offices. It also highlights FAO's support to treaty implementation, delivered through a wide range of offices, technical units, and decentralized structures across the organization. The document also provides information on the interface between the treaty and FAO's portfolios under a range of multilateral funding mechanisms. This includes new initiatives supported through the Global Environment Facility and the Green Climate Fund, where experience gained through the Benefit Sharing Fund has served as an important reference point for cooperation. The document further describes continued efforts to integrate the treaty into FAO's strategies and corporate initiatives, including the action plan for the implementation of the FAO strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity across agricultural sectors for 2024 to 27. A key action in the action plan is the facilitation of policy dialogues at country and regional levels on the ratification and implementation of biodiversity-related instruments, including, of course, the treaty. The next update of the action plan will take into account new developments and agreements reached at this session of the governing body. The governing body is invited to take note of the information contained in this document and to consider the draft elements for a resolution presented in its annex. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director. The governing body is invited to take note of the information provided in the document and to consider the draft elements for a possible resolution contained in the annex of document 15. I open the floor for comments. As usual, regional statements are preferred. Floor is open. I recognize Finland. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for the working document related to this agenda item. We take note of and thank the FAO for the report provided and encourage the FAO to continue to actively support the treaty as a key international instrument required for the fulfillment of Sustainable Development Goals 2 and 15 and the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We appreciate the financial and administrative support that FAO provides to the Secretariat of the Treaty and the Treaty's implementation. Its annual financial contribution, the Treaty's core administrative budget, are key to safeguard the fulfillment of the Treaty's mandate. We encourage FAO to reflect the crucial importance of the Treaty in future budgetary allocation decisions. We warmly welcome the FAO's continuous and successful support in increasing the number of member countries of the Treaty. We acknowledge with appreciation the measures taken by the FAO to independently evaluate the fourth project cycle of the Benefit Sharing Fund and the resulting recommendations for the fifth project cycle, as well as the FAO's support in implementing numerous projects in many countries. We acknowledge the support provided by the FAO's Digital FAO and Agroinformatics Division for the further development of the GLIS portal and the migration of the International Treaties website to a new FAO content management system. We also welcome the dialogue of the FAO and civil society organizations to enhance the understanding of farmers' rights and the interface with the right to food. Finally, Mr. Chair, we thank the FAO for its support in operating the treaty's emergency reserve for germplasm collection at risk, and for the projects in Ukraine funded by the European Union to enable the safeguarding and re-establishment of the Ukraine's plant and resources system. We agree with the draft resolution with one amendment, which I will now read out. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I read the one point? Okay. In the draft resolution, point 1, we would like to add at the end, after the treaty, to enhance its functional sustainability and to reflect the crucial importance of the treaty in future budgetary allocation decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. On behalf of Europe, I have Kenya, followed by the Republic of Korea. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor again. I take the floor on behalf of the African region. Mr. Chair, Africa welcomes the continuous efforts of FAO to contribute to the implementation of the international treaty. We welcome the report of FAO describing FAO's contribution and the cooperation in accordance with the invitation made by the governing body. We thank FAO for the financial support to the Secretariat of the International Treaty, despite the budgetary constraints, as well as the facilitation and support to countries and other partners in the development and implementation of normative and standard-setting instruments for a resilient and sustainable agri-food system. Africa region appreciates the support of FAO's Resource Mobilization Division for the reporting and monitoring of relevant fund agreements to the BSF, as well as the collaboration of FAO's country office in Ukraine and Sudan with the Secretariat of the Treaty to support the development and strategy for plant genetic resources development and resilience. The African region commends the efforts made to integrate the international treaty into relevant FAO's initiatives and strategies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Kenya, on behalf of Africa, the Republic of Korea, followed by Ecuador. Korea, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Asia Listen warmly thanks FAO for its continued financial and administrative support to the international treaty, noting the allocation of $2 million United States dollars in both the 2024 to 2025 and 2026 to 2027 biennial. This commitment, despite wider budgetary constraints, underscores the strategic importance of the treaties. Asian Listen welcomed the recent accessions of Bahrain, Colombia, South Africa, and Barbados, bring membership to 155 contracting parties. We encourage FAO through its regional and country offices to intensify outreach in underrepresented regions to move closer to universal membership. On implementation, we recommend FAO's support for the benefit sharing fund, including the evaluation of BSF-4 and the timely launch of BSF-5 projects in 45 countries. We also highlight the importance of FAO's emergency mechanisms to safeguard gene banks at risk, as in Ukraine and Sudan. Asia region would like to urge FAO to further embed the treaty into its biodiversity mainstreaming strategy 2024 to 2027 and the decade of family farming. That youth and women farmers are central to implementation, especially in the context of the International Year of Women Farmers in 2026. Finally, we encourage FAO to deepen synergies between the treaty's benefit-sharing fund and multilateral financing mechanism to scale up support for conservation and the sustainable use of plenty genetic resources as of Article 5 and 6 of the treaty. Mr. Chairman, FAO's role is not just financial, but strategic. By embedding the treaty across its biodiversity, resilience, and family farming agendas, FAO can ensure the treaty becomes a truly universal instrument that delivers on SDGs to end 15 and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Korea. On behalf of Asia, we have Ecuador, Brazil, Egypt, and the United States. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. Ecuador welcomes the draft resolution found in Annex 3. We wish to reiterate some issues that we believe are relevant, such as collaboration between the Emergency and Resilience Office of the FAO and the Secretariat for the establishment of mechanisms to support germplasm collections at risk. This has contributed to valuable materials from germplasm banks not to be lost. So, therefore, it's extremely important for the FAO to continue to strengthen this emergency office to ensure that plant genetic resources are protected in situations of crisis. Another key issue where the FAO and the international treaty should work very closely together on is on the implementation of initiatives and strategies to contribute to addressing the complex social challenges as well as the economic and environmental challenges that agri-food systems face in an equitable, inclusive and sustainable way on a global level, and to seek ways of safeguarding genetic resources of global importance, which are considered to be superfoods. In this context, youth and farmers play a key role as the future administrators of agricultural diversity, so young farmers play an important role. It's also important to seek synergies between the distribution of the beneficiaries' funds and other multilateral financing sources, especially given the very disheartening negotiations to strengthen the fund. Ecuador hopes and believes that seeking new donors is a way forward and should be considered and worked on within the financing strategy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ecuador. Of Brazil, followed by Egypt. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil wishes to recognize the complementary contribution of the FAO to the work carried out under the treaty. With respect to the draft resolution, my delegation notes that certain language on paragraph 10 warrants caution, as it could inadvertently suggest an inappropriate equivalent between the benefit sharing fund, whose primary purpose is the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, a binding obligation, even if it may also receive voluntary contributions, and other funding mechanisms that are structured exclusively around voluntary inputs and aimed at development cooperation. For this reason, a reference to synergies between the benefit sharing fund and other mechanisms should be replaced by cooperation and complementarity. Also, to clarify that cooperation is desirable in the implementation rather than implying alignment in their respective resource mobilization modalities, we also suggest adding projects supported by in the second line. So the sentence in paragraph 10 would read, encourages FAO to continue identifying and pursuing cooperation and complementarity between the projects supported by the Benefit Sharing Fund and those by other multilateral funding mechanisms. We also propose exchanging including for such as in the same sentence. Finally, in the same paragraph, we see merit in the suggestion to align the project portfolio of the Benefit Sharing Fund with the GBF Fund, given that it is an instrument dedicated to biodiversity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Brazil, I have Egypt, followed by the United States. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of the Near East region. So the Near East region would like to express its gratitude to the ongoing efforts being exerted by the FAO to implement the international treaty when it comes to the PGRFA, considering that the contribution by the FAO is a major pillar to provide the necessary protection to the plant biodiversity for the contracting parties, especially in our region. And the Near East region emphasized that this international treaty is based on the support, especially technical and financial support by FAO, especially also to implement the SMTA in a fair and just fashions, and also how to share the benefits, especially when it comes to the agriculture communities and the developing countries. The Near East region emphasize that the success of each country to manage its genetic resources is very important to rely on capacity building. This is what we call on how to provide the necessary capacity building and to support the gene banks and to be in line with as well GLIS, and to provide the specific training when it comes to research and innovation in this field. The Near East region see that the contribution of FAO should support the contribution among countries and international research institutions by create regional partnerships between the research centers and gene banks, and to support the scientific research and support developing countries in mutual projects to develop their plant genetic resources and to be resilient when it comes to climate change. In conclusion, the Near East region is emphasized its complete commitment to work with FAO and other related organizations to implement the international treaty to reach sustainable implementation and the biodiversity of our food and agriculture. And thank you, Mr. President.
Egypt, for the Near East, I have the United States of America. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States has one edit to paragraph 7. As previously stated, the United States has principled concerns with the SDGs and cannot reaffirm them through governing body decisions. As a result, we have some suggested alternate text for OP7, and I will read it. further invites FAO to continue its support to the international treaty as a significant international instrument advancing the fair and mutually beneficial protection and promotion of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and to build awareness of the importance of the implementation of, and compliance with, the international treaty at the highest national levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the United States for that proposal. I would like to ask Kaveh whether you have any comments, any reactions to what you've heard.
Thank you, Chair. No, I think we've taken note of the comments and are very grateful for the support of the members. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I will ask the Secretariat to update the resolution, and we will bring it back to plenary at the appropriate time. With that, I will suspend this agenda item, and we will turn to agenda item 16, cooperation with international instruments and organizations. The item 16 is structured in 4 sub-items. I intend to open them sequentially. For each of the items, I will first give the floor to the Secretary for the introduction of the working document, followed by the organization or body concerned. I will then open the floor for interventions. I would remind the speakers to be concise in your statements. So we come to item 16.1, cooperation with the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. This first item is cooperation with the Commission. I give the floor to the senior liaison officer of the Commission, Dan Leskian, for the presentation of the report. But before that, it is Alvaro Toledo who will introduce the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In line with the request by the governing body at its 10th session, the document 16.1 has been prepared jointly by the Secretariats of the International Treaty and the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture of FAO, to provide updates on their collaborative activities undertaken in the intersessional period. Areas of cooperation included in the document are, among others, the third report on the state of the world's plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, the revised version of which the Secretary of the International Treaty made available to contracting parties, the updating, implementation and monitoring of the second Global Plan of Action for Plant Genetic Resources, for which regional consultations on the review of the plan were convened jointly by FAO and the Secretariats of the Commission and the International Treaty, as well as other joint advocacy efforts to promote agricultural biodiversity in relevant fora and processes. In the document, possible areas for cooperation are suggested for the next biennium, including on digital sequence information / genetic sequence data, to examine the implications of Decision 16.2 of the CBD COP on agricultural research and development, as well as capacity building needs and the fair sharing of benefits from the use of genetic resources digital sequence information. The Secretary of the Commission has provided a summary of relevant outcomes of the 20th session of the Commission in its report to the governing body, available as an information document under this agenda. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I will give the floor to my colleague, Dan Leskian, to present the report to the governing body. But let me just, before doing so, note that draft elements for our resolution on cooperation with the Commission are available in the annex to our working document. Thank you very much.
Can I please give the microphone to the CGRFA, please?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in coordination with the international treaty, the Commission on Genetic Resources continues to engage in multiple activities of relevance to plant genetic resources, such as the implementation of the gene bank standards, the impact of seed policies, laws and regulations, access and benefit sharing, and digital sequence information. Now, I will briefly report on the most obvious highlights of the Commission's work relevant to the international treaty, and Alvaro Toledo already mentioned them. The periodic global assessment of plant genetic resources and the ongoing review of the second global plan of action for plant genetic resources. Recalling Article 17.3 of the international treaty, the governing body at its last session invited contracting parties to cooperate with the Commission in the preparation of the third report on the state of the world's plant genetic resources. And I wish to thank contracting parties of the international treaty that contributed to the preparation of the third report. The report, prepared under the guidance of the Commission, was launched in March of this year on the occasion of the Commission's 20th regular session. As already mentioned, the report and its in brief version have been made available to this session of the governing body. It was also presented yesterday at a side event, a regional launch for Latin America. The Commission welcomed the report as a milestone and baseline for guiding future work on plant genetic resources. As you may recall, Article 14 of the International Treaty recognizes the Global Plan of Action as important to the International Treaty and commits contracting parties to the promotion of its effective implementation. In 2019, at its 19th regular session, the Commission initiated a review of the second Global Plan of Action. The review was to be informed by the findings of the then draft third report and take into account gaps, needs, and priorities identified through regional consultations. And these regional consultations on the review of the second Global Plan of Action were held throughout 2024 and were jointly organized by the Treaty, FAO, and the Commission. And the national focal points of the Commission for Plant Genetic Resources, as well as the national focal points for the International Treaty, participated in these consultations. Now, the gaps, needs, and priorities identified during these regional consultations were then synthesized and presented to the Commission's working group on plant genetic resources and to the Commission at their most recent sessions. And at its most recent session, the Commission, at its 20th regular session, considered these key issues and requested FAO to prepare a revised second Global Plan of Action for consideration by the Working Group and the Commission. Now, given the importance of the second Global Plan of Action to the International Treaty, the participation of countries, whether in their capacity as contracting parties of the treaty or as members of the Commission, will be pivotal. This critical role is reflected in the multi-year program of work 2026-2031 of the International Treaty, which will be discussed under Agenda Item 17.1. Now, further information on the Commission's work relevant to the International Treaty is provided in the information document 16.1/Inf1. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dan, for the update on the collaboration of the two bodies. I now open the floor for interventions. The floor is open. I recognize Czechia. Czechia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of the European Regional Group. We welcome the continued close cooperation between the Treaty and the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. We appreciate the joint efforts and collaborative activities of both secretariats in producing the third report on the state of the world's plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, in advancing the implementation and updating of the second Global Plan of Action, and in promoting practical guidance, capacity building, and knowledge exchange across countries and regions. We consider these collaborative activities essential for ensuring the sustainable conservation and use of PGRFA, supporting farmers' rights and strengthening global food security. We also welcome the continued coordination between the treaty and the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture on seed policies, access and benefit sharing, DSI/GSD, indicators and reporting formats, and advocacy for biodiversity in agriculture. We request both secretariats to maintain and further strengthen this close collaboration, ensuring that the latest knowledge, data, and experience is shared effectively, thereby enhancing coherence in the development and implementation of their respective programs of work. We have 2 amendments to the draft resolution, which I will present now and also provide in writing. Firstly, we add end to the para 1 to the para, so the para reads as follows. Welcomes the ongoing cooperation between the Commission and the governing body and the joint and collaborative activities undertaken by the 2 secretariats in the period between the 10th and 11th sessions of the governing body. And second, in the para 5, small Roman 7, in order to be consistent with language, we add at the end of para the abbreviation GSD, so it reads as DSI/GSD. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Europe, Libya, followed by Burkina Faso. Libya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you all. I'm delighted to speak on behalf of the Near East region, as my region would like to express the gratitude for the ongoing efforts that being done by the cooperation with the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Consider this cooperation is essential for the food security and preserve the biodiversity for food and agriculture and the sustainable as well use of agriculture and food. And we emphasize that this kind of cooperation will enhance as well the drafting of the necessary profits and capacity building programs for the contracting partners, which is imperative. It's very imperative for our countries in our region in face of the climate change. And we urge also to develop the cooperation mechanisms between the Commission as well and the International Treaty on Agriculture and Food, and to facilitate the transfer of information and experiences in our region, and to support periodic reports on the status of the genetic resources, and to be able to take decisions, scientific-based decisions, basically, and to confirm that this cooperation should also empower the countries to build their national gene banks and to implement procedures and policies that is effective in terms of preserving biodiversity and to build the human capacities when it comes to the genetic work. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
For the Near East, I have Burkina Faso, followed by Canada. Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Okay, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, distinguished delegates. I'm speaking on behalf of the African Regional Group under this agenda item, since it's the first time I'm taking the floor. If I may, I wish to thank the government of Peru and the government of Switzerland for organising the 11th session of our governing body. We also wish to thank and congratulate you, Chairman, for your devotion in your role heading up this 11th session of the governing body. Our thanks are also extended to the Secretariat of the Treaty for having provided us with all of the documentation we required for this meeting. Having reviewed the working document ITGB 1125-16.1, entitled Cooperation with the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, the Africa region recognizes the need for the ongoing cooperation with the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture and the governing body, as well as joint activities carried out with the Treaty of the International Treaty and the collaboration that took place during the intersessional period. For the third report on the state of the world's plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, the implementation, follow-up and updating of the second report on the colloquium on the exploitation of plant genetic resources, food and agriculture, and also the implementation of relevant technical instruments such as norms applicable to gene banks for plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, as well as the revision of the World Information and Early Warning System on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and the World Information System and the updating of the second Programme of Action following the regional considerations. So the African region recognizes the need, in addition to expanding research on the effects of different policies, legislation, and regulations on seeds, to give farmers the ability to obtain seeds and plant material that is adapted to local conditions, including varieties from local farmers, whilst also taking account of different seed systems on both a national and local level. There's also access to and sharing of the benefits and digital sequencing and taking account of the goals and policies of the Commission and the governing body of the International Treaty in the implementation of strategies and the global framework, for example, the FAO's strategy on the integration of biodiversity in all parts of farming and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We take note of the report 16.1, and we encourage both secretariats to continue to work together in order to help to strengthen the capacities of their national focal points and to harmonize their approaches in the area of data collection and the registration of plant genetic resources. Finally, the African Regional Group warmly welcomes the draft resolution submitted to the governing body. We support it and we thank you all. Thank you very much.
Merci, Burkina Faso. I have Canada, followed by Japan. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a statement on behalf of the North America region. The North America region welcomes the progress in coordination of efforts between the Treaty Secretariat and the Secretariat of the Commission on Genetic Resources. The informative reports presented by both secretariats list many examples for fruitful interaction and joint efforts that serve the objectives of the treaty. It is very important that this close coordination between the two secretariats continues to be efficient and avoids duplication. Before I go there, the North America region wants to reiterate, as mentioned under agenda item 11 on GLIS, that we need to better clarify the respective roles and responsibilities of the views and the GLIS databases. Now I have a few comments on the draft resolution. In paragraph 2, the first word agrees should be replaced by the word decides, because that is not legally binding, such a resolution. In paragraph 5, welcomes the joint and collaborative activities and so on. In the third line, after with the Secretariat of the Commission to promote coherence, and then an insertion, and avoid duplication. And then you continue in the development and implementation. That is an important aspect we like to have mentioned there. In paragraph 5, subparagraph Roman 6, it is unclear what is meant by monitoring. We need to observe that reporting burdens on countries are minimized. Therefore, we suggest replacing measuring and monitoring simply by assessing. Under Roman 7, in the second line, we know this is ongoing work, or it's obviously ongoing work, but this should be based on the availability of additional resources through a virtual and open-ended workshop. This is for including participation. We would prefer to have it held as such. And then at the end, it says the need for capacity building. We see there is a need, there are also expectations, so we suggest to say the need and expectations. Then in Roman 9, there we, to reiterate what I said in the beginning, we would suggest to say, to start, the better division of mandates between the Global Information System and the World Information and Early Warning System on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture views, and then continue, delete this, and relevant targets and indicators, and how they relate to relevant targets and indicators of the revised second GPA for PGRFA. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you very much. Canada, Japan, followed by Ecuador. Japan, you have the floor.
Japan appreciates the presented report on cooperation with CGRFA. However, we believe that any collaboration between the Secretariat with the Secretary of the Commission must respect existing rights, like the intellectual property rights, under relevant international agreements, and the sovereignty of each nation for creating its own national law. In this regard, Japan requests to add reference to the preamble of the international treaty that the treaty shall not be interpreted as implying in any way a change in the rights and obligations of the contracting parties under other international agreements, and reference to the sovereignty in drafting national law. Therefore, we would like to suggest on the paragraph 5, Roman number 4, to add in the end, after locally adapted farmers varieties land races, as follows: respecting contracting parties' sovereignty in drafting national law, reaffirming that the international treaty shall not be interpreted as implying in any way a change in the rights and obligations of the contracting parties under other international agreements, we will submit the edit in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ecuador agrees with the draft resolution and would mainly ask to both secretariats to think about the impact of your working together and see what's going to happen in your next meetings. We also want to highlight the importance of the third report, the third global report that analyzes and collects key information regarding conservation, availability, and exchange, in other words, the MLS, and the global information system and benefit sharing, in addition to talking about various components regarding sustainability and the state of the implementation of farmers' rights. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ecuador. This brings us to the end of the list of interventions. I will ask the Secretariat to update the draft resolution so that it can be presented to plenary for approval. With the risk of repeating myself, please do send your statements to the Secretariat. The reason for that is that any amendments you suggest needs to be sent to Rome to be translated, and there are only certain time blocks they actually can do that, so in addition to the time difference, and that's why it is really important you send those statements and suggestions to the Secretariat as quickly as you can. Don't hesitate to send them even before you make your interventions. That's better than having them too late. This would then make it that we are late in our work. So thank you for that. I would now like to turn to item 16.2, cooperation with the Global Crop Diversity Trust. I give the floor to the Secretariat for the introduction of the document of the cooperation with the Global Crop Diversity Trust. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This document, 16.2.1, provides a summary of the activities undertaken and recent developments in the cooperation between the Secretariats of the International Treaty and the Global Crop Diversity Trust since the last session of the governing body, the GB10. It highlights in particular those initiatives undertaken in response to the policy guidance provided by the governing body to the Crop Trust through Resolution 12/2023. This document should be considered in conjunction with the working document 16.2.2, report of the Global Crop Diversity Trust to the governing body, and working document 9.13, report on the emergency reserve for germplasm collections at risk. My colleague Sarada Krishnan of the Crop Trust will provide a brief introduction to the report of the Crop Trust in a minute. But before doing so, let me provide some further information about the draft resolution, which is contained in our document and is set out in two parts. Part 1 contains policy guidance on areas related to resource mobilization, scientific and technical matters, the global information system, communication and outreach, and a mainstreaming of global conservation strategy. Paragraph 19 of Section E of the resolution contains an additional paragraph number 15, which will be removed in the final version. There's a second part in the resolution which includes other paragraphs for your guidance. The draft resolution contained in the document 9.13, Emergency Reserve for Germplasm Collections at Risk, will be integrated into this resolution for your adoption. The governing body is invited to review this document in conjunction with the related documents and adopt a resolution to provide policy and other guidance to the Crop Trust, taking into account the elements contained in the annex to the document I've just presented. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I will provide now the floor to the representative of the Global Crop Diversity Trust. Thank you very much.
The floor,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the Crop Trust is taking the microphone for the first time, I would like to start by thanking the governments of Peru and Switzerland for hosting this 11th session of the governing body. Dear distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to share with you a summary of the report from the Global Crop Diversity Trust to the 11th session of the governing body on its activities during this past biennium. The Crop Trust continues to provide long-term support for international gene banks. At the core of the Crop Trust is the endowment fund created to provide financial security for globally important collections of crop diversity in perpetuity. Recipients of long-term funding include 10 CGIAR centers, the Pacific Community, the World Vegetable Center, and the Center for International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry. As of June 2025, donors, primarily national governments, have contributed almost $300 million to the endowment fund. In the past year, the Crop Trust has received $37.7 million in endowment contributions. In addition, the Crop Trust, in collaboration with the Treaty Secretariat, has established the joint funding facility with financial contributions from the governments of Germany and Norway to provide transitional support for Article 15 gene banks that are not part of the CGIAR system. In total, long-term funding to Article 15 and other international gene banks has amounted to $82 million since 2006. The Crop Trust also provides capacity building of national gene banks through projects. I would like to highlight 3 examples. The Biodiversity for Opportunities, Livelihoods and Development, the BOLD project, which is funded by the government of Norway, has contributed, among other activities, to strengthening technical, institutional, and operational capacities of 13 national gene banks, developing and using of new crop varieties for climate change adaptation and food security in 20 countries, safety duplicating over 32,000 accessions at the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, and supporting the conservation, production, and consumption of key neglected and underutilized species in Benin, Ghana, Uganda, and Tanzania. The Seeds for Resilience project, funded by the government of Germany, delivered capacity building to 5 national gene banks in Africa through workshops, technical attachments, and training programs, and included a component to improve the use of gene bank collections by farmers. The recently published established Power of Diversity funding facility is dedicated to conserving and promoting neglected opportunity crops. Thanks to the support of the German and Irish governments, pilot activities are being launched in Kenya, Nigeria, Zambia, India, and Colombia. The Crop Trust also provides support to services that provide benefits to the world's global system of gene banks as a whole. I would again like to highlight a few examples of such system-wide services. With financial support from the German government, the Crop Trust has further developed the global crop conservation strategies, including the preparation of a concept note on the establishment and funding of an international technical advisory committee on the strategies, which has been submitted to this session of the governing body. The Crop Trust continues to support the duplication of collections at the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, which is funded by the government of Norway. The vault now holds over 1.4 million samples from around 130 gene banks. There is more on this in a separate report from Norgen. In addition, the Crop Trust continues to support the development and adoption of 2 information systems, Genesis and GRIN Global Community Edition. Throughout 2024 and 2025, strategic communication activities of the Crop Trust contributed to increasing global awareness of the importance of crop diversity, including the organization of high-profile events. Most recently, the Crop Trust was pleased to co-host Crop Diversity Day with the International Potato Center, the Treaty Secretariat, ahead of this governing body meeting to discuss innovative solutions to strengthen the global gene bank system. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for the update on the collaboration of the 2 bodies. Under this item, the governing body is invited to review the activities and cooperation of the international treaty with the Global Crop Diversity Trust and provide guidance for the next biennium. As indicated by the Secretariat, document 16.2 contains a draft resolution for our consideration. I now like to open the floor for interventions. I recognize Ghana, followed by Italy. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleague delegates of contracting parties, representatives of observer groups, I bring you warm greetings from Ghana, which is making the statement related to the working document IT/GB-11/25/16.2, cooperation with the Global Crop Diversity Trust on behalf of the Africa region. Premised on the fact that this is the first time Ghana is making an intervention, I wish to use this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to the government of Peru and the Swiss Confederation for the excellent organization of the 11th governing body meeting. We also extend our appreciation to the Treaty Secretariat and its esteemed donors for extending financial support to attend GB11 to contracting parties from developing countries. With reference to the agenda item under consideration, the Africa region would like to acknowledge the important contribution of the Global Crop Diversity Trust in the implementation of the international treaty, particularly Articles 2, 5, 6, 7, and 15. On the basis of this, we would like to commend the Trust that in partnership with the governing body, they have critically provided support to national and regional gene banks, including joint capacity building, to implement the multilateral system of the international treaty, and also advancing conservation and use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture through initiatives such as the Seeds for Resilience project and the Biodiversity for Opportunities, Livelihoods, and Development initiative, which have benefited some African countries, including Ghana. Chair, at this point, I would like to mention that under the auspices of the Crop Trust, the Ghana Gene Bank, for the first time, through the facilitation of the Seeds for Resilience project, successfully deposited material from the country at the Global Seed Vault, and in so doing, achieved a unique accolade of being the 100th depositor to the vault. The African region also acknowledges the role played by the Crop Trust in the operationalization of the emergency reserve for germplasm collections at risk, the funding facility for short-term support of international collections, the mainstreaming of global crop conservation strategies, and the development of communication products to support the integration of PGRFA into national biodiversity strategies and action plans. Based on the impressive outcome of the collaboration between the Crop Trust and the national and regional gene banks in Africa, we strongly support the draft resolution with a recommendation to further expand the cooperation between the Global Crop Diversity Trust and the international treaty on issues such as resource mobilization, as well as on scientific and technical matters related to PGRFA conservation and use. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ghana. Italy, followed by Canada. Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in behalf of the European Regional Group. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of the working documents related to this agenda item. We welcome the support provided to the funding facility for short-term support on international collections by Norway and Germany, which supported 4 international collections. We thank all donors, in particular Germany, Norway, and United Kingdom, for their financial support of various projects and initiatives of the Crop Trust that strengthen the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources worldwide. We particularly appreciate projects and initiatives that are conducted in collaboration between the Crop Trust and the treaty. We appreciate approval of the final strategy for development of the plant genetic resources system for Ukraine 2024-2028 in September 2024, enabling the potential participation of Ukraine in the international PGR community. We would like to bring your attention to the importance of the system-wide services for the World Gene Bank provided by Crop Trust. We especially welcome the development of 3-year project on mainstreaming the global crop conservation strategies in plant treaty processes, led by Crop Trust and the Trade Secretariat, funded by Germany. We are grateful for the Crop Trust's continued support of the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, which currently stores almost 1.5 million accessions from the 131 gene banks worldwide. We note that in 2024, 21 gene banks deposited seed for the first time, representing the highest number of the new depositors since its opening. We appreciate the efficient operation of the information system of gene banks, Genesis, and Green Global Community Edition. We also thank the Crop Trust for its continued participation in the Scientific Advisory Committee of the Treaty's Global Information System. We congratulate the Crop Trust for its work to expand its donor network, including with climate policymakers, to highlight the importance of adequate financing of crop diversity as a source of climate change adaptation. We appreciate the celebration of the second Global Crop Diversity Day, given its objective of raising political and public awareness of the importance of settling the global gene bank system. We suggest that in future occasions, online participation be made available to enable the attendance of a broader range of key stakeholders. We support the draft resolution with one request for the change, which I will read out now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On paragraph 19, we suggest the deletion of "and the ad hoc technical committee and conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA." Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Italy, Canada, followed by Ecuador. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a statement on behalf of the North America region. The report from the Global Crop Diversity Trust is very impressive. The activities undertaken to support 12 Article 15 gene banks are also evident from the report on the operation and implementation of the MLS. These gene banks dominate the global flow of MLS materials. It is evident that their contribution to the objectives of the ITPGRFA is enormous. The report shows that Norway and Germany have funded a wide range of projects impacting many countries and national gene banks. The UK is also supporting projects. The Crop Trust is a success story, even if its endowment fund is far from reaching its goal. The North America region appreciates the active work of the Crop Trust and thanks countries that support this work. On the resolution, I have some minor comments. The last of the introducing paragraphs, starting with recognizing further also the in situ PGRFA material are not collections. There's a little bit, the wording's a little bit technically wrong. It should say all actors maintaining ex situ collections and in situ PGRFA, including Article 15 institutions. And then we have a question regarding paragraph resource mobilization section, that is paragraph 3, that stated currently, the Crop Trust, as reported by the Crop Trust, currently at USD 297 million. We wonder here, is that the nominal sum of donations made to the endowment fund, or is that the actual value of the endowment fund? The text maybe could say that by inserting the appropriate words. Then section C, paragraph 14, at the end, we suggest to continue after PGRFA and to include FAO views in such collaboration to avoid duplication and streamline efforts. We have pointed at this in other contexts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. North America, I have Ecuador and Egypt. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding cooperation with the fund, Ecuador agrees with the draft resolution. Our relationship, or Ecuador's relationship with the Crop Trust, has been very fruitful, and there's a QR system that we have so that we can see the seeds. They have registered 1,006 accesses and over 1,000 accessions of other seeds and 29,000 accessions. As to the report of the Crop Trust, it congratulates the Crop Trust because of the report and the amount of activities that were undertaken in different projects. We'd like to thank the Crop Trust for their technical support and communication support with the projects 1, 2, and 3 that would enabled us to streamline the gene bank, and as regards regeneration and duplication, and also risk assessment, risk avoidance policy, and also strengthening the seeds for potatoes, rice, and beans. And we also think that they should continue with the mobilizations of resources so that we can unify, or rather optimize, the resources that we have at the national gene banks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Egypt, followed by Kenya. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the documents. The Near East region and the Republic of Egypt would like to express their appreciation to the continued effort made by the Global Crop Diversity Trust to support the implementation of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. The region believes that the cooperation between the Trust and the treaty is a vital pillar to preserve biodiversity and conserve such seeds for the current and future generations. We support the draft resolution and the efforts and projects made by the Trust to ensure the preservation of the genetic resources for food and agriculture, especially the national ones. This will also build national capacity to ensure the participation in the Global Ex Situ program. We appreciate the launch of the projects for livelihood and development. We thank the government of Norway for supporting this initiative. We hope that different projects and initiatives would be launched to maintain plant genetic resources and ensure its sustainable use. We hope that similar projects would be launched to support countries to preserve those resources and provide it over the long term to ensure global food security. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the Near East. I have Kenya, followed by Colombia. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya welcomes the cooperation of the Group Trust with the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. We appreciate the work the Group Trust is doing in supporting conservation work in developing countries. Kenya is one of the beneficiaries of this initiative. The Group Trust signed a landmark agreement with Kenya National Gene Bank under the Seeds for Resilience project. The pact provided financial and technical support to the Genetic Resources Research Institute, helping it modernize seed conservation, improve data management, and upgrade facilities to meet the international standards. The project focused on conserving over 50,000 seed samples vital to food security, such as sorghum and finger millet, to safeguard crop diversity against climate challenges in Kenya. We invite, we commend the contracting parties that have availed resources to the Crop Trust to enable this work, and we invite development partners to join in this noble initiative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Kenya. I have Colombia, followed by Bhutan. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. Colombia wishes to begin our statement by expressing our heartfelt gratitude for the support provided to Colombia in the ratification and implementation process for the treaty, and we hope that this will continue over the next year because we are still working on implementation. Furthermore, we wish to express our sincere appreciation to the Global Crop Diversity Trust for making their fund available and their strategic guidelines that they have deployed for the protection of essential plant genetic resources for food and agriculture globally. These contributions have had a direct and vital impact on the food sovereignty of our nation. Our gratitude also goes out to the support that we receive from the germplasm bank in Colombia, and this enabled and provided crucial tools, the gene bank in Colombia, for example, the implementation of the Green Global Community Edition. This technical tool does not only modernize and standardize our resources, but also facilitates interoperability of our data with global systems such as the FAO systems, increasing accessibility and the use of our valuable diversity. We also underscored the proactive approach of the Crop Trust to biodiversity in collaboration with AgroSavvy, and this initiative has been fundamental in identifying and concentrating conservation management for critical crops, also providing and increasing our availability of these crops to increase the climate resilience of our farmers and increasing the nutrition of our citizens. So we wish to extend our gratitude to the Crop Trust for their commitment to food security on the long term. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I have Bhutan, followed by Sadak. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bhutan also welcomes the report on agenda item 16.2, cooperation with the Global Crop Diversity Trust. We would like to underscore the initiative on biodiversity for opportunity, livelihood, and development, BOLD. This BOLD initiative has significantly enhanced gene banking capacities and seed systems in the 13 beneficiary gene banks or countries, including the gene bank in Bhutan, which will go a long way for the implementation of the Article 5 and the Article 6 of the treaty. Therefore, Bhutan also would like to join Ghana, Egypt, and Kenya in expressing our sincere appreciations to the Crop Trust and also the government of Norway for their support in strengthening these 13 gene banks under the BOLD initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Bhutan. I have Sadak PGRC. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Since I'm speaking for the first time, I'm speaking on behalf of the Southern African Development Community. And the Southern African Development Community wishes to extend hearty congratulations to the Secretary of the Plant Treaty, Kent, the government of Peru, the Swiss government, and the entire Plant Treaty Secretariat for successfully holding the 11th session of the governing body here in the beautiful city of Lima. Chairperson, we wish to take this opportunity to also acknowledge and thank the whole Secretariat for the diligence as evidenced successfully by coordinating all programs leading to the 11th governing body session. Chairperson, SADC wishes to applaud the sound partnership that exists between the Plant Treaty and the Global Crop Diversity Trust. This partnership has given rise to various creative initiatives that have saved agrobiodiversity in our region, SADC. For instance, SADC countries have rescued significant quantities of plant genetic resources at risk of extinction through initiatives like the BOLD project, Seeds for Resilience project, the Global Information System, GLIS, where some equipment and training was given to ensure that PGR information is collected and preserved. And recently, the SADC region benefited from the Emergence Reserve for Gene Banks, which has supported the SADC Regional Gene Bank in installing backup power. In addition, through the Crop Trust support, SADC has duplicated over 15,000 accessions to the SOBAR Global Seed Vault and has had various capacity building trainings in the member states. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the list. So I would ask the Secretary to update the resolution and bring it back to a plenary for adoption. With that, I move to item 16.3, cooperation with the Convention on Biological Diversity and its Nagoya Protocol. I give the floor again to the Secretariat for the introduction of document 16.3 on cooperation with the CBD. Alvaro, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The governing body of the international treaty has repeatedly acknowledged the need for the harmonious and mutually supportive implementation of the international treaty, the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol, and for continued capacity building and capacity development support to contracting parties, especially for developing country contracting parties. Article 1.2 of the treaty stipulates that its objectives will be attained by closely linking this treaty to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and to the Convention on Biological Diversity. In addition, Articles 19 and 20 make provision for the Secretary to cooperate with the CBD Secretariat and for the governing body to take note of the relevant decisions of the CBD Conference of the Parties. This document responds to the provisions of the international treaty, as well as to the request from the governing body to the Secretary to report on cooperation with the Convention on Biological Diversity at each session. Specifically, the document reports on actions taken in following up on decisions made by the 10th session of the governing body through resolutions 13/23 and 1/23. The document highlights the recent developments and ongoing processes under CBD and its Nagoya Protocol since the last session that are of relevance to the international treaty. In addition, the report of the Executive Secretary of the CBD on cooperation with the international treaty is provided in document 16.3/Info1, report from the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity on cooperation with the international treaty. I will invite my colleague, Catherine Garth-Forth, to introduce the report in a minute. The governing body is invited to take note of the report and provide further guidance on the continuing close collaboration with the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol, taking into account the elements for a possible resolution provided in the annex to this document. I will now invite my colleague, Catherine, to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alvaro. As the Executive Secretary noted in the remarks in her video statement during the opening plenary on Monday, there are close connections between the objectives of the international treaty and the objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity and its Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing. The 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention and the 5th meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Nagoya Protocol were held in Cali, Colombia in October 2024 and adopted decisions on many of our common areas of work. These include decisions on the package of issues supporting the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, namely the monitoring framework, mechanisms for planning, monitoring, reporting, and review, resource mobilization, capacity building and development, and technical and scientific cooperation, digital sequence information on genetic resources, and cooperation with other conventions and international organizations. It also included decisions on other issues, notably on Indigenous peoples and local communities. Our thanks to the Treaty Secretariat for the excellent summary of key outcomes from these meetings provided in the working document for this item. Additional information is provided in the report we submitted on cooperation with the treaty, available as information document 16.3/INF1, as Alvaro just referred to. Many aspects of these decisions have already been referred to under other agenda items, and I won't repeat the information here. I invite delegations to review the document for further details. Chair, cooperation between the Secretariat of the Convention and the Secretariat of the International Treaty has always been one of mutual respect and collaboration. We look forward to continuing this relationship in the years ahead as we all seek to achieve our common objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine, for the overview and update of the collaboration between the treaty and the CBD. Under this item, the governing body is invited to take note of the reports and provide further guidance on the continued close cooperation between the CBD and with the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol, taking account the elements of a possible resolution provided in the annex to document 16.3. I would now like to open the floor for interventions. I recognize Italy, followed by Japan. Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank the Secretariat for preparing the working document and thank as well the CBD Secretariat for its report. Through Resolution 13/2023, the governing body provides inputs in relation to the implementation of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework at the 16th Conference of the Party to the CBD. As several targets and indicators of the global biodiversity frameworks are also important to the implementation of the international treaty, we are very glad that the two secretariats are closely collaborating on many issues and encourage them to continue to do so. We welcome the CBD COP Decision 16/2 that define the modalities for operationalizing the multilateral mechanism for the fair and equitable sharing of benefit from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources, including a global fund. We thank the Secretary for his active contribution to the process and collaboration within the Secretary of the CBD regarding the multilateral mechanism. We request that the Secretary continue collaboration with the CBD, facilitating a mutual supportive implementation of the multilateral mechanism and its Cali Fund, and the multilateral assessment on access and benefit sharing and its benefit sharing fund. We further note that the Decision 16/2 and the provision of the multilateral mechanism do not affect the rights and obligations of contracting parties deriving from the international treaty. We appreciate the close cooperation between the two secretariats within their respective mandates, taking into account both the differences and opportunities to enrich each other. We note that Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service is working on its second global assessment of biodiversity and ecosystem service. We request the Secretary to provide an update on the work of the international treaty and encourage the inclusion of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture in this assessment. Finally, Mr. Chair, I will read out our suggestion for a small amendment to the draft resolution. And paragraph 14 and the penultimate line, after the word collaboration, we would like to add the word as appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Italy, Japan, followed by the United States. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this document. Regards to the resolution in cooperation with the CBD, Japan has several comments. So some of it is factual, I think, regarding the text of the treaty. We believe that the indigenous peoples and locals communities' right is not necessarily the aim of the Article 9 of the international treaty. So we would like to strike out the words rights right after local communities and keep under, but strike out Article 9 of the international treaty, but directly goes, so local communities under Article 8 J of the CBD. And we would also like to add the word, because Japan believes that any collaboration must respect existing rights, like the intellectual property rights under relevant international agreements and the sovereignty of each nation for creating its own national law. In this regard, Japan requests to add reference to the preamble of the treaty, that it says that the treaty shall not be interpreted as implying in any way a change in the rights and obligations of the contracting parties under other international agreements. And so we will hand in this comment later on to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. United States, followed by Zambia. US, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I am making this statement on behalf of the United States. The United States can support this draft resolution with a few edits. In the fourth preambular paragraph, we would add the hyphenate word national-level before implementation for the KMGBF in the fourth line of the paragraph. This is because we believe that synergies should be implemented at the national level, including through national focal points. In paragraph 2, we would add comma as appropriate at the end of the paragraph. As a non-party to the CBD, the United States does not implement the GBF. For the same reason, the United States would add comma as appropriate, comma, in paragraph 3 in the first line after the words strength and coordination. And we would also add that formulation, comma, as appropriate, comma, in paragraph 7, line 2, after the phrase biodiversity finance plans. In paragraph 9, we support the point, no, not paragraph, that's different. Okay, in paragraph 9, we would request to delete the word synergies in the first and third lines, as we don't agree that synergies should be implemented at the international level. In paragraph 12, we would change welcomes to takes note of. As a non-party to the CBD, we cannot welcome decisions of that body, but we can take note of relevant factual statements. In paragraph 12, we would also add in the fourth line, after the word supportiveness, the phrase and non-duplication, because it is important both that the CBD and the treaty are mutually supportive and that they are non-duplicative in their efforts. In paragraph 14, the United States would support Japan's proposal on the formulation on indigenous peoples and local communities' rights. We agree that that's not explicitly contemplated under Article 9. In paragraph 14, we would also change welcomes in the third line to takes note, and we would delete the last fragment of the paragraph, starting with and requests the secretary through the end of the paragraph. Finally, in paragraph 15, we would request deletion of the phrase and SDG 15.6 at the end of the paragraph. As previously stated, the United States has principled concerns with the SDGs and cannot reaffirm them, including through governing body decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the yes. Zambia, followed by Paraguay. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since Zambia is giving the statement for the first time, I would like to give this statement on behalf of Africa, and since we are giving it for the first time, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Peru and the government of Switzerland for co-hosting this governing body. We would also like to welcome new contracting parties to the planned treaty: Republic of South Africa, the Kingdom of Bahrain, Barbados, and the Republic of Colombia. Africa region supports all the resolutions in this report, cooperation with Convention on Biological Diversity, including its Nagoya Protocol, IT/GB 11/25/16.3, which provides a summary of key areas for decision-making by the governing body on cooperation with the Convention on Biological Diversity. We would like to welcome the efforts of the Secretariat of the International Treaty and the governing and the CBD in collaboration with the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, the ABS Capacity Development Initiative, and the partners to bring together stakeholders and experts involved in the implementation of the international treaty, the CBD and this Nagoya Protocol, and request the Secretary, subject to the availability of funds, financial resources, to continue facilitating interaction on the mutual supportive and harmonious implementation of the instruments, and to report to the outcomes of such activities to the governing body. The region wishes to emphasize the importance of maintaining cooperation, complementarity, and coherency, as well as avoiding duplication between the international treaty and the CBD, and with other biodiversity-related conventions in the implementation of coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The national focal points for the treaty should strengthen coordination with their counterparts for CBD and its Nagoya Protocol, as well as with relevant national institutions responsible for KMGBF implementation to promote coherent national approaches and avoid duplication for mutually supportive implementation of respective instruments. Africa welcomes the adoption through CBD COP16 Decision 16/2 of the modalities for operationalizing the multilateral mechanism for fair and equitable sharing of DSI on genetic resources. We appreciate the COP for inviting the treaty to collaborate with the multilateral mechanism and encourage mutual supportiveness in the implementation of multilateral mechanism and its carry fund, and in the multilateral system on access and benefit sharing and its benefits. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Zambia. Paraguay, followed by Argentina. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. In the draft resolution of the document we're discussing, on point 3, we'd like to add as appropriate after its Nagoya Protocol. On paragraph 8, we wish to modify welcomes and change it to takes note of. On paragraph 9, remove the word synergies. Both Both times we see it in this paragraph. On paragraph 15, change under with in line with. Thank you.
Thank you. Paraguay, Argentina, followed by Canada. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Argentina, I would like to thank the Secretariat for the submission of the report containing document 16.3. We also appreciate the presence of a representative of the CBD Secretariat here with us in the room, and we thank them for the submission of document INF1. Sir, cooperation and exchanges with the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity is, in the view of our delegation, of the utmost importance, as all plant genetic resources that are not under the MLS are subject to the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol regime. Allow me, sir, to highlight some aspects of the report. Firstly, we would like to recognize the increased cooperation in recent years, as it is referred in the document. Also, we would like to highlight the question of DSI of plant genetic resources that is currently a top issue in our discussions, and we thank reference to the work of CBD, including the Cali Fund. Sir, I need to express that Argentina dissociates itself from the section Indicators on Benefit Sharing, GBF Targets, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the report of the Secretariat. While Agenda 2030 could be well-intentioned, it is composed by aspirations that are not legally binding on states, and every state can pursue sustainable development in accordance with its priorities and policies. We believe in this regard that the indicators should be linked to the Kunming-Montreal framework, which indicators are clear, and document 16.3 INF1 gives details in that respect. Now, Chair, allow me to make some suggestions to to of the draft resolution. Preambular paragraph 1 recalls Article 1.2 of the International Treaty. In this regard, we consider that a reference also to Article 1.1 is appropriate. As for preambular paragraph 4, we would suggest replacing the expression synergies by collaboration. The same replacement is suggested for OP9. In operative paragraph 2, with regard to the implementation to the Kunming-Montreal framework, we deem it necessary to include a reference to their respective mandates, sir. The language we would suggest is in the second line, when we talk about complementarity and coherence, to add in line with their respective mandates. Moving now to OP7, we believe that integrating PG RFA in the national biodiversity strategies and action plans, as well as in biodiversity finance plans, is to be included in the draft, but the current language, we are afraid, should not be prescriptive. We therefore propose to replace the word stresses by acknowledges. And sir, we can support the proposal made by the US to include language as appropriate. Finally, in line with our comment made with regard to the section in the report on the SDGs, we propose to delete the reference to SDG 15.6 in OP 15, so the expression and SDG 15.6 would be deleted. We are ready to send this to the Secretariat, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I have Canada, followed by Iraq. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Canada supports the treaty, working with the other biodiversity-related conventions to coordinate work for biodiversity conservation and issues related to genetic resources, including through joint activities and initiatives. It is important that these efforts occur in accordance with the respective mandate of each body. The treaty has valuable experience to share regarding facilitating access to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture globally, and sharing equitably the benefits generated from their sustainable use. We support the Secretariat contributing to the various processes of the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol with focus on issues that overlap with the treaty interests. Canada reaffirms our strong support for the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the important role of the treaty in ensuring the implementation of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We support the elements of the draft resolution with some modifications to more accurately reflect the cooperation between the treaty and the CBD, and to include a text more aligned with resolution language from the treaty and the CBD. We have the following text suggestions. In paragraph 2, we like to cross over GBF at the end of the paragraph and include a comma and the following text, including through joint activities while respecting their specific mandates. In paragraph 3, after CBD and we remove its Nagoya Protocol, replace its by the Nagoya Protocol. And following the same paragraph, as well as with relevant cross-national, and just keep relevant institutions cross-responsible, and cross-4, and include engaged in KM-GBF implementation. In paragraph 4, we suggest after and request the Secretary, we add a comma, subject to the availability of financial resources. And they continue what is in the paragraph. In paragraph 5, we suggest to cross over after provided to include implementation monitoring the KM-GBF. We suggest crossing include implementation of monitoring of the KM-GBF, and rather including consider relevant aspects of the KM-GBF in the respective areas of work, and also add pursue the treaty's objective to operate in harmony with the CBD. In paragraph 6, we suggest to cross over to delete in particular, where there is including in particular indicators, delete in particular, and we suggest also to add after monetary, on monetary, we say on monetary and non-monetary benefits. We suggest also to remove benefit sharing funds and replace it with the MLS of the international treaty, and continues as the paragraph was written. We also suggest to include a new paragraph after paragraph 7. We'll call it paragraph 7 bis, and I will read the new paragraph. Invites contracting parties to take note of the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation 2020-2030, which was formally adopted at the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties of the Convention of Biological Diversity, and to consider its relevance for supporting the objectives of the treaty. In paragraph 12, we support the suggestion of the United States. In paragraph 13, we suggest to remove secretary and replace by secretariat for their active participation in the CBD meetings on, and remove contributions to, And so you continue on the development, and the rest of the paragraph stays the same. On paragraph 14, we suggest that capitalize indigenous peoples, so I, capital I, and P, capital P. We also suggest to delete collaboration and replace by cooperation after welcomes the cooperation between the secretariats. We also suggest that delete after CBD on farmers' rights, and we continue when we add and CBD on issues of relevance to indigenous peoples, comma, we add as well as, remove and the paragraph continues as it is. And also at the end of the paragraph after joint, including through joint, we add joint activities, so we add the word activities. In paragraph 15, after the word explore, and to explore, we add possible synergies in the monitoring, and we cross practical means to align indicators on. And on paragraph 18, we add at the end of the paragraph, and continue to develop joint, we add activities and initiatives between the two secretariats. I have submitted those editorial changes to the secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Canada, I have Iraq, followed by Brazil. Iraq, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak here, and I'm honored to speak on the behalf of the Near East region. I would like to thank the Secretary to provide the necessary documents. The Near East region would like to indicate the importance to support this coordination between CBD and the International Treaty and Nagoya Protocol through the exchange of information and data related to genetic resources in a transparent fashion, and to create mutual mechanisms that actually enhance the access of to the genetic resources and also to implement all the provisions of the CBD and the international treaty in light of all the legal frameworks. In addition, the Near East region would like to emphasize that this coordination between both to work on empower the technical aspects of the related institutions regionally and nationally, and to train the national capacities about the necessary legislation, especially when it comes to sharing benefits, and to support the national and regional gene banks in terms of conservations in light of Nagoya Protocol. In addition, we emphasize to create the synergy between CBD and our international treaty, especially when it comes to food security and agriculture, by enhancing the sustainable use of food and agriculture, and to reach varieties of crops that are considered to be resilient to climate change, and to modernize the agriculture approaches, moreover to support innovation and creation in the crops to preserve the biodiversity in agriculture. So the Near East region look to the cooperation between CBD and the international treaty has to be based on exchange of experts regionally and internationally, and to support mutual programs in terms of genetic plans. In conclusion, our Near East region is fully committed to in terms of the necessary cooperation between CBD and the international treaty in light of Nagoya Protocol to work on protecting the PGRFA and the sustainable use of it for the coming generations. And the NIAS region is fully committed to work with the Secretariat and all stakeholders to reach effective cooperation that will serve the interests of all contracting parties, especially developing countries. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Iraq of Brazil, followed by Uruguay. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil supports the perspective of a coherent implementation of the treaty, the CBD, particularly in light of CBD Decision 16/2 and its Nagoya Protocol, and encourages efforts to avoid gaps and overlaps between the regimes. We underscore the need for coherence and mutual supportiveness among the regimes, especially in the implementation of the GBF fund and in the treatment of DSI. Regarding the draft resolution, Brazil suggests adjustments to paragraph 13 to ensure that the Secretariat continues to follow CBD and Nagoya Protocol process related to DSI. We consider important to include explicit reference to the need for coherence and mutual supportiveness across the instruments dealing with DSI. Our suggestion for the paragraph would be, thanks the Secretariat for his active contributions to the development of modalities for the operationalization of the MLM, and requests him, in keeping with paragraph 18 of Resolution 13/2023, to continue following process within the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol concerning digital sequence information / genetic sequence data on genetic resources, including developments in the further implementation of the MLM and its Kali Fund, and to collaborate and, as appropriate, coordinate with the Secretariat of the CBD on issues related to DSI, GSD, on genetic resources in order to promote coherence and mutual supportiveness between the respective conventions and implementing process, and keep the funding committee informed regularly and report back to the governing body at its 12th session. Regarding paragraph 9 on synergies in resource mobilization strategy across biodiversity-related conventions, my delegation would stress the persistent gaps in means of implementation for developing countries. We also underline that the notion of synergy should not be used to replace or dilute the legally binding commitments undertaken by developing countries. Therefore, we suggest adding without prejudice to and without reducing the means of implementation available for its implementation after biodiversity-related convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Now this closes the list of contracting parties. I have IPC followed by CSO. IPC, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Julia Rosita Yari of the National Federation of Indigenous and Artisan Women, which are the based. I'm speaking on behalf of these women. We think that this moment is basic to strengthen the cooperation with the CBD. The recent Decision 16.2 established a voluntary mechanism called the Kali Fund for the benefit of using genetic resources. This means that provisions such as informed consent will not be applied to genetic resources that will be free on the internet and will be used to generate patented products which will restrict access to genetic material in humans of the original providers, who very often are farmers or indigenous peoples. If the treaty doesn't find a way to regulate this, the MLS and the biopiracy will become legal internationally, since the CBD mechanism will also cover the DSI of the resources in the MLS. And for us, the establishment of there's a conflict between the treaty and the CBD, which has to be analyzed and resolved. We urge the contracting parties that they support our request that the Secretariat do a study regarding the impact of Decision 16.2 of the CBD, what it could have on the DSI in the RFA, if Article 12.3 is not binding, and the study should be published in the FAO's website, and then it should be available during intersessional series, and then it should be given or seen during the next session of the GB. This is also a question that was brought up in a letter to the governing body, and we iterate until this issue isn't resolved, it would be imprudent to even think about broadening Annex 1, because it would affect the sovereignty on SMTAs and also the rights of farmers and indigenous peoples. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
See a CSO, followed by a SALAC. CSO, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the Secretariat for this work, for the report, as well as the several initiatives taken in collaboration with the CBD Secretariat. Personally, we have been participant of many of those initiatives. We welcome and we appreciate all those efforts. However, Chair, we have some concerns regarding the report, Section D, paragraph 5, which talks about digital sequence information, because we feel this reporting is not giving out the certain important aspects relating to the decisions of DSI within the CBD. We understand it is a report, it need not be comprehensive, but on the other hand, to the importance of understanding of the parties, contracting parties here, we would like to make two initial inputs into this. That is Decision 15.9, which is referred in Section 26, actually recognizes that other fora may develop specialized approaches for developing fair and equitable benefit sharing solutions from the use of DSI. And when we move on to paragraph 27, we see a picture which talks about major elements coming from a partnership work with CGIAR, but we do not see explanations relating to the scope of the decision, which is a very important aspect, alongside the recognition which national legislations have been accorded into in this particular decision 16.2. That's a key element which in fact had long discussions during COP16. Therefore, we believe a clear, adequate reflection that national legislations are dealing with the use of DSI in the report would have been much more appropriate reflection of this particular decision. Co-chair, we have one. Chair, we have one text suggestion in the draft annex, in the draft resolution, paragraph 4. In the end, where it is requested the Secretary to continue working with relevant processes under CBD Nagoya Protocol with the view to promote mutually supportive interfaces among different instruments at global, regional, national levels. We want to add, taking into account all the rights over genetic resources. This phrase is taken from Article 1 of the CBD. Why this is important is because when we develop harmonious and mutually supportive interfaces between instruments, it is very important that we take into account the sovereign rights of the states over genetic resources. Many a times this is undermined in some of the processes at the international arena. So may I request party support for this particular insertion, that in the end, taking into account all rights over the genetic resources. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. CSO, I have Sadak. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. SADC wishes to commend the Secretariat for coordinating the smooth collaboration between the CBD and the Plan Treaty. We also wish to report that over the past 3 years, there has been close collaboration between the Nagoya and the Plan Treaty focal points in the SADC countries. This has removed the silo approach to implementing biodiversity conservation and utilization programs. Chairperson, notable achievements in the region include the adoption of the guiding principles on the collaboration between the CBD and the Plan Treaty by the Joint Ministers of Agriculture, Food Security, Fisheries and Aquaculture of SADC, which resulted in the joint development of the SADC Regional Biodiversity Strategy that includes agrobiodiversity performance indicators is anchored on the Kunming-Montreux Biodiversity Framework. SADC, however, urges the Secretary to reach out to the CBD Secretary to enhance collaborative initiatives among the two bodies. I thank you.
Thank you, Sadak. I have Argentina, followed by the CGIR. Argentina, you have the floor.
So this intervention is to support the proposal made by Third World Network, which is in their proposal, is in, I understand it is in operative paragraph 4 to add taking into account all rights over genetic resources. My delegation, nevertheless, would make a minor amendment, and so it would read, taking duly into account all rights over genetic resources. Happy to send it to the Secretariat too. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. And we have the CG. Oh, no, there is a microphone or plate or whatever issue. Sorry for that. The Botanical Garden Conservation Initiative, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Botanic Gardens Conservation International welcomes the continued collaboration between the International Treaty, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the Nagoya Protocol. We would particularly like to note and welcome the adoption by CBD COP16 of the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation, GSPC 2020 to 2030. This updated strategy introduces 41 voluntary actions directly aligned with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets. BGCI was honored to lead the development of the updated strategy as Secretariat for the Global Partnership for Plant Conservation, in close partnership with governments, experts, and the global plant conservation community. The GSPC 2020-2030 provides a clear and practical framework for safeguarding plant diversity, including many actions of direct relevance to the international treaty. Actions 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, and 15. Strengthening support for the implementation and monitoring of the GSPC will be essential to achieving the voluntary actions. BGCI stands ready to contribute to this effort through our networks, tools, and programs, including through the Global Conservation Consortium for Food Plants, which offers a venue for coordinated action on PGRFA. We welcome Canada's proposal that the resolution under this agenda item invites contracting parties to take note of the global strategy for plant conservation 2020-2030 and its relevance to the objectives of the treaty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of today's deliberations. We will update the resolution and bring it back to the plenary. So we will suspend or adjourn the plenary session for tonight. We'll meet again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We will start with agenda item 16.4. We almost made it through the entire program of a day. Congratulations to that. I just would like to remind you that tomorrow is the last day of the seed exhibition downstairs on level 1. For those who haven't been there yet, please take the time and go visit. It's really very interesting. And another reminder for those concerned, the contact group on the multilateral system will meet at 10 o'clock, I suppose, in the usual meeting room. With that, have a good evening, enjoy the break, good night, and see you tomorrow.